Yi Ching Chun, I have opened up the sea of martial arts chi, and it is just around the corner to condense the real pill, but you are only at the third level of Tongmai now. Our fate has ended, so let's cancel this paper engagement. Yi Ching Chun, the unfilial son, has committed adultery and molested the eldest sister, which is a disgrace to human ethics. Today, in the name of the heavens and the ancestors, according to the rules of the Yi family, his family tree will be removed, his cultivation will be abolished, and he will be exiled to the spiritual mine. Yi Ching Chun, hand over the spiritual stones in your hand, or we will kill you. Hee, I see this guy work hard today, and he actually dug nearly 100 kilograms of spiritual stones. If we hand them over to the higher-ups, our service date can be reduced by a few months. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Come on, take the spiritual stones from this kid. A series of voices rang in his mind, mixed with a series of intermittent pictures, and Yi Ching Chun felt that his head was aching. With a painful roar, Yi Ching Chun suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for air. Where is this? Looking at the surrounding scenes, Yi Ching Chun was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help looking at his hands and body. I am still alive? Ha ha. After a while, Yi Ching Chun couldn't help laughing, scaring away the night crows that were lingering nearby. Yi Ching Chun, the strongest of the human race in the Nine Realms, is honored as Yi Tiandi. In the vast Nine Realms, there are more than one emperors, but Yi Ching Chun is the one who came from behind and became the strongest in the Nine Realms after the Sword Emperor. He also created the Emperor dynasty that shocked the Nine Realms and had 18 half-step heavenly emperors under his command. However, although the heavenly emperor has a lifespan of 10,000 years, he cannot be immortal. Even before Yi Tiandi, the Sword Emperor who was famous in the Nine Realms could not escape the fate of falling, unless he obtains the legendary Longevity Tower. In order to pursue the ultimate martial arts and to get a glimpse of the true appearance of the Longevity Tower, Yi Ching Chun traveled through the Nine Realms Forbidden Zone. After experiencing a life-and-death struggle, he finally found the Longevity Tower. But at this moment, Yi Ching Chun was betrayed by the 18 generals under his command. If it were only the 18 generals, Yi Ching Chun would naturally be fearless and could suppress them in a blink of an eye. However, these 18 generals leaked the news that he had obtained the Longevity Tower. So, Yi Ching Chun encountered the most tragic battle since he achieved the Heavenly Emperor realm. For 10 years, Yi Ching Chun fought against the powerful Heavenly Emperors of the Nine Realms and countless half-step Heavenly Emperors, until he was exhausted from cultivation and his soul was exhausted and could not be restored. The 10 strongest Heavenly Emperors of the Nine Realms joined forces to shatter the Heavenly Emperor's body and wiped out his soul bit by bit. I didn't expect that I'm still alive. Looking at his hands, covered with scars, he felt real pain and suddenly noticed a brand on his left palm. The brand looked only the size of a walnut and was pitch black, like a birthmark. However, when Yi Ching Chun looked carefully, he found that the brand was covered with mysterious runes. This is a fragment of the Tower of Immortality. When Yi Ching Chun saw these runes, he couldn't help but stand up excitedly, with a gleam in his eyes. The last scene of the great battle vaguely emerged in his mind, seeing that he was doomed to die. Yi Ching Chun urged the last wisp of his life soul and escaped into the Tower of Immortality. That group of guys, including the 18 gods who betrayed him, were all for the Tower of Immortality. Yi Ching Chun knew that these people would not let him go, so he used that wisp of his life soul to brand the Tower of Immortality, making the person who obtained the Tower of Immortality the common enemy of others. I never thought that the Longevity Tower would be broken. So, those guys even broke the Longevity Tower in order to kill me completely? If the 10 strongest emperors in the Nine Realms put all their efforts into it, they might break the Longevity Tower. After all, this tower only hides the mystery of longevity, and it is not indestructible. Maybe my rebirth is related to the fragments of the Longevity Tower. If those guys knew about this, they would be very angry, right? Yi Ching Chun couldn't help but make a guess, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth, and calmed down to look at the surrounding environment. The 10 great emperors of the Nine Realms and the 18 gods who betrayed him. He must settle accounts one by one. But now, Yi Ching Chun has just been reborn, and he has to live in this world first. This is a cave with a radius of more than 10 feet. The weeds grow very lushly. It is obvious that few people come here. Near Yi Ching Chun, There were corpses lying one after another. Some of them were like mummies, having died many years ago, while others had just died not long ago, with expressions of fear and pain still on their faces. The mass graves near the spiritual stone vein owned by the Yi family in Qingshi City. This guy. Several major events that the original body experienced before his death emerged in his mind. And Yi Qingshun couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. The third son of the Yi family. Yi Qingshun. This boy actually has the same name and surname as me? No, that's not right. This kid has only cultivated to the third level of Tongmai realm in 18 years. Because 90 of the spiritual energy of the world he attracted was absorbed by the fragment of the longevity tower. And there's a close connection between my soul and this fragment of the longevity tower. So, this I Ching Shun is my mirror clone. The 9 realms are vast and boundless. There are many people who have never met, but are extremely similar. This is not an isolated case. Yi Qingshun had studied this before. Those two similar people who had never met in their entire lives were like the front and back of a mirror. The person outside the mirror was that person, and the person inside the mirror was also that person. And the reason why he was reborn as this useless boy of the Yi family was because there was such a mirror relationship between the two. So you are me, and I am you. Then your hatred is not my hatred? The orphan of the third branch of the Yi family, Yi Qingshun, now that I have obtained your body, I will naturally avenge you. And you, rest in peace. With a sonorous and powerful promise, Yi Qingshun suddenly felt that the lingering thoughts in his mind disappeared. That was the residual soul of his mirror clone. From now on, this Yi Qingshun is not the Yi Qingshun. He is Yi Tiandi, who was invincible in the 9 realms thousands of years ago. Although the spiritual energy here is thin, it is enough to rebuild the realm of the initial stage of martial arts. Finding a clean place to sit cross-legged, Yi Qingshun ignored the corpses around him and silently sensed the state of his body. It just so happens that the meridians of this body have been broken, so I can practice the Sword Emperor swallowing heaven art I got in my previous life. Yi Qingshun carefully sensed the condition of his physical body and found that the meridians of his original body had been broken. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up a faint arc. Sword Emperor, the guy who cultivated himself into a peerless divine sword. Let me verify how powerful his skills are. Sword Emperor swallowing heaven art is not Yi Tiandi's proof of the Tao, but comes from Sword Emperor, the strongest person in the 9 realms who became famous before Yi Tiandi. It is rumored that the Sword Emperor can suppress the half-step Emperor realm strongmen in the 9 realms with the pressure of his sword body without unsheathing his sword. If the sword is unsheathed, it can kill the Emperor-level strongmen. Wherever he passed, the Emperor-level strongmen of the 9 realms all bowed to greet him, not daring to look directly at the Sword Emperor's true face. Chapter 2. The Sword Emperor's Devouring Heaven Technique. It was not that the Sword Emperor disliked being admired or gazed upon, but rather that the sheer oppressive might of his sword physique was too overwhelming. Even the eyes of Emperor Realm experts could not withstand such power. Long ago, when Yi Qingshun first embarked on the path of martial cultivation, he had taken the Sword Emperor as his ultimate aspiration. Countless times, he had envisioned the climactic duel between himself and the Sword Emperor after attaining the Heavenly Emperor realm. Alas, before Yi Qingshun could even reach the Emperor realm, the Sword Emperor, the mightiest existence across the 9 realms, had already fallen. Yet, the true cause of the Sword Emperor's demise remained an enigma shrouded in mystery. Some legends claimed that his lifespan had reached its natural end, and he had peacefully passed into eternity. Others whispered that he had fallen in battle against formidable foes while seeking the legendary Tower of Eternal Life. There were even darker rumors that the Sword Emperor's power had grown too overwhelming. And in his attempt to pierce through the boundaries of the 9 realms with his invincible sword Tao, he had invoked a forbidden heavenly retribution. Though Yi Qingshun did not know the truth behind the Sword Emperor's fall, one thing was certain. The Sword Emperor's legacy could forge sword apertures within a shattered meridian system, culminating in a foundation of 108,000 apertures. From this, one could cultivate an indestructible sword physique, capable of cleaving through all things. This very devouring heaven technique had been obtained by Yi Qingshun upon discovering the Tower of Eternal Life, hidden within the primordial chaos soil that cradled the tower. Even as a fellow heavenly emperor, indeed, the foremost powerhouse of the 9 realms at the time, Yi Qingshun could not deny the profound ingenuity of the Sword Emperor's techniques. At the very least, for his current body, the Devouring Heaven technique was nothing short of perfection. Hew, hew, hew. At this moment, as Yi Qingshun activated the Devouring Heaven technique, wisps of spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged into the cavern, swirling around him and seeping into his meridians and apertures. Though the ambient spiritual energy here was pitifully sparse to Yi Qingshun, this location happened to border the spirit stone vein controlled by the Yi clan. For the initial stages of cultivation, this was more than sufficient. Swoosh, 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 pop. Within mere dozens of breaths, a spiraling vortex abruptly manifested in the palm of Yi Qingshun's right hand. The surrounding spiritual energy was violently drawn toward it, coalescing around the vortex like a sword poised to return to its sheath. This sword aperture, truly unique, even more agonizing than my 9 Revolutions Heavenly Emperor technique. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Qingshun's forehead as he observed the newly formed sword aperture in his palm, absorbing the spiritual energy shaped like a blade. Yet, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. With this first sword aperture established, the subsequent ones would no longer be hindered by the scarcity of spiritual energy. Steeling his resolve, Yi Qingshun continued forging sword apertures throughout his body, channeling the surrounding spiritual energy into each newly opened node. Time flowed like a river, and before he knew it, 3 hours had passed. Dawn had already broken. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of footsteps treading upon fallen leaves echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by the murmurs of several men engaged in hushed conversation. How peculiar. Even though this boy bears the surname Yi, why is he so despised by his own family? They'd even reduce our sentences just to see him dead. Fool. Haven't you heard? His father vanished for over a decade, never to return. The Yi family believes his parents perished out there, so they scheme to seize the treasure he carries. Treasure? What treasure? That spirit jade, of course. The one Yi Qingshun, the prodigy of the Yi family, brought back years ago. Rumor has it that even the most talentless wretch, if they possess that jade, can step onto the martial path and even condense a martial true core without difficulty. This is common knowledge in Qingshi City. Then, if the boy has such a treasure yet remains at the 3rd level of the meridian opening realm at 18, his aptitude truly is wretched. Exactly. The eldest son of Yi Shana, the main branch of the Yi family, is no slouch. He has already unlocked his martial chi C at 17. Forming a true core is inevitable, and with the spirit jade, he might even surpass Yi Qingshun himself and reach the divine transformation realm. Listening to his companions' whispers, Yuan Gang, the leader of the group, frowned, an uneasy premonition stirring within him. Enough. The affairs of the Yi family are none of our concern. Our task is simple: kill Yi Qingshun and earn our freedom. The other miners, also captives of the Yi family, fell silent. Though resentful of Yuan Gang's domineering tone, none dared to protest. After all, among the 5 of them, Yuan Gang alone had reached the 5th level of the meridian opening realm. The others, mere 2nd or 3rd level practitioners, could bully a weakling like Yi Qingshun, but against Yuan Gang, they knew better than to defy him. Soon, the group arrived outside the cave where the mine's corpses were discarded. Yet before they could enter, a figure emerged from within. It was Yi Qingshun himself. Hiss, he is still alive. Didn't we already? This brat's resilience is unnatural. The miners recoiled in shock at his sudden appearance. Even Yuan Gang instinctively took a step back. Then, realizing that Yi Qingshun, alive or not, was still just a worthless cripple, a surge of fury ignited within him. Yuan Gang, a 5th level meridian opening warrior, frightened by this trash? So, the Yi family possesses such a treasure? As the miners stood frozen, Yi Qingshun spoke softly, his gaze settling upon Yuan Gang. His eyes lowered slightly, carrying an innate air of superiority, the contempt of a heavenly emperor for an insignificant ant. Even now, reborn and just beginning to retread the path of martial arts, Yi Qingshun did not deign to regard the lowly miners before him with any concern. For in these 3 hours, he had already unlocked 12 sword apertures, each aperture equivalent to a martial meridian, rendering these pitiful slaves utterly insignificant in his presence. Yet, his indifferent gaze seemed to provoke Yuan Gang. Hey, so this whelp dares to question me? Yuan Gang sneered darkly, stepping forward as his eyes raked over Yi Qingshun with contempt. Worthless trash, you truly cling stubbornly to life. Were I in your place, I would have chosen to end myself. Do you know why? Behind him, the 4 miners fixed Yi Qingshun with venomous stares, their expressions twisting into something feral. as though already beholding a corpse. The Yi family's spirit mine housed many such slaves, either those who had offended the clan or rogue cultivators who had wrought havoc in Qingstone City. Most who were dragged here met their end in obscurity, forgotten by the world. And for Yi Qingchun, a scion of the Yi family, the eldest branch's heir, Yi Bufan, had issued a decree with chilling clarity. He wanted Yu Qichen dead, his body left in ruins. Thus, these men saw no need to veil their malice. "Let me ask once more," Yi Qingchen said, his tone glacial, as though oblivious to their murderous intent, his hands clasped behind his back. "Were you just speaking of the spirit jade being in the possession of the Yi family's eldest branch heir?" Chapter 3. Think carefully before answering. It wasn't he that he was feigning ignorance. When Yu Qichen was reborn, the original soul of his body had already dissipated, leaving behind only fragmented memories, recalling how these very men had beaten him to death, along with the agonizing recollection of being abandoned by his fiancée, Yi, and subsequently stripped of his cultivation by the Yi family. Thus, when it came to the so-called spirit jade, Yu Qichen had genuinely only heard of it from these men. He suspected it might be an exceptionally rare spirit stone, something far more valuable to him now than even the Yi family's spirit mines. "Boss, this brat seems to have forgotten the meaning of death," sneered one of the miners. "I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Still putting on airs when he's already at death's door. Let me carve off his limbs," another growled, grinning cruelly. "I'll make him beg me for death." Yu Qichen's indifferent demeanor only further enraged the miners. Without hesitation, they lunged at him, their murderous intent palpable. "Attack together," Yuan Gang commanded, his voice dripping with malice as he gestured for them to strike. "Don't let him die too quickly. I want to savor his suffering." His mind was already conjuring up torturous scenarios, furious that Yu Qichen dared to remain so composed despite knowing their murderous intentions. Soon, he would teach the boy what true agony felt like. "It seems you still haven't decided how to answer my question," Yu Qichen murmured, his expression turning icy as the four miners charged at him. With a flick of his right hand, SSSH, 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 SSSH. For razor-sharp sword chi erupted from his palm, piercing the miners' bodies with unerring precision. Yet, he did not kill them, only shattered their meridians. "Ah, my cultivation. No. Boss, avenge us. This bastard destroyed my meridians." The meridians, vital channels for storing and circulating spiritual energy, had been obliterated. Instantly, their cultivation crumbled, their power dissipating like smoke. The four collapsed, writhing in anguish. How was this possible? Yuan Gang gasped, his face paling as he watched his comrades fall in an instant, clutching their ruined dantians in agony. You were stripped of your cultivation by the Yi family. How can you still destroy theirs?" His voice trembled as he stared at Yu Qinchen's impassive face, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Those miners, though mediocre in strength, were still at the meridian opening realm. Just the night before, they had beaten Yu Qichen to death without him even resisting. Back then, Yuan Gang had been certain the Yi family had truly crippled them. Yet now, in the span of a single night, Yu Qichen had effortlessly dismantled them all. Now is not the time for questions. Yet facing Yuan Gang's furious interrogation, Yi Qingchen remained expressionless as he walked over to a mining slave and once again raised his right hand. Thwack. "Ah, my arm. Boss, save me. He broke my arm. Kill him. Boss, kill him now." As Yu Qichen unleashed a sword chi, the mining slave clutched his right arm, howling in agony, writhing on the ground while hurling curses at him. Disgusting noise. Frowning slightly, Yu Qichen flicked another strand of sword chi, piercing straight through the slave's forehead. Guh, in the next moment, the slave's eyes bulged wide before his breath ceased entirely. The three remaining slaves nearby trembled uncontrollably, their pants soon soaked in fear. Yet Yu Qichen behaved as though he had merely performed a mundane task, shaking his sleeves lightly before turning his gaze back to Yuan Gang. "Now, I will ask you once more. Think carefully before you answer." Witnessing how effortlessly Yi Qingchen killed a man, like crushing an ant, Yuan Gang felt as though he were facing a savage beast. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, his mind blank with terror. Did the Yi family frame me for that spirit jade? Yi Qingchen's voice remained calm, but the question carried the weight of a grudge from his past life. Upon inheriting this body, he had made a vow to its lingering soul, vengeance would be exacted. And Yu Qichen always kept his promises. Why yes? No. I don't know. This is your family's affair. How would a mere mining slave like me know such things? Under Yu Qichen's piercing gaze, beads of sweat formed on Yuan Gang's forehead as he shouted in desperation. He truly didn't know the details, at least, not for certain. His knowledge came only from rumors passed among his men. Yet, This answer clearly displeased Yi Qingchen. TSK. It seems you still haven't figured out how to respond. With a sigh, Yi Qingchen raised his hand toward another slave, releasing another streak of sword chi. No. Spare me. Boss, help. Stop. Amid the slave's terrified screams and Yuan Gang's desperate plea, the sword chi pierced the slave's forehead, silencing him forever. Yuan Gang's pupils constricted. He jerked his head up, staring at Yi Qingchen, his lips trembling as he blurted out, I'll talk. I'll talk. The Yi family wanted the spirit jade you carried. They orchestrated the whole scheme to frame you. Now that jade is in Yi Buffan's hands. His cultivation is nearing the true core realm. Yuan Gang cared little for his companions' lives. His fear was that once Yi Qingchen finished with them, he would be next. But before he could finish, Yi Qingchen's finger was already lifting toward the third slave. So it was like this. Boss, damn it, save me. The mining slave gazed at Yi Qingchen's slender fingers, feeling as though death itself had fixed its gaze upon him. Cursing at Yuan Gang, he scrambled desperately toward him. No. Stop. I've already answered you. Yuan Gang roared at Yi Qingchen. He had complied with the questions. Why must this youth still kill? That was my first question. Now, I ask you, why did that woman break off our engagement? Yi Qingchen regarded Yuan Gang with icy detachment. A cold smirk curling his lips as a blade of sword energy lashed out. Thud. The third slave's skull was pierced clean through. Yet his momentum carried him forward until he collapsed, lifeless, into Yuan Gang's arms. Chapter 4. Do you think I fear you? You lunatic. You absolute madman. I'll fight you to the death. Gazing at the lifeless body of his fallen comrade cradled in his arms, Yuan Gang's face twisted into a mask of madness. With a guttural roar tearing from his throat, he glared at Yi Qingchen. Fierce tiger fist. In the next instant, Yuan Gang hurled the corpse aside and clenched his fist, launching a devastating strike toward Yi Qingchen. Roar, a massive tiger's head, condensed from Yuan Gang's martial energy, materialized before his fist, spanning over a meter, lunging at Yi Qingchen like a savage beast ascending the mountain. A yellow rank martial skill? Yet, faced with Yuan Gang's furious assault, Yi Qingchen merely arched an eyebrow, his lips curling in disdain as he flicked a finger. 3 hours. In that time, Yi Qingchen had cultivated 12 sword apertures, each capable of unleashing attacks at the peak of the Meridian Passage realm. Now, having already expended the sword energy from 8 apertures, he still retained 4 more. Swoosh, another streak of sword light flashed forth, shattering the tiger's head mid-air before continuing its trajectory toward Yuan Gang. No, don't kill me. Spare me. Thud. Amid Yuan Gang's shrill, terror-stricken screams, the sword light pierced through his fist, obliterating his entire arm. Aya, clutching his shattered arm. Yuan Gang watched as Yi Qingchen advanced step by step, his very soul trembling with dread. Yet, suddenly, a deranged grin twisted his lips. Yi Qingchen, you're finished. The Yi clan wants you dead. Once they learn you've killed us, the overseer of the mines will report it immediately. You'll face the Yi clan's relentless pursuit. You'll die even more horribly than me. Ha. So do you think I fear them? Yi Qingchen halted before Yuan Gang, his gaze devoid of emotion. After a brief pause, his foot lifted, then descended. Crack, a crisp, almost melodious sound of snapping bone echoed as Yuan Gang's left leg bent at a grotesque angle, splintered fragments jutting through the skin. Arg. His laughter cut short. Yuan Gang collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Yi Qingchen, you're doomed. I'll be waiting for you on the Yellow Springs Road crunch. Before Yuan Gang could finish his venomous curse, Yi Qingchen's foot came down again, this time on his right leg, crushing it into the earth. Not even the 6 paths of reincarnation can claim me. I'm afraid you'll be waiting in vain. Expressionless, Yi Qingchen observed the writhing, soundless figure before him. Then, with cold finality, he raised his foot once more, aiming for Yuan Gang's last intact limb. At the same time, without so much as a glance backward, Yi Qingchen flicked his wrist. The 10th streak of sword light shot forth, toward the last fleeing miner who had dared to attempt escape. After the mining slave collapsed to the ground with a wretched scream, Yi Qingchen finally lifted his foot and crushed Yuan Gang's skull. Is the mine overseer from the Yi family, having slain these 5 slaves who had murdered the original body's owner. Yi Qingchen raised his gaze toward the direction of the Yi family's spirit mine. Bathed in the glow of the rising sun, he strode forward with purpose. This fragment of the eternal tower actually competes for the spiritual energy I draw from the heavens and earth. If I can cultivate within the Yi family spirit mine, I should be able to open 6 more sword apertures and condense a sea of sword chi. 3 hours, whether considering Yi Qingchen's innate comprehension at the level of a heavenly emperor or the profound mysteries of the Sword Emperor devouring heaven art, should not have yielded only 12 sword apertures. The reason was simple. 7/10 of the spiritual energy he had summoned had been absorbed by the fragment of the eternal tower embedded in his left palm. And this was after Yi Qingchen had already taken over this body. Had it been the original owner, a staggering 9/10 of the energy would have been devoured by that accursed fragment. No wonder the previous host, at 18 years of age, had only managed to unlock 3 martial meridians. This was not a matter of poor aptitude. It was the eternal tower's fragment wreaking havoc all along. Of course, it was also possible that the original owner lacked proper guidance and was not diligent enough in his martial cultivation. After all, Yi Qingchen's current circumstances were far worse. Yet he had still opened 12 sword apertures, though the Sword Emperor devouring heaven art played a role. Had the original owner exerted more effort, especially with the aid of that spirit jade, he would not have remained at the 3rd level of the meridian opening realm by 18, much less died in humiliation. Eternal Tower. You shall serve only as a tool to aid this emperor in attaining immortality. Though I do not know whether you siphon this body's spiritual energy to revive my fragmented soul or for some other purpose, do not presume to shackle me. Gazing at the black sigil in his left palm, Yi Qingchen murmured coldly. As he walked, he circulated the Sword Emperor devouring heaven art to replenish the depleted energy in his 10 sword apertures. From Yuan Gang and his men, along with fragmented memories surfacing from the original host, Yi Qingchen pieced together the situation in Qingstone City and the Yi family's spirit mine. Qingstone City was dominated by 3 great families, the Yi, Su, and Lin clans, locked in a 3-way stalemate. There was also the city lord's manor, a presence from the great martial dynasty, though it remained overshadowed by the 3 families. The woman who had broken off her engagement with Yi Qingchen was none other than Su Yuyan, the jewel of the Su family. Their betrothal had been arranged 18 years prior, when Su Yuyan's father personally sought the match from Yi Qingchen, the man who had brought Yi Qingchen to the Yi family. Yet now, after all these years, the Su family's precious daughter had unilaterally torn up the contract. What shamelessness! As for the accusation that Yi Qingchen had spied on the eldest branch's young mistress while she bathed, that was nothing but a trap set by the Yi family's main branch, coveting the spirit jade in his possession. I recall that in a month's time, the Great Tao sect will hold its grand disciple recruitment ceremony in the Bluestone City, and their selection criterion seems to be the true core realm. A cold smile flickered across Yi Qingchen's face as he arrived outside a mining area, where the rhythmic clinking of pickaxes echoed through the air. The Yi family's spirit or mine was overseen by a single clan member serving as the manager, guarded by 50 peripheral members of the Yi family. Those 50 were of little concern, as their cultivation merely ranged from the meridian opening to the Qi realm. The true challenge lay with the Yi family manager, a cultivator at the 5th revolution of the true core realm. To suppress and eliminate him, I would either need to unlock 12 more sword apertures or resort to that secret technique from my self-created cultivation method. Unlike the Sword Emperor's devouring heaven art, Yi Qingchen's foundational technique, the 9 revolutions celestial emperor art, focused on compressing the spiritual energy within his body. By condensing his energy 9 times, he could forge an incomparably solid foundation, allowing him to effortlessly shatter any cultivation barrier, even the formidable wall of the Emperor realm. Moreover, every Emperor-level technique possessed its own combat secrets. Though the battle technique embedded within the 9 revolutions celestial emperor art appeared deceptively simple, its power was extraordinary. The only issue was that activating the combat technique of an Emperor-level art demanded an immense reserve of spiritual energy. It seems I must venture once more into the Yi family's spirit or mine. Chapter 5. The Yi family spirit mine. Hurry up. Move faster. Do you want to skip lunch? Humph. Anyone who hasn't mined 50 pounds of spirit stones by noon gets nothing to eat. Hey, you lot. Still slacking off? Looking for a beating? In the Yi family spirit mine, members of the Yi clan's branch families brandished whips, barking orders at the enslaved miners. Every now and then, they lashed out at those who displeased them. Crack, crack. Stop. I'll work, I swear. Seems like you 1T lift a finger without a taste of the whip. Huh? Worthless scum. The desperate pleas of the miners brought twisted satisfaction to the Yi clansmen. The humiliation they endured from the main family was vented this way quite effectively. In their eyes. As for the miners' lives, dead bodies were tossed into mass graves. There were always more troublemakers to capture, with the Yi and Su families now allied. Even the mighty Lin clan dared not provoke them. In a city as vast as Qishir, was there ever a shortage of laborers? Let me go, you bastard. From a large tent nearby, the agonized cries of a woman pierced the air. This was the overseer's quarters, and the woman inside was yet another captive, likely a female warrior who had caught the overseer's eye. Not particularly skilled, but certainly knows how to indulge. Yuqingchen had arrived by midday, having spent the morning replenishing the energy in his tin-sword meridians. The woman's tormented screams, mingled with the lewd chuckles of the Yi clansmen outside the tent, turned his expression icy. He picked up a piece of firewood from a nearby stove. Before reaching the cave heaven realm, warriors couldn't sustain themselves without food. In fact, they required substantial meals. The Yi clansmen stationed here, deprived of enough women to exploit, compensated by indulging in gluttony when not tormenting the miners. At the moment, even those meant to tend the fires had abandoned their posts to gawk at the spectacle near the tent. No one noticed Yuqingchen's sudden presence. Whoosh! With a faint smirk, he tossed the firewood onto the tent. Boom! Amid the dense spiritual energy of the mine, the entire structure erupted in flames. Ah! Fire! Put it out. Miners stay in the tunnels. No one leaves. The overseer stumbled out, disheveled and furious, followed by the half-clothed female warrior. Damn it all! I told you not to cook near the tent. Trying to burn me alive? Don't just stand there, put it out. Any clansman who has attained a late-stage true core realm cultivation, whether from collateral or direct lineage, is permitted to enter secluded meditation within the clan to pursue higher realms. Yet this overseer Yi Tianlin, merely at mid-stage true core cultivation, was assigned to guard the spirit mines and supervise the Yi family's mining slaves. Though there were some illicit profits to be skimmed, the duties were laborious, clearly inferior to those late-stage true core clansmen who remained comfortably within the clan. Now, witnessing his own tent ablaze and his illicit affairs disrupted, Yi Tianlin erupted in fury. He couldn't be bothered with the fleeing female martial artist and instead seized several collateral clansmen, lashing them mercilessly. The remaining mining slaves, seeing this, scrambled into the mine shafts. Among them, a somewhat plump young slave grabbed Yuqingchen, who had just emerged from the tent area, and urged in a hushed tone, "Little brother, hurry inside the mine. No need to suffer a beating for nothing." Hearing the furtive whisper of this pudgy fellow, Yuqingchen, who had been waiting for an opportunity to infiltrate the Yi family's spirit mines, paused. It seems the Yi clan has indeed grown too accustomed to tyranny in Qingshi City. No one has even noticed me, not even that overseer who should recognize me. This conveniently spared Yuqingchen further trouble. A cold smirk curled on his lips as he followed the rotund slave into the mine, though the mine's interior was wretched. The spiritual energy here was far denser than the outside world. Piles of freshly excavated spirit stones lay scattered about. Without hesitation, Yuqingchen, now entering the Yi family mines under a new guise, reached for those stones, a faint smile playing on his lips. Though these are merely low-grade spirit stones with impurities, they're still far more efficient than absorbing energy from the heavens and earth. His eyes gleaming with determination, Yuqingchen immediately settled beside the baskets of spirit stones, activating the Sword Emperor Devouring Heaven art to cultivate. Both his 9 revolutions Heavenly Emperor art and the Sword Emperor Devouring Heaven art required substantial foundational energy to unleash their combat techniques. And now, these spirit stones would serve as the source of spiritual energy to forge more sword apertures within him. Once I've opened enough sword apertures, I can condense a new martial sea and further refine the energy within them. It surprised even Yuqingchen how arrogantly complacent the Yi clansman had become, utterly disregarding his presence. Perhaps, aside from the slave's habitual submission, it was also due to the mining prisoner garb he now wore? At that moment, the other slaves took notice of his peculiar actions and began berating him. "Hey kid, how dare you touch the spirit stones I mined? Right, these are ours, you trying to steal them? Put them down now. If the Yi family finds out, forget lunch, they LL beat us to death. They don't even spare their own kin. Damn it, old Wong, what is wrong with you? Why are you stammering? No, it's ISNT that the good-for-nothing from the Yi family who was beaten to death by Yuan Gang and his men yesterday? Clearly, none of the enslaved miners had anticipated that the Yi family's worthless scion, who had been killed the day before, would now return. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared at Yuqingchen's expressionless face, instinctively backing away in unison, including the disheveled female martial artist who had narrowly escaped death, now cowering in the corner. "Ah, young man, are you human or a ghost?" The burly man who had pulled Yuqingchen inside earlier now squinted his beady eyes, mustering his courage to ask. Yuqingchen glanced at him, though he didn't know what crime this man had committed. Someone who had extended a helping hand in such dire circumstances couldn't be entirely wicked. Moreover, even if this man had erred, he had already suffered long enough in the spirit or mines. Do you wish to regain your freedom? With this thought, Yi Qingchen offered the old man a gentle smile before murmuring in a low, haunting voice, "If you desire liberation, bring me all the spirit stones from the mine." Chapter 6. No need to come in. Why should we trust you? Who wouldn't he want freedom? But we can't defy the Yi family. Not even their overseer out there. How could we possibly stand against him? Kid, you must be out of your mind. Put my spirit stones back. If we believed every wild claim, we'd be dead by now. I trust him. The enslaved miners erupted in clamor, dismissing Yi Qingchen's words as madness, all except one. From the back of the crowd, the female cultivator who had nearly been violated by the Yi family overseer rose to her feet. She cast a deep, lingering glance at Yi Qingchen before turning toward a branching tunnel. Moments later, she returned, hauling a basket of spirit stones. Thud, thud, thud. Not just one basket. Behind her trailed 2 men, their expressions guarded yet resolute. Mainyang, are you certain this boy can lead us out? Even if we can't escape. I'd kill that bastard Yi for what he did to you. Their loyalty to her was evident as they set down their own spirit stones, scrutinizing Yi Qingchen with wary eyes. I'm certain. Mainyang's voice was firm, her lips curving into a faint smile as she studied his face. If not for him, I would have taken my own life by now. What? You mean? The realization struck the others. The fire earlier had been Yi Qingchen's doing. All right. Kid, you've got guts. The burly miner who had dragged Yi Qingchen into the tunnel clapped him on the shoulder before striding off toward another passage. For your courage alone, I don't care if you can get us out or not. A day without food won't kill me. His departure signaled his intent to retrieve more spirit stones. The fatty is right. You've got spine, boy. I'll risk a day's hunger too. Hunger's the least of it. Those Yi bastards will whip us raw. But our hides are thick. They want to break us. Hell, we can't use these stones anyway. Better they go to this lad than those tyrants who lord over us. One by one, the miners dispersed, gathering their hidden caches for Yi Qingchen. What crime did you commit? Yi Qingchen turned to Mainyang and her companions, his gaze steady. Who said we committed any crime? We're innocent. The square-jawed man behind her spat, fury darkening his features. If you think we're criminals, then don't touch the stones I dug. The Yi family made us slaves, that's all there is to it. You're also a member of the Yi family, but it seems they don't treat you well, do you? I remember you. Just yesterday, you were beaten to death by Yuan Gang's underlings. Another man with a scar on his face stopped his companion, staring at Yi Qingchen with a scrutinizing gaze. Yi Qingchen paid no attention to the two, his eyes fixed solely on Mainyang. Mainyang, with a bitter smile, explained. We're sworn siblings. We formed a mercenary group in Qingshi City, hunting demonic beasts and gathering spirit herbs to earn spirit stones. But the Yi family accused us of stealing their spirit stones and captured all 3 of us. I see. Yi Qingchen nodded, tossing away the 2 depleted spirit stones in his hand before picking up 2 fresh ones. He said to the trio, don't worry. I'll avenge this injustice for you. With that, he closed his eyes and silently began opening the sword meridians in his body. This time, to save time, he deliberately set aside separate spirit stones for the fragment of the eternal tower in his left palm, preventing it from siphoning his hard-earned energy. The effect was evident. With the spirit stones, condensed essences of heaven and earth, the fragment of the eternal tower ceased its relentless plundering of Yi Qingchen's cultivated power, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. Seeing Yi Qingchen immersed in his training, Mainyang and the other 2 exchanged glances, their faces etched with astonishment, before swiftly retreating to other mining tunnels. Soon, baskets of spirit stones were hauled in by the enslaved miners. Of course, not all of them trusted Yi Qingchen, but under Mainyang's threats, and fueled by their deeper hatred for the Yi family overseers, they kept silent about the events unfolding in the mines. After all, it wasn't them starving or being whipped. These miners adopted a detached, almost theatrical indifference as they continued their labor. Time to eat, you worthless scum. Bring out the spirit stones you've dug, unless you want me to drag you out myself. You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn any longer. And you'll taste the whip. Half an hour later, the blazing tent was extinguished, but the Yi family overseers, seething with suppressed rage, were eager to vent their fury on the miners. Is this even 50 pounds of spirit stones? Huh? Trying to cheat us? Beat them. Don't hit me. This basket really has 50 pounds. Soon, agonized screams and the crack of whips echoed outside the mine. These were the miners who had doubted Yi Qingchen, now hauling their hard-won spirit stones in hopes of a meal. Instead, they were met with a trough of slop and a merciless lashing, each one bearing the marks of cruelty. A few had considered betraying Yi Qingchen's secret, but after enduring the Yi family's brutality, they swallowed their words. Now, They watched the tunnel where Yi Qingchen remained with cold detachment, silently hoping he would emerge and slaughter every last one of their tormentors. Time slipped by, and the afternoon waned. Something is wrong. Why haven't those fellows come out yet? Do they intend to starve to death inside the mine? The waiting of these mining slaves soon bore fruit, for that very evening, the overseer of the Yi family finally noticed something amiss. You there? Go inside and drag out those slaves who failed to submit their spirit stones at noon. I want to ask them where they've hidden the stones they mined today. Normally, these slaves were obedient, submitting their spirit stones punctually, never daring to slack off or steal, for those who did had been dealt with harshly. But today, for the first time in years, over a dozen slaves had holed up in the mine, refusing to submit their stones twice in a row. Moreover, Yuan Gang and his men still hadn't returned. Combined with the sudden fire in his tent at noon, Yi Tianlin felt an uneasy premonition creeping into his heart. No need to come in. Just then, a youthful voice rang out from the mine entrance he had been staring at. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of footsteps treading over loose gravel followed, steady, unhurried, yet brimming with an undeniable force that made Yi Tianlin instinctively hold his breath. Under the flickering torchlight, watched by both the Yi clansmen and the gathered slaves, the silhouette of a young man gradually emerged. Chapter 7. Instant kill of Yi Tianlin. Yi Qingchen. Upon clearly seeing the figure emerging step by step from the mine shaft, Yi Tianlin couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The unease in his heart surged to its peak at that very moment. Hadn't Yi Qingchen already been beaten to death by Yuan Gang and his men? How could he be standing before him, alive and well? You, how are you here? Filled with bewilderment, Yi Tianlin instinctively blurted out the question, his face a mask of disbelief at the sight of Yi Qingchen still breathing. As expected. You were in on it. Yi Qingchen smirked coldly, savoring the surging power coursing through his 27 sword apertures. His icy gaze fixed on Yi Tianlin as he uttered, of course, I've come to claim your lives. What? Catching the murderous intent in Yi Qingchen's tone, Yi Tianlin stiffened momentarily before his expression darkened. You wretched Yi Qingchen, a disgrace to the Yi ancestors. Exiled to the spirit mine mountain, yet still unrepentant. How dare you openly threaten your own clansmen? You are beyond redemption. Today, in the name of the Yi family head, I shall enforce the clan's discipline and execute you on the spot. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Tianlin signaled 50 Yi clansmen to encircle Yi Qingchen. By now, Yi Tianlin had regained his composure. Though uncertain of what mishap befell Yuan Gang and his men, one thing was clear, Yi Qingchen had survived. If that was the case, he would take matters into his own hands. With his cultivation at the 5th level of the true core realm, he refused to believe Yi Qingchen could pose any real threat. Moreover, this brat was marked for death by the family head. Eliminating him under the guise of righteousness would surely earn him substantial rewards from the clan. Hey, aren't you all Yi clansmen? Isn't it shameless for so many of you to gang up on one man? Just as the 50 clansmen cornered Yi Qingchen at the mine entrance, an untimely voice rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Damn it, it's Fatty. Fatty, have you lost your mind? Get over here. This is the Yi family's affair. What's it to you? The group of mining slaves stared at the chubby figure peeking out from behind Yi Qingchen, convinced that this glutton who thrived on slop must have gone mad. Well, Pang Fugui, seems you've no intention of leaving the Yi family's spirit mine mountain. This wretch already stole our Yi family's spirit stones, and now he dares to collude with Yi Qingchen? Leave the mine. In his dreams. Pang Fugui, since you've thrown your lot in with Yi Qingchen, you can die alongside him. The Yi clansmen hurled furious rebukes at the portly slave, simultaneously unleashing their cultivation auras. Though their strength barely reached the meridian opening and Qi-Si realms, Yi Qingchen's reputation as the useless trash of Qingstone City was common knowledge. Now they faced Yi Qingchen alone, their minds consumed only by thoughts of how to kill him, without the slightest trace of fear. Enough nonsense. Pang Fugui has conspired with Yi Qingchen in an attempt to murder me, an elder of the Yi clan. According to the clan's laws, they shall be executed without mercy. Yi Tianlin's voice thundered with disdain. He couldn't even be bothered to spare a glance at Pang Fugui. What was a mere mining slave worth? Dead or alive? Who would dare seek justice from the Yi clan for such a lowly existence? The true prize was Yi Qingchen. His life could be exchanged for substantial rewards within the clan. Triple. Yuanli sword. Yet, the moment Yi Tianlin's words fell, Yi Qingchen abruptly raised his right hand. Fingers extended like a blade, unleashing a series of sword auras. After cultivating in the mine for most of the day, Yi Qingchen had successfully opened 27 sword apertures in his right hand. This was the technique of the Sword Emperor. In the early stages of martial cultivation, 27 sword apertures corresponded to the total Yuanli capacity of a 9th-stage true core realm warrior, coupled with the superior quality of Yuanli granted by this technique. Even before Yi Qingchen had opened his Qi Si to compress his energy, the potency of his Yuanli already surpassed that of Yi Tianlin, who practiced an ordinary technique by several times. SSSH. 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 27 sword auras erupted from his apertures, swiftly merging midair and condensing threefold into a single, lethal strike. Thud. In the next instant, the sword aura pierced directly through Yu Tianlin's forehead, extinguishing his life force in an instant. Instant annihilation. Even in death. The cruel smirk remained frozen on Yi Tianlin's face, as if he had still been envisioning Yi Qingchen's demise at the hands of the 50 Yi clan branch disciples. Yet reality decreed otherwise. It was he who had fallen. Thump. His corpse collapsed stiffly before Yi Qingchen, not even stirring a wisp of dust. Good heavens! Pang Fugui, who had been standing nearby, recoiled in terror at the sight of Yi Tianlin's lifeless, unblinking eyes. Ah, Elder Tianlin, he's dead. How is this possible? Uncle Tianlin was a mid-stage true core realm expert. The 50 branch disciples erupted in panicked cries, struggling to comprehend the scene before them, staring at the fallen body. Their shock was laced with an inexpressible dread. But Yi Qingchen granted them no time to recover. After executing Yi Tianlin, he turned toward the mine shaft behind him and declared, "One's destiny is never bestowed by others. It must be seized by one's own hands." Hearing these words, Mei Yang and the other two inside the mine were the first to react, swiftly emerging from the shadows. "Brothers, these Yi clan warriors have oppressed us long enough. Today marks the dawn of our rebellion. Slay them all and escape the spirit mine mountain." With a resounding cry, the alluring woman exuded an air of heroic valor despite her feminine demeanor. Yi Tianlin is dead. These Yi family warriors are mere Qi Si realm cultivators at best. They cannot stop us. Brothers, after enduring their oppression for so long, the hour of our vengeance has arrived. The square-jawed man and the scar-faced fellow echoed her rallying cry, raising their arms in fervor. The trio charged headlong toward the nearest Yu clansmen, though their cultivation was modest. The targeted Yu family members were equally unremarkable in strength, still reeling from the shock of Yi Tianlin's demise. Before they could react, the three had already struck them down. A wave of unrest surged through the spirit or minds as the enslaved miners erupted in fury. Kill them. Escape the mines. These wretches, emboldened by the Yi family's backing, have treated us like beasts. I've had enough. Today, we exact vengeance and reclaim our freedom. Roars of defiance filled the air as the miners seized their iron picks and shovels, surging toward the detested Yi clansmen. Whoosh boom. Amidst the uprising triggered by Yi Tianlin's death, a dazzling firework suddenly streaked into the sky from the hands of a Yi family overseer. It was a signal flare, designed to alert the clan of any disturbances in the mines so they could respond swiftly. Watching the firework burst overhead, Yi Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a streak of sword qi, instantly silencing the messenger. Chapter 8. Pang Fugui. Don't kill me. The Yi family will never let you get away with this. The Yi family's mining slaves numbered over 100, far outnumbering the 50 or so collateral clan members stationed there to suppress them. The only reason the slaves had been kept in check was the absence of any true core realm experts among them. Previously, it was solely Yi Tianlin's oppressive presence that maintained order, but with Yi Tianlin slain by Yi Qingchen on the spot, and Mei Yang and her two companions inciting a rebellion among the slaves, those 50 low-ranking Yi clansmen were swiftly massacred. In less than half an hour, every last one of them lay dead. Those who had particularly enjoyed whipping the slaves or humiliating Mei Yang and her companions met especially gruesome ends, some not even leaving behind intact corpses. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the Great War of Yi Qingchen's past life. In this battle, Yi Qingchen had not intervened much, merely eliminating a few Yu clansmen who charged at him and the one who had released the signal flare. Observing the carnage from a distance, he couldn't help but recall the decade-long siege he had endured in his previous life, betrayed by his 18 divine generals and surrounded by countless Emperor realm experts from the 9 realms. A fleeting epiphany crossed his mind, but before he could ponder it deeply, a heavy slap on his shoulder snapped him back to reality. "Hey, little brother, you all right?" A grimy, round face leaned in, none other than Pang Fugui, the man everyone called Fatty. "I'm fine." Yi Qingchen glanced at him, then raised his voice as he felt the gazes of the other slaves upon him. The Yi clansmen sent up a signal flare. In about half an hour, their core members will arrive. If you value your lives, flee now. Freeing them had been part of his agreement with Mei Yang and the others. Though some slaves hadn't handed over the spirit stones they'd mined, Yi Qingchun paid them no mind. In his view, Mei Yang's group would need decoys to divert attention for their own escape, and those slaves would serve adequately as cannon fodder. Of course, if those slaves knew when to quit, they might still have a chance to survive. Brother Yi, thank you. Mei Yang met his gaze with startling clarity, her exhaustion from the battle evident yet her resolve unwavering. She didn't even glance at the spirit stones scattered nearby. Ah, Brother Yi, I misunderstood you earlier. The square-jawed man scratched his head sheepishly. I've got a big mouth. Don't hold it against me. His tone was thick with guilt. Brother Yi, Lu Yun, can never repay this life-saving grace. The scar-faced man said more resolutely, clasping his fists in solemn salute. May we meet again someday. Take care. With that, he grabbed his two companions and vanished swiftly into the wilderness. Brother Yi, thank you for saving me. Brother Yi, we owe you our lives. You should leave too. Indeed. Those Yi clan members will surely not let you off. Fleeing now is still an option. Witnessing Mei Yang and the others depart without Yi Qingchun obstructing them, the remaining miners grew fervent. Some expressed solemn gratitude to Yi Qingchun, others knelt and kowtowed, while a few urged him to leave with them. Yet there were those who, seizing the moment when Yi Qingchun's attention was diverted, stealthily pocketed handfuls of spirit stones before slipping away. 1 led to 10. And soon a considerable number had done the same. By the time they had all vanished, nearly a third of the spirit stones collected by the Yi clan had been pilfered. TSK, those shameless wretches. Pang Fugue grumbled. When you demanded the stones earlier, not only did they refuse to hand them over, some even intended to report to the Yi clan. And now, after regaining their freedom thanks to you, they still couldn't resist stealing on their way out. Listening to Pang Fugue's complaints, Yi Qingchun's lips curled into a faint, derisive smile. Rest assured, those who think only of themselves will inevitably reap what they sow. Reap what they sow. They stuffed themselves full. Are you saying they burst from all those spirit stones? Pang Fugue scoffed dismissively as he hauled basket after basket of stones before Yi Qingchun. Yi Qingchun shook his head. The miners who had taken the stones were the very ones who had refused to surrender them when he had asked earlier. Not that their choice was entirely wrong, but such people, consumed by self-interest even in adversity, would only amplify their greed once freed. A pity. Though this Yu clan's spirit mine was ordinary, yielding only low-grade stones, the aura of spirit stones would be unmistakable to any martial artist at the Qi realm. Thus, if the Yi clan discovered the disturbance at the mine, their first suspicion would fall upon the miners. They would likely dispatch their clansmen to scour the entire mountain. Mei Yang and the others carried no stones in such a vast mine. They could easily hide until Yi Qingchun dealt with the Yi clan's forces, ensuring their escape. But those who had taken the stones? Before Yi Qingchun even needed to strike down the Yi clan's pursuers, they would be the first to perish. That was why Yi Qingchun had not stopped them. Damn. You're right. The Yi clan is ruthless. Pang Fugue shuddered at the thought. Yi Qingchun came back to his senses upon hearing these words and turned his gaze toward Pang Fugue. Only then did he realize that not only was he the sole remaining figure in the spirit mine, but Pang Fugue had also lingered. Sensing his stare, Pang Fugue stiffened abruptly, then hastily raised a hand to theatrically slap his own mouth. Apologies. I was referring to those from the Yi family of Qingstone City. Not you. He had just accused the Yi family members of ruthless cruelty, yet was the youth before him not also of the Yi bloodline? Moreover, Yi Qingchun had just slain 50 Yi clansmen, along with Yi Tianlin. Did that not precisely validate his claim? Why haven't you left yet? Yi Qingchun frowned. Was this man unafraid of death? It made little sense. Earlier, Pang Fugue had dragged him into the mine tunnels to evade the wrath of the Yi family. Clearly a man of timid disposition. At the question, Pang Fugue scratched his head and offered an awkward chuckle. I don't wish to leave. I want to follow you henceforth, serve as your subordinate, attend to your needs, and so forth. What say you? Yi Qingchun. Chapter 9. The Devouring Spirit Physique. To be honest, even Yi Qingchun found it difficult to follow the fat man's train of thought. Why were you captured by the Yi family? Due to the betrayal of the 18 divine generals, Yi Qingchun had no intention of taking on any more followers. However, Pang Fugue's temperament was decent, and since fate had brought them together, he didn't mind bestowing some fortune upon him. That is a long story. Seeing an opportunity, Pang Fugue instinctively wanted to play coy. Then don't say it. Unfortunately, Yi Qingchun's single sentence nearly shattered his composure. I'll speak right now. My only virtue is speed. Watching as Yi Qichen picked up a spirit stone and sat cross-legged to resume his cultivation, Pang Fugui hurriedly recounted his tale. I'm an orphan, raised on the kindness of strangers. My meridians were naturally blocked, so I couldn't cultivate martial arts. Unable to find work in the city, I survived by gathering herbs and hunting in the sunset forest outside Qingstone City. But a year ago, I dug up a blood-red pearl, thinking it was a treasure. I brought it to the city to trade. Instead, the Yi family captured me. They claimed the pearl was a token of their clansmen, since I had it. They accused me of murdering one of their own and sentenced me to execution to uphold their family's dignity. If not for the townsfolk testifying that my blocked meridians made martial arts impossible, thus proving I couldn't have killed a Yi clansman, I'd be nothing but bones by now. No, wait. The Yi family is so ruthless. I mean, the Qingstone City Yi family. They wouldn't even bother burying me. My corpse would been devoured by wild dogs, leaving no remains. At this point, Pang Fugui crouched beside Yi Qichen, tugging at his hair and muttering, though my blocked meridians have plagued me for nearly 20 years. You're so powerful. I thought maybe you could make me a martial artist? In this world, commoners' lives mean nothing. Qingstone City has a lord's manor. But when warriors from the Yi, Su, or Lin families kill, no one dares question it. If you can make me a warrior, I'll not only be your subordinate, I'll even serve as your mount. With hopeful eyes, Pang Fugui stared at Yi Qichen, who crushed the now-depleted spirit stone in his hand. I have no interest in taking subordinates. Pang Fugui's head drooped, his spirit deflating. However, I can make you a martial artist. Yi Qichen gazed at the pitiable figure of the plump young man before him, his thoughts drifting to his own past life. As Pang Fugui lifted his head with an expression of fervent emotion, Yi extended a single finger and pressed it against the center of the man's forehead. At this moment, while continuing to unlock more sword apertures within his physical form, Yi Qichen was also focusing on cultivating a new sea of qi within his body. This sea of qi was supported by the meridians formed from his sword apertures, ensuring that even if his channels were shattered by the Yi family, it would have no effect. On the contrary, the number of sword apertures he could potentially unlock reached an astonishing 108,000, far surpassing the number of meridians an ordinary martial artist could open during the Meridian Passage realm. The sea of qi he was now forming through this method essentially granted him an ever-evolving foundation for his martial path. Even Yi Qichen himself could not predict just how formidable his strength would become in the future. However, after channeling a wisp of primordial energy to examine Pang Fugui's physical condition, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Qingchen's expression. You possess the devouring spirit calamity physique. Devouring spirit calamity physique? Hearing the astonishment in Yi Qingchen's voice, Pang Fugui blinked nervously, not daring to move. Is that some kind of terrible affliction? To Pang Fugui, if even Yi Qichen was startled by his condition, it must be something extraordinary. A look of despair immediately surfaced on his face. Yet Yi Qichen shook his head, his tone carrying a mysterious weight. The devouring spirit calamity physique is indeed an affliction, but it is also an exceedingly rare and unique constitution. Yi Qichen was all too familiar with this physique. One of his former divine generals had possessed it. The difference was, under Yi Qingchen's guidance and assistance, that individual had cultivated the devouring spirit calamity physique to its peak, becoming an immensely powerful warrior who ranked 9th among his 18 divine generals. The true strength of this physique lay in its ability to devour spiritual energy. Before being awakened, this constitution would ceaselessly consume the natural spiritual energy its host attempted to gather, preventing them from ever stepping onto the martial path. Many would mistake it for an innate blocked meridian condition, dooming the bearer to mediocrity. Pang Fugui was precisely such a case. And Yi Qichen was certain this Pang Fugui was not the same man who had once betrayed him. Then, is there still hope for me? Noticing the shift in Yi Qingchen's expression, Pang Fugui swallowed hard, his voice trembling with nervous anticipation. Of course there is. Yi Qichen withdrew his finger, now completely certain that Pang Fugui indeed possessed the devouring spirit calamity physique. But, should he truly guide this man onto the martial path? Yi Qichen knew all too well that once he helped Pang Fugui embark on this journey, the man would not stop at something as trivial as the true core realm. He was certain, if Pang Fugui began cultivating, he would one day shake the 9 realms with his name. Yet, the last person he had nurtured to master this very physique had betrayed him. Thud. As Yi Qingchen's thoughts swirled in his mind, a dull thud suddenly resonated before him. What are you doing? Yichichin narrowed his eyes and saw Pang Fuguwei pressing his forehead against the unyielding stone floor with such force that blood had already begun to seep out. Yet, Pang Fuguwei seemed utterly oblivious to the pain, his brow pressed firmly against the ground as he spoke in a muffled, fervent voice. Little brother. No, Boss Yi. From this day forth, I, Pang Fuguwei, shall be your follower, your subordinate, your servant. My life is yours to command. If you bid me go east, I shall never turn west. If you order me up the mountain, I shall never descend to the sea. If you demand my death, I shall not cling to life. I beg of you, make me a martial warrior. With that, Pang Fuguwei lifted his blood-streaked, round face and bowed deeply to Yichichin once more. Chapter 10. The Indestructible Path of Extremes. Enough. Yichichin pressed his hand on Pang Fuguwei's shoulder, a complex glint flashing in his eyes as he channeled his primordial energy. Since I promised to guide you onto the martial path, I shall honor my word. As for following me, forget it. Having learned from past betrayals, Yichichin, the former heavenly emperor Yi, had little desire for disciples in this life. Yet a promise made was not one he would break, even if Pang Fuguwei were to betray him in the future. Yichichin was confident he could suppress him just as he had that treacherous divine general. But how can this be? Fatty, silence. Yichichin cut him off sharply before he could plead his loyalty. What comes next may be excruciating. Consider it, being stuffed to death. Pang Fuguwei thumped his chest proudly. Though I grow fat even on slop, I've never once been truly full in my life. Stuffed to death? I can't even imagine. HHHH. His boast ended in a piercing shriek, his round face flushing crimson, eyes bulging as if straining against some unbearable pressure. Yichichin had harnessed the ambient spiritual energy, forcing Pang Fuguwei's devouring spirit curse body into an unprecedented feast. Your inability to cultivate stems from this cursed physique devouring every wisp of spiritual energy you've ever drawn in. As for your weight, it's because your body absorbs only spiritual energy, rejecting all other nourishment. Today, I'll let your curse indulge until your body awakens to the martial path. Yichichin's voice turned solemn. With this constitution, your cultivation will diverge from ordinary warriors. Henceforth, you must forge your path through the body's 108,000 acupoints, channeling spiritual energy to temper your flesh. The more acupoints you unlock, the greater your refinement and your strength. In essence, the devouring spirit curse body's method resembled the sword emperor's heaven-devouring art in opening sword meridians. Yet there was a crucial difference. While Yichichin's sword meridians stored and unleashed energy at will, Pang Fuguwei's cursed body would endlessly drain ambient energy. Even with all acupoints unlocked, he could never wield that power externally, only turn it inward to temper an indomitable physique. Therefore, Yichichin could not impart the Sword Emperor's devouring heaven technique to Pang Fuguwei. Instead, he could only pass on the cultivation method he had created in his previous life for the devouring spirit calamity body, the supreme path of immortality. Though in the early stages of martial cultivation, your strength might lag slightly behind warriors of the same realm, do not underestimate the potential of your physical body. The further you progress, the more formidable your physical power will become. By the time you reach the cave heaven realm, your bodily strength may even allow you to contend against multiple ordinary warriors of the same level. This is your path of body cultivation, one without predecessors to guide you. You must forge ahead through your own exploration. Of course, Yichichin spoke these words casually. In truth, body cultivators were not uncommon across the 9 realms. Yet, those who had reached profound heights while possessing the devouring spirit calamity body numbered only one, the very divine general who had betrayed Yichichin. He had no intention of nurturing another traitor, and thus, he would not impart that individual's cultivation insights to Pang Fuguwei in full. Huff, 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 as Yichichin channeled his primordial energy to guide the surrounding spiritual chi toward Pang Fuguwei, the entire spiritual mind of the Yi clan trembled, its essence surging violently into the young man's body. Pang Fuguwei writhed in agony, his body drenched in sweat, while a viscous layer of black impurities oozed from his pores. These were the accumulated toxins within his flesh. For nearly 2 decades, Pang Fuguwei had been unable to set foot on the martial path, leaving his body unrefined. But now, with Yichin's assistance in drawing vast amounts of spiritual chi, his devouring spirit calamity body feasted, purging years of stagnation in a single cleansing. As the foul impurities were expelled, Pang Fuguwei's once bulky frame, weighing over 180 pounds, visibly withered before their eyes. Activate the technique I've taught you. Guide the spiritual chi yourself and begin opening your body's acupoints. In the span of a quarter hour, Pang Fuguwei had completed the body refinement process. With a firm command, Yi Qingqian simultaneously activated his own foundational cultivation method, the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Emperor technique. Unlike the Sword Emperor's Devouring Heaven technique, which focused on tempering the flesh by guiding qi to unlock acupoints, the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Emperor technique emphasized drawing vast quantities of spiritual energy into the body, compressing it within. Thus, in terms of efficiency in gathering spiritual qi, Yi Qingqian's foundational method reigned supreme. Though Pang Fugui endured excruciating torment, he heeded Yi Qingqian's instruction, the supreme path of immortality now imprinted within his consciousness. With a guttural roar, Pang Fugui initiated the core principles of the technique. The spiritual energy Yi Qingqian had channeled into him became the foundation for its circulation. As he willed the method into motion, the surrounding qi surged toward his flesh, converging upon his body in a torrent. Moreover, the 9 Revolutions Celestial Emperor technique activated by Yi Qingqian was simultaneously assisting Pang Fugui in channeling the surrounding spiritual energy. In this moment, over half of the spiritual essence from the Yi family's spirit mind was being absorbed by Pang Fugui. During this period, Yi Qingqian also divided his focus, initiating the formation of a martial qi si within his own body. Consequently, the spirit stones within the Yi family's mind were being depleted at an alarming rate. As for the few baskets of spirit stones freshly excavated by the mining slaves that day, their spiritual energy had long been exhausted, reduced to mere worthless rocks. Quick! By the Patriarch's order, surround the entire spirit mine. If those wretched slaves dare to cause trouble, they will surely steal the spirit stones and flee. Sense the aura of the stones carefully. These lowly scum actually dare to stir chaos in the Yi family's spirit mine. They must have a death wish. The Patriarch has decreed that any slave caught stealing spirit stones and attempting escape shall be executed on the spot, without mercy. Meanwhile, under the Patriarch's command, members of the Yi clan had already arrived at the base of the spirit mine, spreading out and advancing step by step up the mountain. Naturally, along the way, they were also hunting down the fleeing slaves. Just as Yi Qingqian had anticipated, those slaves who had taken spirit stones with them upon leaving were now meeting their doom. Chapter 11. Ascension to the True Core Realm. Don't kill me. I surrender. I'll go back with you. You still want to kill me even after I surrendered? You damned bastards of the Yi family. I'll fight you to the death. Indeed, night had already fallen, though the vision of martial artists far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. The rugged terrain of the Spirit Mine Mountain, overgrown with jagged rocks and thorny brambles, made it no easy task for those below the True Core Realm to locate the hiding miners. Yet, driven by greed, these miners had first doubted Yi Qingqian's ability to help them escape the Yi family's spirit mine, handing over all the spirit stones they had dug up. After Yi Qingqian slew Yi Tianlin and his men, they remained unsatisfied with mere freedom, stuffing their pockets with spirit stones before fleeing. Thus, to the approaching Yi family martial artists, they stood out like beacons in the dark. Without even needing torches, these more skilled pursuers swiftly hunted down the miners. Despite desperate pleas for mercy, the Yi family showed no leniency, slaughtering them on the spot. These fools, truly pitiable, muttered the square-faced man hidden in the shadows. Hearing the miners' agonized screams, pitiable? Mainyang shot him a glare, her voice laced with scorn. Selfish wretches, the lot of them. Were it not for young Master Ye's mercy, they'd still be toiling in the mines. And after gaining their freedom, they dared to steal spirit stones he clearly needed. Greed blinds men to their doom, she spat. Did they truly believe others would spare them as he did? They deserved their fate. The square-faced man fell silent, realizing the truth in her words. Sure, the Yi family approaches. Stay quiet. The scarred man tugged them deeper into the thicket. Unlike the miners, the trio had surrendered their spirit stones to Yi Qingqian when he needed them, taking nothing as they fled, grateful for his salvation. The dense brambles they hid had seemed too inhospitable for concealment, allowing them to evade detection. Yet they lingered, unwilling to leave, for Yi Qingqian remained on the mountain. With the Yi family's arrival, his inevitable confrontation would erupt into a storm of blood. May young Master Yi emerge unscathed, Mainyang whispered, not out of selfishness, but knowing his feud with the Yi family was a battle to the death. Otherwise, after killing Yi Tianlin, Yi Qingqian would have been the first to leave. The fact that he remained clearly indicated his determination to exact vengeance upon the Yi family. I have already set you on the path of martial cultivation. You should leave now, the Yi family is approaching. Just as Mainyang and the other two evaded the search of the Yi family warriors atop the spirit mine, Yi Qingqian rose from before Pang Fugui. At this moment, Yi Qingqian had not only successfully opened his martial qi si, but had also utilized the abundant spiritual energy of the Yi family's spirit mind to compress and solidify the primal force within his body. Advancing to the true core realm. Though only at the first revolution of the true core realm, the initial stage, and still 4 minor realms weaker than the deceased Yu Tianlin, Yi Qingqian's strength had multiplied several times over. Now, facing the Yi family, whose strongest members barely reached the peak of the true core realm, he no longer needed to compress his primal force to amplify its power. Because the martial true core he had refined through the 9 revolutions, Heavenly Emperor art inherently granted him the ability to contend against 9 foes at once. How could I? Hearing Yi Qingqian's warning, Pang Fuguei abruptly stood up, his face alight with fervor. I, Fatty, have always been a man of my word. I said I would be your subordinate, and so I shall. Now that I've become a martial artist, you intend to deal with the Yi family, don't you? I can help you eliminate their lackeys too. As he spoke, Pang Fuguei clenched his fists, a unique aura radiating from his body, though not overwhelmingly strong. This aura signified that he had fully crossed the threshold of mortality, becoming a true martial artist. Moreover, Pang Fuguei's physique had undergone a drastic transformation. His once plump and rounded frame had slimmed considerably, and his stature seemed to have grown slightly taller. Ah, why do I feel so dizzy? Just as Pang Fuguei passionately declared his loyalty and prepared to face the approaching Yi family alongside Yi Qingqian, his body suddenly swayed. Staggering backward, he collapsed onto the ground. Hiss. What is happening to me? It said that after becoming a martial artist, the body becomes hundreds, even thousands of times stronger than immortal S? Why do I feel even weaker than before? Pang Fuguei stared blankly at Yi Qingqian, bewildered. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqian continued refining the last remnants of the spirit mind S, or with his 9 revolutions Heavenly Emperor art before addressing him. You're nearly 20 years old. Only now embarking on the martial path. Moreover, you've advanced from the body-tempering realm to the Qi Si realm, opening a full 120 acupoints. The impurities expelled from your body are excessive, hence this weakness. Pang Fuguei's devouring spirit calamity body followed the path of physical cultivation. The acupoints opened through the supreme, unyielding art were entirely different from the sword apertures forged by the sword emperor devouring heaven art. Why was it named calamity? Because for Pang Fuguei to reach higher realms, he would have to exert far more effort than an ordinary martial artist. In essence, Pang Fuguei must unlock 100 acupoints to complete his cultivation in the meridian opening realm. Unlocking 200 acupoints signifies mastery of the Qi Si realm, while 300 acupoints mark the attainment of the true core realm. To ascend further into the divine transformation realm, Pang Fuguei faces the formidable challenge of unlocking 1,000 acupoints. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqian has merely unlocked 30 sword acupoints. Yet his reserve of primordial energy already begins to rival that of warriors in the divine transformation realm. This stark contrast reveals that the devouring spirit calamity body is far from a fortunate constitution. This also explains why the traitorous divine general who betrayed Yi Qingqian could only reach the half-step great emperor realm. The limitations of his physical body and cultivation techniques confined his progress, unless he shattered the boundaries of his flesh and forged his own path to the great emperor realm. Yet such a feat is undeniably an arduous endeavor. Chapter 12. Second Aunt Yumingwei, so that's how it is. You gave me quite a fright. What should I do now? Pang Fuguei, not one to overthink, immediately relaxed upon hearing Yi Qingqian's explanation. He straightened himself with effort. Leave this place. Go down the mountain and find somewhere to eat a few proper meals. Yi Qingqian spoke while giving Pang Fuguei a deep, meaningful glance before suddenly raising his hand in a swift motion. Thud-ah. The next moment, Pang Fuguei was sent flying by Yi Qingqian's spiritual energy, tumbling down the slope into a thicket of brambles. The razor-sharp thorns shredded his clothes to tatters, yet left his skin unscathed. Nevertheless, Pang Fuguei had already lost consciousness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within 10 breaths of Pang Fuguei being flung away, Yi family martial artists emerged from all directions. That person. Isn't that Yi Qingqian? What? How is that good-for-nothing still alive? One after another, the Yi clansmen gasped in shock upon seeing the lone figure standing atop the spirit or mountain. They had initially assumed it was either rebellious miners or rogue cultivators attempting to plunder the Yi family spirit stones, and thus had prepared for a fierce battle. Yet now, before them stood only the former family disgrace, Yi Qingqian, whose name had been struck from the clan registry and whose cultivation had been crippled. Wait, look over there. Aren't those the corpses of Yilang and the others? By the heavens, they're all dead. That's Uncle Tianlin's body. Even Uncle Tianlin has fallen. Soon, the Yi family warriors snapped out of their daze, taking in the sight of their clansmen's lifeless forms scattered across the ground. What? Tianlin is dead? At that moment, three figures leaped forth from the crowd, landing at the forefront of the 100-strong assembly of Yi family martial artists. No, this group of over 100 was not composed solely of Yi family members. Among them were warriors from the Su family as well. Second aunt. Fourth uncle? Yi Qingxin's gaze shifted, settling first on the man and woman leading the group before turning to the Su family martialist he recognized. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. Su Taizan? All three were at the late-stage true core realm, serving as pillars of their respective families. Yi Qingxin's second aunt, Yi Mingwei, had reached the 8th revolution of the true core realm, while his fourth uncle, Yi Qianquan, was similarly at the 8th revolution. Su Tieshan's cultivation was slightly lower, yet he had attained the 7th revolution, coupled with the 100-odd warriors from both families at the Qi Si realm. It was evident that the Yi family placed immense importance on the spirit or mountain. However, with Yi Qingxin's strength having multiplied severfold, this assembly no longer posed the slightest threat to him. Yi Qingxin? As Yi Qingxin observed the trio, Yi Mingwei also scrutinized him, sensing the martial energy fluctuations emanating from his body. Weren't you stripped of your cultivation by the family head? How have you re-entered the martial path? Second sister. Can't you see? Yi Qianquan sneered coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Qingxin, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. This place is the Yi family's spirit mine. Any fortuitous encounter he obtained here rightfully belongs to us. His words were clearly directed at Su Taizan, who stood nearby. The latter chuckled awkwardly. Rest assured, both of you. The Yi and Su families are now allied by marriage. I am merely here under the family head's orders to assist in suppressing the rebellion in the spirit mine. Naturally, I want to interfere in Yi family affairs. Ha. Brother Su is indeed sensible. This is indeed our family's internal matter. Yi Qianquan laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with Su Taizan's compliance. Without any pretense, the two had already laid claim to whatever fortune Yi Qingxin might have obtained. Though Yi Mingwei frowned slightly, she said nothing further, instead fixing Yi Qingxin with a cold stare. Yi Qingxin, did you kill these Yi clansmen? A derisive chuckle escaped Yi Qingxin's lips as he enunciated each word deliberately. Isn't it obvious? And the Yi clansmen I've killed are not limited to just them. Yi Mingwei's brows furrowed deeper. I never imagined you would become such a ruthless villain. What, do you intend to kill us as well? Second sister, don't jest. Yi Qianquan burst into raucous laughter, his expression brimming with disdain. This bastard is nothing but trash, even with the spirit jade. It took him 18 years just to reach the 3rd level of the Meridian opening realm. Even if he stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter now, how could a sparrow ever transform into a phoenix? Can trash truly become a genius? Fourth brother Yi speaks the truth, Su Taizan added, shaking his head with a look of contempt. No matter how extraordinary the opportunity, it still depends on one's innate talent and comprehension. And Yi Qingxin, his tone dripped with mockery, is indeed a worthless waste. Laughter erupted among the martial artists of the Yi and Su families, with 3 late-stage true core realm experts present. Even if Yu Tianlin and those 50 Yu clansmen had truly fallen to Yi Qingxin, they felt no fear. After all, Yu Tianlin, for all his prowess, had only reached the 5th revolution of the true core realm, far inferior to the strength of Yi Mingwei and the others. And among their 100-strong force, every single one had attained the Sea of Qi realm, their collective might far surpassing those 50 Yi clansmen. Yi Qingxin might be strong, but could he truly contend against 3 late-stage true core realm experts along with their 100-strong entourage? Chuckles second aunt, you've been muddle-headed for half your life. Yet now you've had a rare moment of clarity. Amidst the raucous laughter of the crowd, Yi Qingxin spoke. A simple sentence silenced the jeers of the 100 warriors from the Yi and Su families. Yet upon his face lingered a faint, serene smile as he strode forward under the watchful gazes of Yi Mingwei and the others. Yi Qingxin, do you truly intend to continue slaughtering your own kin? Yi Mingwei's brows furrowed tightly, her eyes brimming with disappointment as she stared at his approaching figure. You are the orphan child of my 3rd brother. Despite the disgrace you brought upon the Yi family, I pleaded with the patriarch to spare your life, if only to prevent my brother's lineage from ending with you. Must you truly disappoint me so? Within the Yi family, Yi Mingwei had indeed been the sole one to show him any kindness. Yet her mind was too simple, too naive to perceive the schemes and malice the rest of the Yi clan harbored against him. Even now, she remained convinced that Yi Qingxin had indeed spied on his own younger sister bathing, attempting an act so vile it defied all morality. Never once had she questioned whether he might have been framed. though I am no longer a member of the Yi family. Out of respect for the mercy you once begged on my behalf, I will not kill you. Yi Qichen couldn't be bothered to explain himself to a woman like Yu Mingwei. Her understanding was rigid, unyielding. What good would proving his innocence do now? To clear his name would require his cousin, Yi Zimei of the Yi family's main branch, to confess that she had deliberately lured him there that day, only to bathe behind a screen upon his arrival, orchestrating this very conspiracy. Would Yi Zimei ever admit to it? Impossible. And even if, by some miracle, she did, would Yu Mingwen not still deem Yu Qichen a disgrace for dragging the truth into the light? Chapter 13. 10,000 Swords Pay Homage to the Sovereign. Thus, Yi Qichen had never considered proving himself. The only reason he spared Yi Mingyue's life was out of gratitude for the kindness she had once shown his former self. You were utterly incorrigible. Yet Yu Mingwei, oblivious to these thoughts, trembled with rage upon hearing Yi Qingchen's indifferent words, pointing at him as if to unleash another tirade. Second sister, enough. This wretch no longer considers himself a member of the Yi family. Yi Qiankun coldly interrupted her, his gaze frosty as it settled upon Yi Qichen, who now stood 10 paces away. With a dismissive wave, he commanded the warriors of the Yi and Su families. Though we know not what fortuitous encounter this beast has stumbled upon, he has clearly forsaken his humanity, slaying even his own kin. Surround him. Capture this wretched boy. And if he dares resist, show no mercy. In Yi Qiankun's estimation, since Yu Qichen had slain Yi Tianlin, his strength must have reached the mid-stage of the true core realm. With over 100 warriors from the Yi and Su families converging upon him, casualties were inevitable. Yet even if they could not kill him, their combined assault would leave him grievously wounded. Then it would be his turn to act. Once Yu Qichen fell into his grasp, he had countless methods to extract every secret of his fortuitous encounter. As you command, the warriors of the Yi and Su families, upon receiving Yi Qiankun's order, immediately surged forward, their cultivation bases flaring as they unleashed their signature martial techniques. Tiger's roar fist, falling leaf palm. In an instant, phantom tigers and cascading palm strikes converged upon Yu Qichen like a tempest. It seems our intervention is unnecessary. Su Taizan chuckled. His tone relaxed as he watched Yi Qingchen's slender figure about to be swallowed by the storm of martial techniques. Haha, brother Su, do not underestimate him. After all, this boy has slain him. Yi Qiankun's words trailed off as his pupils abruptly contracted, his expression shifting to one of shock. 10,000 swords pay homage to the sovereign. At that moment, amidst the onslaught, Yi Qingchen activated the secret combat technique of the Sword Emperor's devouring heaven art. 10,000 swords pay homage to the sovereign. This was the true battle technique conceived by the Sword Emperor for his supreme art. Swoosh, 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 countless sword energies erupted from the 30 sword apertures within Yi Qingchen's body, transforming into a torrential rain of blades. Like a cyclone, they spiraled outward, sweeping through the battlefield. Having already forged his martial sea and condensed his martial true core, the quality of the spiritual energy stored within his sword energies had undergone a profound metamorphosis. At this very moment, the primordial energy within Yi Qingchen's 30 sword apertures was equivalent to that of a true core realm martial artist, while his cultivation reserves rivaled those of a divine transformation powerhouse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thus, when Yi Qingchen unleashed these sword energies, a single sweeping motion was enough to annihilate the oncoming tiger-shaped strike and palm imprint. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After obliterating the attacks of over 100 warriors from the Yi and Su families, the sword energies returned to Yi Qingchen's apertures, instantly replenishing to their peak state. Immediately, they erupted once more, surging toward the 100 warriors as Yi Qingchen advanced. This was the combat technique of the Sword Emperor devouring heaven art. 10,000 swords pay homage to the sovereign. Though not as formidable as his 9 revolutions heavenly emperor art, this technique was most suited for overwhelming hordes of enemies. Yi Qingchen's expression was icy, 30 sword energies swirling around him. Enhanced by his cultivation, each blade now stretched over 10 feet in length. When layered together, they appeared unremarkable, but the moment he swept his arms forward, the scene transformed entirely. 15 streams of sword energy on each side extended like whips, each 15 zhang long. With a single motion, 30 warriors from the Yi and Su clans were cleaved in half. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After each strike, the sword energies returned to his meridians, replenished by the martial true core condensed within his dantian. Thus, they remained at their peak potency. Every attack claimed 30 lives, unstoppable, merciless. Ah, save me. No. Though the sequence seemed prolonged, it transpired in the blink of an eye. After all, Martial sword energy was not only devastating in power, but also blindingly swift, impossible to evade. Otherwise, how could the Sword Emperor have once reigned as the supreme powerhouse of the Nine Realms, earning even Yi Qingquan's reverence? How is this possible? What realm has this brat reached? No. Yi Qingquan, cease this at once. By the time Yi Qingquan and the other two reacted, the 100 warriors they had brought lay slaughtered. A night breeze swept through the spirit or mountain, carrying the pungent stench of blood to the nostrils of Yi Mingwei and her companions. Despite being late-stage true core experts, the sight of dismembered limbs strewn across the ground twisted their expressions in horror. Yi Mingwei, in particular, clenched her jaw, suppressing the rising nausea. Yet she could not help but double over in retch. Yi Qingquan. Yi Qingquan snapped back to his senses and let out a furious roar, immediately channeling his cultivation power without hesitation. Boom! The 8th-level true core energy erupted from Yi Qingquan's body, transforming into a shockwave that sent Su Taizhan stumbling backward, wave-stepping stride. In the next instant, Yi Qingquan took a single step, and beneath his feet, a surge of frothing waves materialized, propelling him forward at breakneck speed toward Yi Qingquan. Though this Yi family movement technique was also classified as a yellow-rank martial skill, it was far more valuable than the tiger's roar fist. With each step, a crest of waves gathered beneath his feet, amplifying his momentum for the next stride. Second sister, Brother Su, this brat is ruthless. Let us strike together and deny him the chance to pick us off one by one. Midair, Yi Qingquan barked the command to Yi Mingwei and Su Taizhan while simultaneously condensing a blade of pure energy at his fingertips. This energy sword far surpassed the finest tempered steel blades. Not only was it more formidable in power, but it could also be summoned and dismissed at will, making it unpredictable and nearly impossible to guard against. Chapter 14. Defeating 3 true Dan Masters alone. Third brother, forgive me. Your child has fallen into demonic ways, forsaking kinship and reveling in bloodshed. The Yi family cannot allow him to remain. Hearing Yi Qingquan's warning, Yi Mingwei wiped the corner of her mouth and swiftly activated the overlapping wave step, charging toward Yi Qingquan. Spirit Serpent Step. At the same time, Su Taizhan unleashed the Su family's movement technique, his feet slithering like a serpent along an erratic path. Frost visibly crept over his hands as he prepared his strike. Shattering Ice Palm. This was the Su family's sole Earth-rank martial skill, reserved only for those who had reached the true Dan realm. Its power was no less formidable than the Yi family's chasing wind sword art. 3 true Dan late-stage experts attacked almost simultaneously, plunging Yi Qingquan into imminent peril. Yet, as Yi Qingquan's assault reached him first, Yi Qingquan merely smiled faintly. With a sudden backward step, his figure soared into the air. Sky Eagle Strike. At his low command, his form dissolved into a streak of black light, effortlessly evading dozens of Yi Qingquan's sword chi. In the next instant, he materialized behind Su Taizhan and struck the air with his palm. SSSSH. 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 30 beams of sword light erupted like a raging river, shattering Su Tieshan's massive ice palm and sealing off his escape route. The torrent swallowed him whole. In that moment, Yi Qingquan had finally unleashed Sky Eagle Strike, the unparalleled Earth-rank movement technique from his past life, coupled with the combat experience of his former Heavenly Emperor realm. He had instantly discerned the flaw in Su Tieshan's footwork and preemptively sealed his fate. Against sword light infused with true Dan-level energy, Su Taizhan stood no chance. He couldn't even dodge. His next step had already been calculated, and in the blink of an eye, his body was reduced to mincemeat. Su Taizhan, the Su family's true Dan late-stage cultivator, dead. Brother Su. Witnessing Su Tieshan's instantaneous demise, Yi Qingquan's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. A sliver of inexplicable fear crept into his heart, freezing him in hesitation despite knowing his attack had missed. Yi Qingquan, you've succumbed to demonic corruption. You're now a bloodthirsty fiend who kills without remorse. In contrast, Yi Mingwei's gaze brimmed with sorrow as she advanced toward him with overlapping wave step. Forgive your second aunt. The Yi family cannot harbor a disciple like you. If your father knew from beyond the grave. As she spoke, hundreds of sword lights coalesced around her, all locking onto Yi Qingquan. Second aunt, if my father truly knew from beyond the grave, he would never stand idle while the Yi family trampled upon me like this. Yi Qingquan interrupted Yi Mingwei's words with a raised hand, summoning his sword and channeling the Yuan power from his sword aperture. Triple rotation, Yuan power sword. Whoosh. As Yi Qingquan's words fell, 30 streaks of sword light coalesced into a single radiant blade in midair, piercing through Yi Mingyue's dantian with lightning speed. Thud. The next moment, Yi Mingyue spat blood and collapsed heavily onto the ground. My martial Dao True Core. No. That single sword strike had shattered Yi Mingyue's martial Dao True Core and damaged her meridians. From this day forth, she would forever remain a mere Qi realm cultivator, never again reclaiming her true core realm strength, unless she encountered some heaven-defying fortune to mend her meridians, though in Yi Qingqian's eyes, such a possibility was non-existent. After all, Qingstone City was far too small, so small that even the mightiest among the Yi, Su, and Lin families barely reached the peak of the true core realm. Where, then, would such a miraculous opportunity arise? And I said I wouldn't kill you. Now, I spare your life. Leave the Yi family, because... Yi Qingqian cast an indifferent glance at the broken woman before shifting his gaze to the terrified Yi Qianquan. With a surge of power from his true core, he lunged forward. From this moment on, whether it be the Yi family, the Su family, or anyone who has ever humiliated me, none shall escape my retribution. Though the Yuan power from his 30 sword apertures had been depleted, Yi Qingqian's true core had been forged through the 9 revolutions' heavenly emperor art. Had it not been so, neither his nor Pang Fugue's cultivation would have drained the spiritual energy of the entire Yi family's spirit mine. Thus, though his true core was only at the 1st revolution, its power rivaled that of the 9th revolution, not only surpassing Yi Qianquan in quality but also suppressing him in cultivation. Ah, Yi Qingqian, the Yi family will never forgive you. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. In just 3 exchanges, Yi Qingqian's triple rotation Yuan power sword pierced through Yi Qianquan's heart. Thud. With one final agonized scream, Yi Qianquan's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. So the Su family also had a hand in the spirit mine affair. Very well. Then I shall first collect some interest from them. Having single-handedly defeated over 100 Qi realm warriors and 3 true core realm experts from both families, Yi Qingqian remained unruffled, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. Landing gracefully, he strode down the spirit mine without a second glance. Yi Qingqian, you are a bloodthirsty monster, devoid of kinship. Even if you've gained some divine fortune, the martial Dao world will never tolerate you. Just as his figure was about to vanish, Yi Mingyue's venomous voice echoed behind him. Aunt, you talk too much. Yi Qingqian tilted his head slightly, casting a cold glance at Yi Mingyue, whose cultivation he had just crippled. With a swift motion, he kicked a pebble beneath his foot, sending it flying through the air. Thud. Ah! The pebble struck Yi Mingyue's throat with precision, wrenching a shrill, agonized scream from her. Yet before the searing pain could even begin to fade, she realized no sound would escape her lips anymore. Yi Qingqian had shattered her voice. Her eyes burned crimson, fingers clawing desperately at the jagged rocks beneath her, leaving behind streaks of blood. But Yi Qingqian was already gone. Not long after his departure, Pang Fugue, who had been knocked unconscious by that single, brutal slap, stirred weakly amidst the thorny thicket. Brother Yi hiss. I, Pang Fugue, am no coward who goes back on his word. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright, emerging from the brambles with a resolute fire burning in his eyes. Chapter 15. The Yi family of Qishir City. The Yi family. Though the hour was late into the night, the Yi household remained brightly lit, with even the elderly and children still awake. The reason for this was the signal firework that had soared into the sky from the Yi family's spirit mine. In the grand hall of the Yi family's council chamber, apart from Yi Shanhe, the current patriarch of the main branch, seated at the head of the table, the heads of the 5th and 7th branches also sat solemnly in their respective positions. Among the younger generation, 3 promising disciples were present: Yi Bufan and Yi Zimei of the main branch, and Yi Wuk, under Yi Mingyue's name. As for the descendants of the collateral 4th branch beneath Yi Qianquan, unless they had reached the true core realm, they were not permitted to enter the family council hall. Father, it has been so long, and Aunt Mingyue and the others have yet to return. Perhaps the matter at the spirit mine is not easily resolved. Should I go and investigate? The hour had already reached midnight, since Yi Mingyue and Yi Qianquan had led the family members out. The group had waited in the council hall for over 2 hours. By all reasoning, they should have returned long ago, yet not even a messenger had come back. Seeing his father, the family patriarch, furrow his brow, Yi Bufan spoke up clearly, his words drawing the attention of everyone present. Nephew Bufan, have you already broken through to the true core realm? Yi Tianhai of the 7th branch couldn't help but ask. As a fellow collateral clansman, the reason he had not been entrusted with overseeing the spirit mine was because his cultivation was only at the 3rd revolution of the true core realm, inferior to Yi Tianlin's 5th revolution. The spirit mine was a matter of great importance, with numerous mining slaves. And those at the early stages of the true core realm naturally had no right to meddle in such a lucrative affair. Now, hearing Yi Bufon's confident tone, Yi Tianhai couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. Yi Bufon belonged to the third generation of the Yi family. If even he had broken through to the true core realm, then Yi Tianhai, as an elder of the second generation, would see his standing diminish even further. Uncle Seventh is correct. Just recently, by sheer fortune, I have successfully condensed my martial Dao true core. Yi Bufon turned to Yi Tianhai. A faint trace of deference on his face, his tone brimming with pride. Haha, nephew Bufon's talent is truly extraordinary. You are indeed the hope of our Yi family. Whether the Yi family can rise beyond Qishir City in the future shall depend on you. While Yi Tianhai wore an expression of astonishment, Yi Tianyuan of the fifth branch chuckled, nodding approvingly at Yi Bufon, his gaze lingering on the sapphire pendant adorning Yi Bufon's chest. Though Yi Bufon's aptitude was not lacking, breaking through to the true core realm at such a young age required immense resources. It seemed that handing over that useless spirit jade to Yi Bufon had indeed been the right decision. Uncle Fifth flatters me. Revitalizing the Yi family is a responsibility I bear with honor. Faced with Yi Tianyuan, whose cultivation had reached the seventh revolution of the true core realm, Yi Bufon adopted a more respectful tone, his words laced with humility. Very well, the matter of revitalizing our family can be discussed later. Yi Shan had tapped the table and surveyed the assembled crowd. Once the murmurs subsided, his gaze settled on his son. His expression a blend of warmth and sternness as he addressed Yi Bufon. As for inspecting the spirit mine mountain, Bufon, you need not go. Let your seventh uncle handle it. The thought was unthinkable. This was his treasured son, a prodigious talent soon to join the great Dao sect. With the situation at the mine still unclear, what if his beloved son encountered danger? As for Yi Tianhai of the seventh branch, despite having broken through to the true core realm years ago, he had yet to advance to the mid-stage. Now was precisely the time for him to scout ahead. Yes. Though discontent simmered within him, Yi Tianhai dared not defy Yi Shanha's command. He rose immediately and exited the hall. Father, if even aunt and fourth uncle couldn't resolve the trouble at the mine, sending seventh uncle alone might be perilous, Yi Bufon voiced his concern. Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan stood abruptly. Nephew Bufon speaks wisely, patriarch. I shall accompany him. Though it was family law that collateral branches received equal resources upon reaching the true core realm. In practice, it was Yu Shanha's word that held sway, unless the collateral branches stood united. With Yu Tianlin possibly lost and Yi Qianquan's fate unknown, Yu Tianyuan could not idly watch Yu Tianhai walk into danger alone. Very well, Tianyuan, you may go. Exercise caution, Yu Shanha conceded with a nod. He had no desire to see the family's true core cultivators suffer losses. Yes. Soon, Yu Tianyuan too departed the council hall, hastening after Yu Tianhai with swift movement techniques. Back in the hall, with the two uncles gone, Yi Bufon and his siblings took their seats without ceremony. Bufon, how confident are you about joining the great Dao sect? Yu Shanha, unperturbed by their informality, inquired with keen interest. I am 90% certain of passing their trials. Yi Bufon declared with unwavering confidence. The great Dao sect was a formidable martial institution, its heritage rumored to rival even the great Wu dynasty. Their disciple selection was notoriously rigorous, requiring candidates to reach the true core realm merely to qualify. It was precisely for this breakthrough that Yi Bufon had coveted Yi Qingyu's spirit jade. A 90% chance is as good as certainty. My son is too modest. Yi Shanha replied, nodding in satisfaction, a weight lifting from his heart. If Yi Bufon could join the great Dao sect and ascend to inner disciple status, the Yi family would no longer be merely the foremost clan of Bluestone City. A pity he had hesitated all these years. Had he secured the spirit jade for his son sooner, the Yi family might already boast a divine transformation realm expert. Damn that Yi Qingyu. Not only is he a worthless wretch, but a blight upon the Yi family. A veritable scourge. Father, you promised me last time. I want to join the great Dao sect as well. At this moment, Yi Zime spoke up with clear dissatisfaction, her voice laced with grievance. As both Yi Shanha's daughter and a cultivator who had reached the Qi Si realm, she had the privilege to attend the council. Nonsense. Yu Shanha frowned at her words and rebuked sharply. The great Dao sect is an entity on par with the great martial dynasty. Their disciple selection is exceedingly strict. If one fails the trials, no amount of influence can secure entry. Do you truly believe I have the authority to decide this for you? But Yi Zime's eyes reddened as she lifted her chin defiantly. For the sake of securing that useless fool's spirit jade for brother, I've even sacrificed my reputation. Have I not already diverted that wretch's resources to you? Yushanha's expression darkened, his tone turning icy with impatience. You now enjoy double the cultivation resources. If you still fail to break through to the true core realm, then the fault lies solely in your own mediocrity. Moreover, to preserve your reputation, I've already ordered the execution of that waste in secret at the spirit mine. If you dare interfere with Buffon's entry into the great Tao sect, do not blame me for showing you no mercy. Chapter 16. That worthless wretch. What does it matter if that worthless wretch dies? He has already tarnished my reputation. The people of Qingshi City will laugh at me. Father, you don't care about me at all. Wah. Under Yushanha's stern, warning gaze, Yizime could no longer hold back her tears. With a resentful outburst, she wiped her face and fled the council hall in a flurry of sobs. That wretched girl. Yushanha clenched his fists. His brows furrowed in anger, yet deep down, he couldn't deny the truth in his daughter's words. It's all that good-for-nothing's fault. And my third brother, what was he thinking? Dying outside was bad enough, but to bring such a scourge back to our clan? He doesn't deserve to be a member of the Yi family. The thought of his daughter, too ashamed to even step outside these days for fear of mockery from her peers in Qingshi City, fueled his rage, all of it directed at Yi Qingchen. Father is right. Yi Buffon chimed in, his voice dripping with malice. That Yi Qingchen has ruined sister's reputation. Death is too good for him. The mere thought that Yi Qingchen's head had yet to be delivered made his blood boil with impatience. Those incompetent fools, if they couldn't even handle such a simple task, they deserved to rot in the spirit mines alongside that trash. Neither father nor son bothered to conceal their loathing for Yi Qingchen, nor their schemes against him. Meanwhile, Yuwuk sat rigidly upright, his expression unreadable, as if the matter held no relevance to him. His composed demeanor earned a nod of approval from Yushanha. Wuk, you've already reached the late-stage Qi realm. If you can break through to the true core realm soon, you may yet have a chance to join the great Tao sect. Thank you for your encouragement, uncle. I will strive diligently. The three of them waited in silence, but as dawn broke, there was still no sign of Yi Mingwei and the others. Instead, the head of the Su family arrived in a fluster. Brother Yi, disaster looms. Su Yunfan. The Su family patriarch, a man of noble bearing clad in luxurious robes, burst into the council hall, his voice thick with urgency. Trailing behind him was a breathtakingly beautiful maiden in a flowing azure gown. Yu Yin. At the sight of the blue-robed girl, Yi Buffon's eyes lit up instantly. He sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed upon her with undisguised adoration. This was Su Yuyin, the jewel of the Su family. The most exquisite beauty in all of Qingshi City. Yet, observing his son's infatuated display, Yushanha frowned in displeasure. Ahem. Buffon, mind your manners. Only then did Yi Buffon snap out of his daze, hastily bowing to Su Yunfan. Buffon greets Uncle Su. Ah, you and my Yu Yin are already betrothed. From now on, you should address me as father-in-law. Su Yunfan waved a hand dismissively, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. After all, his daughter had already condensed her martial true core, a prodigy unmatched in Qingshi City. Only the eldest son of the Yi family's main branch, Yi Buffon, a prodigy who had also reached the true core realm, was worthy of becoming his daughter's Tao companion. As for trash like Yi Qingchen, he must have been blind back then to have actively sought out Yi Qingchen to arrange this betrothal. Fortunately, the Yi family still had sensible people. Not only did they agree to his daughter breaking off the engagement, they even removed Yi Qingchen from the family registry and exiled him to the spirit mine. Brother Yi, something terrible has happened. Thinking of the spirit mine, Su Yunfan suddenly snapped back to reality and turned to Yushanha. Our Su family's spirit mine seems to have been invaded by those thieves as well. What? Yushanha abruptly stood up, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Could it be that the thieves have accomplices? First infiltrating our Yi family spirit mine, then sending others to invade yours? That's exactly what I suspect. Su Yunfan nodded gravely, sitting down at Yi Buffon's invitation before asking solemnly, Brother Yi, have all the people you dispatched to the spirit mine returned yet? Not yet. Yushanha shook his head grimly, sinking back into his seat, his eyes flickering with unease. Upon learning that the Yi family's forces had yet to return, Su Yunfan's expression darkened instantly. Could there truly be over 5 mid-stage true core realm experts among these thieves? After the Yi family's spirit mine incident, he had dispatched Su Taizhan, a branch member of the Su family also in the true core realm, to accompany them. Combined with Yi Mingwei and Yu Qianquan, that made 3 mid-stage true core cultivators. Simultaneously, he had ordered another branch member of the Su family to head to their own spirit mine as a precaution. even if Yi Tianlin had been killed. For the enemy to invade the Su family's mine while fending off Yu Mingyue's group would require at least 2 additional mid-stage true core experts. Perhaps even more. Yu Shanhe shook his head again, his expression grave as he looked at Su Yunfan. At midnight, I also sent Yi Tianyuan and Yi Tianhai to reinforce Mingwei and the others. Clatter. The teacup in Su Yunfan's hand fell to the ground upon hearing this. Does this mean the thieves targeting our families have at least 7 mid-stage true core experts? And before coming to the Yi residence, he had dispatched the last 2 true core cultivators remaining in the Su family. Father, second uncle might be in danger. Quickly send a signal to recall him. Standing behind Su Yufan, Su Yuyin, who had been exchanging flirtatious glances with Yi Bufan, suddenly grasped the severity of the situation. The Su family couldn't compare to the Yi family. Even with Yi Xingchen's disappearance, the Yi still had 6 second-generation true core cultivators. The Su family only had 5. Moreover, apart from Su Taizhan and the other 2 branch members, Su Yunyang, who had just left for the spirit mine, was Su Yunfan's full-blooded younger brother, with whom he shared an exceptionally close bond. Had it not been for Su Taizhan assisting the Yi family in quelling the rebellion at the spirit mine and being absent all night, coupled with the distress signal from their own spirit mine, Su Yunfan would never have allowed his younger brother to venture into such peril. Alas, it is likely too late now. Yunyang understands all too well the significance of the spirit mine to our Su family. He departed the moment he saw the distress signal. Su Yunfan clenched his fists in frustration, striking the armrest of his chair twice with a heavy thud, his voice icy as he declared, at this juncture, our only recourse is to unite the clans of both the Yi and Su families, awaken our 2 ancestral elders, and send word to the city Lord S. Manor and the Lin family to prevent those brigands from infiltrating Qingstone City. Beside him, Yi Bufan felt that his father-in-law was being overly cautious. Seeking to shift the conversation, he remarked, but what if the adversary is a divine transformation realm expert? If that were the case, even if all the powerhouses of Qingstone City joined forces, they would be powerless to stop them, would they not? Yi Bufan had intended to temper the rising anxiety of Yi Shanhe and Su Yunfan, yet his words only elicited a frown of displeasure from the latter. Nephew, now that you have ascended to the true core realm, surely you must realize that a divine transformation cultivator refines their divine soul. Such an existence would scarcely deign to covet the lowly spirit minds of our 2 families. Moreover, had the enemy truly been a divine transformation expert, a mere word from them would have sufficed for your father and I to willingly surrender the mines. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Yi Bufan's expression instantly stiffened with embarrassment. Chapter 17. In his hand dangled a string of heads. My son Bufan is merely over-anxious due to concern. Brother Su, there is no need to take it to heart. Let us swiftly contact the city Lord S. mansion and the Lin family. Witnessing his son being reprimanded by Su Yunfan, Yi Shanhe couldn't help but feel displeased, though he refrained from venting his frustration on Su Yufan. After all, Yi Bufan's earlier remark had left even him speechless. In a small place like Qishir City, none of the ancestors of the Yi, Su, or Lin families had ever stepped into the divine transformation realm, and the thief had only targeted the spirit stone mines of the Yi and Su families, clearly aiming for the spirit stones. How could such a person possibly be a divine transformation expert? Those in the divine transformation realm cultivated their divine souls, requiring treasures that nourished the spirit. Though such treasures could indeed be purchased with spirit stones, the combined output of the Yi and Su families' mines wouldn't even suffice to buy a single heavenly treasure needed by a divine transformation expert. His son, alas, was still too inexperienced. But once Yi Bufan entered the great Dao sect, these shortcomings could be remedied. At this thought, Yi Shanhe's anxiety over the incident at the spirit stone mines lessened considerably. Brother Yi speaks wisely. I shall immediately contact the city Lord S. mansion. As for the Lin family, I must trouble you to persuade them of the stakes involved. Su Yunfan, however, could not afford to let anything happen to the Su family. After clasping his hands in salute to Yi Shanhe, he signaled for Su Yuyin to follow him out of the Yi family's council hall. Yuyin. Yi Bufan longed to spend more time with her, but she merely shook her head at him before swiftly following Su Yunfan into the distance. In truth, Su Yuyin had also suspected that the perpetrator might be a divine transformation expert, but before she could voice her thoughts, Yi Bufan had spoken first. And after hearing Su Yunfan's scolding, she suddenly realized that Yi Bufan was not as exceptional as she had imagined. Perhaps this betrothal had been arranged too hastily. Maybe she should wait until entering the Great Tao sect before finding an opportunity to dissolve the engagement with Yi Bufan? Bufan, accompany me to the Lin family. Yi Shanha approached his son and patted his shoulder with a faint smile. Once you enter the Great Tao sect, what kind of outstanding woman could you not find? Moreover, the only reason Su Yuyan advanced to the True Dan realm was by secretly siphoning spiritual energy from the spirit jade while spending time with Yu Qichen, and even then, it took her an excessively long time to condense her martial core. You, on the other hand, reached the True Dan realm within half a month of obtaining the spirit jade. Your talent far surpasses hers. Initially disheartened, Yi Bufan quickly regained his usual confidence upon hearing his father's encouragement, lifting his chin slightly. And the moment he recalled how long Su Yiyan had spent with Yi Qingchun, his admiration for her diminished. Humph, she's nothing but a lowly wench. With Su Yunfan and Yi Shanha personally stepping forward, both the city lord's mansion and the Lin family had agreed to their requests. While dispatching guards to monitor the 4 city gates to prevent the bandits from entering, they also assembled 8 true core realm experts from all directions, including Yi Bufan and Su Yuyan, preparing to head to the Su family's spirit mine together to suppress the group of mysterious intruders. That day, the martial artists and common folk of Qishir City all felt as though the sky had changed. The streets grew increasingly deserted until even stray dogs and beggars hid in dark, abandoned alleys. Half an hour later, as the morning drew to a close, the 8 true core realm experts gathered at the Yi residence. From the Yi family were Yi Shanha and his son Yi Bufan. From the Su family, Su Yufan and his daughter Su Yuyan. And from the Lin family, the patriarch Lin Xiaodian and his younger brother Lin Xiaoan. In addition, there were also the city lord Su Chanfeng and the garrison commander Luo Ming. Among these 8, only Yi Bufan and Su Yuyan were at the early stage of the true core realm, while Lin Xiaoan and Luo Ming were at the mid-stage. Yu Shanha, Su Yufan, Lin Xiaodian, and Su Chanfeng, all 4 were at the peak of the true core realm. The ancestral elders of the 3 families have already awakened. Aside from guarding their clans, if the bandits prove too formidable for us to suppress, the 3 elders can intervene in time, Yi Shanha murmured. Even now, with several true core realm members of the Yi family possibly in peril, he still held the dominant position among this group. The reason was simple: the Yi family's ancestral elder was the only one among the 3 with the potential to break through to the divine transformation realm. Since Patriarch Yi has already made the arrangements, shall we set off? City Lord Su Changfeng said with a smile. Aside from the 8 of them, each faction had also brought 20 martial artists at the peak of the Qi realm. These 20 were the most promising candidates within the 3 families to advance to the true core realm and were originally of great importance. But after the possible loss of 9 true core realm members from the Yi and Su families, they were now deployed. Let us depart, report. Just as Yi Shanha was about to give the order, a frantic shout suddenly echoed from the distant streets. Su Changfeng frowned. My lord, it's one of the city gate guards, Luo Ming said quietly beside him. Under the watchful eyes of the group, a disheveled guard stumbled forward, sliding to a stop on his knees before Su Changfeng. His face was deathly pale as he pointed behind him with a trembling hand. Our report, my lord. The bandits, they're already here. Speak properly. Seeing the guard's terrified demeanor, Su Changfeng's brows furrowed in displeasure. Explain clearly. Are you saying there's only one bandit? Luo Ming stepped forward, lifting the guard by the collar with an authoritative growl. Gulp. Under Luo Ming's oppressive aura, the guard, only at the early stage of the Qi realm, swallowed hard before stammering. Commander, that bandit truly is just one person, and a single person frightened you out of your wits? Luo Ming's expression turned icy, feeling that this soldier had utterly disgraced the city lord's residence. With a sudden motion, he hurled the man to the ground. As a warrior of great Wu, how dare you display such cowardice? As your commander, I sentence you to 50 lashes. Do you have any objections? The soldier tumbled onto the floor, and upon hearing Luo Ming's rebuke, he hastily knelt before the city lord, his voice trembling. My lord, Commander Luo, it is not that this humble subordinate is cowardly, but that man is a veritable harbinger of death. As he spoke, the soldier lifted his head and gestured wildly with his hands. He carried with him a string of heads, all of them belonging to the true Dan realm experts of the Yi and Su families. What did you say? No. At the soldier's words, Yu Shanha and Su Yufan froze momentarily before erupting in furious denial. Are you certain there was only one intruder? And that he slaughtered 9 true Dan realm experts from our families? Even Su Changfeng's expression darkened as he fixed the soldier with a grave stare. Reporting to the city lord, this humble subordinate saw it with his own eyes. I would never dare to lie. The soldier nodded fervently, then shifted his gaze toward the heads of the Yi and Su families, his eyes lingering on Yi Shanha. Moreover, that intruder was none other than Yi Qichen, the third son of the Yi family's third branch. What? How is this possible? This time, not only were Yi Shanha and Su Yufan stunned into silence, but even Lin Xiaodian and Lin Xiaoan widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 18. Unrelated Parties. You may now depart. How could it be Yi Qichen? That boy, wasn't he already stripped of his cultivation by the Yi clan and exiled to the spirit mine? The first place where chaos erupted last night seemed to be the Yi clan's spirit mine, but those were 8 true core experts from the Yi and Su clans. Even if it truly were Yi Qichen, how could he possibly have slain so many? Who knows? Perhaps the boy stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune when the city guard uttered the name Yi Qichen. The soldiers brought by the city lord's estate and the martial artists of the Lin clan couldn't help but murmur among themselves, casting peculiar glances toward the Yi and Su clans. This Yi Qichen, first humiliated by the Su clan's jewel when she shattered their engagement, then stripped of his cultivation by his own clan and banished to the mines, was nothing but a discarded pawn. And now, not only had he turned the spirit mine upside down, but he had also slaughtered 8 true core clansmen from both families. What must Yi Shanha and Su Yunfan be feeling now? Yi Qichen, if it truly is him, I will grind his bones to dust. Clearly, neither Yi Shanha nor Su Yunfan was in a pleasant state of mind, their faces twisted with fury. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, steady footsteps echoed from the empty street in the distance. Su Changfeng and the others narrowed their eyes in unison, watching as a blood-soaked youth in black robes strode calmly down the center of the road. In his hand, a vine strung together a gruesome collection of severed heads, from Yutian Lin to Yiqian Kuan, Yutian Yuan, and Yutian Hai, along with Su Taizan, Su Yu Yang, and the 2 Su clan true core experts guarding the mine. 8 heads in total, neatly threaded upon the vine. They left a trail of blood as Yi Qichen dragged them behind him. It really was Yi Qichen. Luo Ming took a deep breath, pulling the trembling guard behind him. This scene, straight from the depths of hell, would have shattered the nerves of even a seasoned warrior, let alone a mere Qi Si realm guard. No wonder the man had been paralyzed with terror. Wait, it seems there's one head missing? Lin Xiaoan suddenly muttered, drawing furious glares from Yi Shanha and Su Yufan. Shut your mouth. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Lin Xiaodian shot his younger brother a warning look. The man was decades old, yet still managed to stir trouble. No wonder their father had passed the clan leadership to him instead, had it been this reckless fool. The Lin clan would have been wiped out by the Yi and Su clans long ago. At this thought, Lin Xiaodian couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. He clasped his hands toward Yi Shanha and Su Yufan and bowed, saying, Brother Yi, Brother Yufan, it seems the troublemaker in your family's spirit minds is indeed this young man. The suspicion against our Lin family should be cleared now, shouldn't it? For the Lin family, the misfortunes of the Yi and Su families were an unexpected boon. They had been secretly rejoicing. Why would they meddle in the affairs of the Yi and Su families? But after Yi Shanha arrived with Yi Bufan, he immediately cast suspicion on the Lin family. His words implied that if the Lin family refused to join forces in suppressing the thieves, they must be harboring guilt. The Yi and Su families would unite to eliminate the Lin family first. With no other choice, Lin Xiaodian agreed to Yi Shanha's demand. Not only did he bring his younger brother, but he also selected 20 clansmen at the late Qi Si realm from the Lin family to assist the Yi and Su families in resolving the matter. But now, the true culprit had appeared, proving the Lin family had no involvement. Could Yi Shanha still threaten Lin Xiaodian? Yi Shanha shot Lin Xiaodian a cold glance, but said nothing. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Yi Qichen, who now stood 50 paces away. His eyes swept over the severed heads, and suppressing the grief in his heart, he spoke in a chilling tone. Ungrateful wretch. I never imagined you could be such a cruel and bloodthirsty demon. I should have killed you outright instead of merely crippling your cultivation. Then this disaster would never have happened. These words came from the depths of Yi Shanha's heart, his teeth clenched in fury. You should be grateful, Yi Qichen replied with a faint smile. But someone stopped you from killing me back then. After infiltrating the Su family's spirit mine alone, absorbing its spiritual energy, and incidentally slaying Su Yu Yang and 2 others. Yi Qichen had also eliminated Yutian Yuan and Yutian Hai, who had pursued him along the trail he deliberately left behind. With a casual flick, he tossed the string of heads toward the crowd. Thud, thud, thud. The heads struck the ground, the vines snapping, and they rolled apart in all directions. Yin Yang, Su Yunfan cried out in anguish. lifting one of the heads from the ground, his eyes burning crimson with grief. Yi Shanha's expression darkened further. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he demanded, "Wretch, what have you done to your second aunt?" Though the deaths of Yi Qingquan and the others pained him, they were merely collateral relatives. Their bond was not as deep as the one he shared with Yi Mingwei, his own blood sister. It was precisely because of this that, after Yi Mingwei pleaded for mercy, Yu Shanha had spared Yu Qichen, at least in appearance. Privately, he had arranged for Yuan Chun and others to dispose of Yi Qingchen in secret. That's exactly why I said earlier. Yi Qingchen remarked coolly, "You should be grateful. At least my second aunt played along with your little act, stopping you from killing me in front of the Yi family ancestors." Facing Yi Shanha's furious interrogation, Yi Qingchen merely offered a faint smile, his gaze drifting toward Yi Bufan and Su Yuyin, who had already retreated behind the crowd upon his arrival. A cold, mocking curve played upon his lips. "Speak, you unfilial wretch. Did you murder your second aunt as well?" Yi Shanha roared, his rage seemingly uncontrollable, though in truth. He subtly gestured to Yi Bufan behind his back. Second aunt isn't dead, merely silenced. She talked too much. So I stripped her of her cultivation and severed her vocal cords. Yi Qingchen was well aware of Yi Shanha's schemes. After revealing Yi Mingwei's fate, he strode forward, his presence alone sending waves of unease through the gathered crowd. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly, not just among the warriors from the city lord's estate and the Lin family, but even the clansmen of the Yi and Su families staggered backward. Yi Qichen's entrance had been nothing short of terrifying. The severed heads of 8 true core realm experts served as a grim reminder to the gathered sea of Qi cultivators. This was a battle far beyond their capabilities. "Yi Qichen, do you intend to bathe Qingstone City in blood?" At this moment, City Lord Su Changfeng finally spoke, his expression grave, his stance poised as if ready to intervene. Yet, upon hearing his question, Yi Qingchen merely regarded him with mild surprise. Su Changfeng, City Lord of Qingstone City, a peak true core realm warrior under the great martial dynasty's jurisdiction. Yet, among the 3 great families, Yi, Su, and Lin, this man had always remained inconspicuous, never revealing his true depths. Thus, when faced with Su Changfeng's inquiry, Yi Qingchen gave an answer that filled the city lord with immense relief. This one seeks only to settle grievances, the humiliation dealt by the Yi family, the exploitation suffered at the hands of the Su family. Those uninvolved may now withdraw. Chapter 19. Vengeance for the humiliation by the Yi family, retribution for the exploitation by the Su family. Vengeance for the humiliation by the Yi family, retribution for the exploitation by the Su family. This was Yi Qingchen's purpose for coming here. Of course, Yi Qingchen also intended to reclaim his spirit jade. However, such matters need not be disclosed to Su Changfeng. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng feigned solemnity, taking a deep breath before turning to Yu Shanha and Su Yufan. "Patriarch Yi, Patriarch Su, it appears this is a private matter between your 2 families. As a warrior of the great martial dynasty, it would be inappropriate for me to interfere in the internal affairs of martial families. I must ask for your understanding." With that, Su Changfeng glanced at Luo Ming, who immediately signaled to the 20 soldiers with a wave of his hand. "Maintain formation, return to the city lord's residence." Yes. The soldiers had long lost their will to fight upon seeing Yi Qichen carrying that string of severed heads. Now, upon hearing Luo Ming's command, they swiftly retreated toward the city lord's residence. The members of the Lin clan, witnessing this, all turned their gazes toward Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian, wearing a broad smile, then looked at Yi Shanha. "Brother Yi Scram." Before Lin Xiaotian could utter another word, Yi Shanha roared in fury, his cold eyes fixed on Lin Xiaotian as he sneered. "You cowardly rat, afraid of death. Once I deal with this unfilial son, your Lin clan will be the first to perish." Indeed, the Lin clan is unworthy of standing as equals with the Yi and Su families. Su Yunfan, equally cold-faced, handed the severed head of Su Yuyang to a clansman behind him and glared at Lin Xiaotian with icy disdain. Humph. Hearing the threatening words from Yu Shanha and Su Yufan, Lin Xiaotian no longer bothered to conceal his contempt. Flicking his sleeve, he mocked them. "I see young Master Yi is nothing less than a dragon among men. After today, whether the Yi and Su families will still exist remains to be seen. You 2 had best pray for your own survival." With that, Lin Xiaotian gave Yi Qingchen a nod and a smile, before leading the Lin clan members away. Within less than 20 breaths after Yi Qingchen's solitary arrival, only the members of the Yi and Su families remained outside the Yi family estate. The streets lay deserted. with everyone hiding indoors, silently observing the lone young figure confronting the two great families. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the dust on the ground and carrying the metallic scent of blood from the 8 severed heads into the nostrils of the Yi and Su clansmen. Slay this wretch. In the next instant, Yi Shanha bellowed, charging toward Yi Qingchen. Boom. The overwhelming power of a peak true core realm cultivator erupted from Yi Shanha's body. Waves materialized around Yi Qingchen, and Yi Shanha's figure flickered unpredictably among them. This was the perfected layered wave step, capable of conjuring hundreds of rippling waves around an opponent in an instant, each a potential foothold for Yi Shanha. Shifting forms, elusive and unfathomable. He demonstrated the pinnacle of this movement martial skill. Tiger's Roar Fist. At the same moment, the Yi family's mere 20 clansmen at the late stage Qi realm also made their move. Though they dared not approach Yi Qingchen directly, they pulled their cultivation bases together to unleash the same martial technique. Roar. In an instant, a 10-zhang-long elemental tiger materialized, its ferocity surpassing even Yi Shanha at his full power. With a swipe of its massive paw, it sought to crush Yi Qingchen into pulp. Gale-chasing sword technique. But that wasn't all. As the colossal elemental tiger lunged toward Yi Qingchen, Yi Shanha simultaneously executed the Yi family's most formidable martial skill. SSSHHH. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword gleams shot forth from the figures standing atop the surging waves, sealing off every possible escape route for Yi Qingchen, leaving him no room to evade. The scene unfolded abruptly, yet it was entirely expected. After all, Yi Shanha and his kin had long prepared for battle. In stark contrast, Yi Qingchen, who had come alone, remained motionless, as if frozen in place. TSK. The Yi family didn't become the foremost martial clan in Qingshi City without reason. From a distance, City Lord Su Changfeng observed the spectacle and couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Beside him, Luo Ming couldn't resist asking. Yi Shanha is indeed formidable, but since Yi Qingchen dared to come, surely he isn't here to seek death. My lord, what odds would you give him? Su Changfeng shook his head, offering no direct answer, only whispering, even I might not perfectly withstand a joint assault from Yi Shanha and his clansmen. Meanwhile, the Lin family, also spectating the battle, collectively held their breath. Why isn't that brat moving? Is he an idiot? Strike back already. Lin Xiaoyan, ever the hothead, nearly shouted in frustration at Yi Qingchen's apparent inaction against the Yi family's overwhelming assault. Silence. Watch carefully. That boy slaughtered 8 true core experts from the Yi and Su families and crippled Yi Mingwei in passing. He won't be defeated so easily. Lin Xiaoyan, far more composed than his brother, nevertheless broke into a cold sweat as he witnessed Yi Shanha's flawless offensive. Young man, you must win otherwise. My Lin family will truly have to flee Qingshi City. Though the sequence of events seemed drawn out, it all transpired within a single breath. Roar. At this moment, facing the descending paw of the Tenjiang elemental tiger, Yi Qingchen's expression remained serene as still water. He simply raised his right hand and silently activated the 108 sword apertures he had condensed overnight. Whoosh, 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 thud. Sword chi erupted from his right hand, coalescing into a Tenjiang-long colossal blade. Before the tiger's paw could land, the sword descended in a vertical slash, cleaving the elemental tiger and the 20 Yi clansmen who had conjured it cleanly in two. Ah, Patriarch, save us. No, some members of the Yi clan dodged swiftly, though their shoulders were cleaved off, leaving them writhing in excruciating agony upon the ground, howling piteously at Yi Shanha. You wretched traitor, perish. Witnessing the terrifying strike unleashed by Yi Qingchen, Yi Shanha's face twisted into a grotesque snarl as he summoned 100 streaks of sword light, all aimed mercilessly at Yi Qingchen. Meanwhile, Su Yunfan, no longer willing to remain a passive observer, raised his hand with a swift motion, conjuring a colossal icy palm 10 zhang in size before him. This was none other than the Su clan's profound tier martial technique, Shattering Ice Palm, Falling Leaves Palm, following Su Yunfan's lead. 20 elite members of the Su clan also unleashed a massive palm imprint, surging toward Yi Qingchen. In an instant, 3 devastating attacks descended simultaneously, encircling Yi Qingchen in a deadly embrace. Yet, before these strikes could land, Yi Qingchen's figure dissolved into a shadowy streak of darkness, vanishing abruptly from his original position. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of Yi Shanha, Su Yufan, and the Su clan elite struck nothing but empty air, carving a yawning crater dozens of zhang wide into the street outside the Yi residence. Screech. At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry seemed to echo from the heavens. And in the next breath, Yi Qingchen materialized amidst the ranks of the Su clan warriors. The humiliation inflicted by the Yi clan. The exploitation wrought by the Su clan. Repayment begins with you. Yi Qingchen's voice was a whisper of death as his hands swept outward, each unleashing 54 razor-sharp arcs of sword light, slicing mercilessly through the air to both sides. Chapter 20. You cannot protect those I wish to kill. Among the 108 sword apertures, 78 were forged within the spiritual minds of the Su family. This was not because the Su family's minds held more spiritual energy than the Yi family's, but because during his time in the Yi mines, most of the energy had been devoured by Pang Fugue's spirit-devouring calamity body. Having refined the spiritual energy within the Su family's minds alone, Yi Qingchen reaped immense benefits. Now, the sheer force stored within his sword apertures alone could rival that of 4 true core realm martial artists at their peak. Moreover, the martial true core within Yi Qingchen's body had already undergone 3 revolutions. Thus, under the sweep of his sword light, the 20 elite clansmen of the Su family and the few surviving Qi realm warriors of the Yi family stood no chance of resistance. Ah, Patriarch, spare me. With a single swing of his twin colossal sword energies, Yi Qingchen reduced all 20-something of them to scattered limbs and severed torsos in the blink of an eye. No. Su Yunfan, turning back to witness this carnage, felt his vision darken with rage, his eyes burning crimson. Frozen Shatter Palm. A barrage of icy palm strikes erupted from Su Yunfan's hands, carrying a bone-chilling aura as they surged toward Yi Qingchen. Skyhawk Strike. Yet Yi Qingchen merely activated his movement technique, evading the onslaught of frost-laden palms, his figure dissolving into a shadow as he darted toward Yi Shanha. Boom, boom, boom. The frozen palm strikes, missing their target, crashed into the walls of the Yi family estate, reducing the front gate to rubble. Brother Su, do not fall for this brat-ass schemes. Do not let him cloud your judgment. Yi Shanha shouted in warning, fearing Su Yunfan might inadvertently harm Yi Bufan, who had already fled into the estate. But before he could act further, Yi Qingchen's assault had already locked onto him. Yi Shanha, as an elder, you bullied me for being orphaned, mocked my meager cultivation, schemed to cripple my strength, and sent miners to take my life. Did you ever imagine the Yi family would face this day? The original Yi Qingchen had, in truth, been but a mirrored fragment of the heavenly emperor Yi Qingchen, hence why the latter's remnant soul had reincarnated within him. Now, facing Yi Shanha, who had tormented his former self, Yi Qingchen felt a surge of fury, as though the injustices inflicted upon the original were his own. Amidst his furious accusations, Yi Qingchen unleashed 108 sword beams, striking from every conceivable angle toward Yi Shanha. You wish to leave me no escape? Then let us see how you would stand this. In truth, with his current cultivation, Yi Qingchen could easily discern Yi Shanha's afterimages. But he chose not to. He would avenge the original years of humiliation in the simplest, most brutal manner possible. Damnable little beast! Had I killed you with my own hands back then, I would not have to rectify my mistake today. Mark my words, you will not leave this place alive. Facing Yi Qingchen's 108 sword beams, Yi Shanha's eyes bulged with fury as he roared once more, immediately unleashing the same combined martial technique from before. The overlapping waves of his footwork merged seamlessly with the swift pursuit of his swordplay, multiplying his figure into 100 phantoms in an instant, each brandishing a single sword beam aimed at Yi Qingchen's onslaught. Yet, in Yi Qingchen's eyes, this desperate counterattack only elicited a faint, disdainful curl of his lips. Foolishness. Though these surges of energy had been stored within his sword apertures, their potency was no less than the refined essence cultivated through the 9 revolutions heavenly emperor art. In simpler terms, each of his sword beams carried the destructive force of 3 peak true core realm warriors combined. But among Yi Shanha's 100 illusions, only one strike held any substance. The outcome was inevitable. The moment their sword beams clashed midair, all of Yi Shanha's illusions shattered like glass, leaving only his true form exposed. No, father, save me, realizing that his most vaunted technique had failed to even dent Yi Qingchen's assault. And now left alone to face the overwhelming barrage of 108 sword beams, Yi Shanha's heart seized in terror. Without hesitation, he howled toward the depths of the Yi family estate. The Yi, Su, and Lin families each harbored ancient powerhouses, elders who had lived for decades, nearing a century in age. Yet, unless they had consumed rare life-extending treasures, warriors below the divine transformation realm could only delay the inevitable decay of their vitality. Their bodies merely sturdier than mortals, but no longer granted extended lifespans. Thus, the ancestors of these families remained in deep slumber, meditating upon the mysteries of the divine transformation realm, both to preserve their dwindling life force and in hopes of breaking through, rejuvenating their withered forms. When the spirit minds of the Yi and Su families were attacked, Yushanha had claimed to awaken the Yi ancestor, yet in truth, he had not. After all, by their calculations, the assembled forces should have been more than enough to suppress the so-called thieves. But who could have foreseen that the thief was none other than Yu Qingchen? And worse, that he would intimidate the city lord's manor and the Lin family into retreat with the severed heads of 8 warriors? Fortunately, at the battle's onset, Yishanha had already dispatched Yi Bufan to rouse the slumbering ancestor. Who dares to disgrace the Yi family? Boom. In response to Yishanha's desperate cry, not only did the ancestor's thunderous voice resound, but a colossal, energy-formed tiger erupted from the estate, descending upon Yu Qingchen in an instant. Hiss. Such speed. Could the Yu ancestor have already stepped into the divine transformation realm? From afar, Luo Ming gasped at the sight of the sudden manifestation. Damn it all. Has that decrepit old monster truly ascended to divine transformation? Lin Xiaodian, the Lin family patriarch, shared the same chilling thought. Yet Su Chanfeng merely shook his head, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the energy-formed tiger. In a hushed tone, he murmured, merely half a step into the divine transformation realm. Had the Yu family's ancestor truly ascended to the divine transformation realm, he would have manifested before Yu Qingchen in the blink of thought. The divine transformation realm cultivates the divine soul. The hallmark of a divine transformation realm master is the ability to materialize both martial techniques and oneself before an adversary in an instant. At this echelon, unless one employs movement techniques of earth rank or higher, competing in speed becomes futile, for the sheer velocity of their divine soul eclipses all movement techniques of the mystic rank. Were you a true divine transformation realm practitioner, perhaps I would tread with caution. Alas, you've merely begun fusing your divine soul with energy. You cannot shield those I seek to slay. Indeed, City Lord Su Chongfeng's conjecture proved accurate. The Yu ancestor had not genuinely breached the divine transformation realm. He had merely intertwined a wisp of his divine soul with his martial technique, mimicking the instantaneous execution of a divine transformation master by propelling the tiger's roar fist before Yu Qingchen. Yet, such an energy-formed beast stood no chance of thwarting Yu Qingchen's lethal strike upon Yushanha. 10,000 swords pay homage. Thus, the moment the energy tiger lunged at Yu Qingchen, 108 sword gleams had already pierced through Yishanha's body, returning to their master's sword aperture. Chapter 21. Annihilating the Yi family patriarch. In the blink of an eye, 108 streaks of sword light flashed through Yushanha's body before returning to Yi Qingchen's sword aperture, simultaneously shredding the raging elemental tiger into nothingness. Plop, plop, plop. At that moment, Yushanha's body disintegrated into chunks of flesh, collapsing onto the ground. No, father. From the ruins of the Yi family estate, Yi Bufan let out a piercing scream as he witnessed the scene, his eyes locking onto Yi Qingchen's with a gaze brimming with hatred, as if he wished to flay him alive. Adulterers should stand together. Where is your beloved wife? Yi Qingchen's voice was eerily calm, though he already knew the answer. Su Yuyan had likely fled back to the Su family. Yi Qingchen, I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. The words struck Yi Bufan like a blade, twisting his face into a mask of fury. When the battle erupted and Yi Qingchen revealed his terrifying strength, Su Yuyan had slipped through the back gate of the Yi estate without hesitation, abandoning Yi Bufan to face his nemesis alone. She had not even considered standing by his side. It reminded Yi Bufan of an old saying, husband and wife are birds of a feather, yet when disaster strikes, each flies alone. How ruthlessly pragmatic she was. Unfortunately, you won't get the chance, nor will I grant it to you. Yi Qingchen responded to the venomous vow with a faint smile before bending forward and propelling himself toward Yi Bufan with the Skyhawk strike. Grandfather, save me. Terror seized Yi Bufan at the sight. Any thought of resistance vanished as he turned and fled deeper into the estate. His earlier bravado? That was a promise for later, not now. Boom. Before Yi Qingchen could breach the estate, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from the path ahead of Yi Bufan. Whoosh. A figure shot into the sky, silver hair whipping in the wind. The moment he appeared, his furious gaze locked onto Yi Qingchen, and with a flick of his finger, a lightning-fast sword light shot forth. You unfilial wretch, defying all natural order. I never agreed to let Xingchen keep you in this family. It was only his desperate pleas that swayed me. And now, a single moment of weakness has brought calamity upon us. Clang, clang, clang. Infused with a wisp of the Elder's soul, the sword light reformed even after being shattered by Yi Qingchen's counterattack. Today, I shall personally purge this stain from the Yi family. As he spoke, The Yi family's patriarch, Yi Songqiong, closed the distance to within 10 zhang of Yi Qichen. With a sweeping motion, he summoned the wreckage beneath them with a mere gesture. With a thunderous roar, chunks of shattered stone and logs surged from the ground, all under Yi Songqiong's control. Hurtling toward Yi Qichen. Though not a direct attack of Yuan energy, the sheer physical force of these projectiles surpassed even the might of the Yi family's Tiger Roar fist. Moreover, such an assault cost Yi Songqiong no significant exertion of his cultivation. You old fool, blinded by favoritism and personal grudges. You're right, were it not for your bias. The Yi family would never have faced today's calamity. Yi Qingchen's icy gaze locked onto the elder of the Yi family, Yi Qingchen's father, his own grandfather in this body. As the debris closed in and the lingering sword energy still entangled his blade's aura, he flicked his fingers decisively. Today, I, Yi Qichen, shall cleanse this tainted lineage and erase this disgrace of a family. With those words, he activated the martial Dao true core within him, compressing and refining his triple revolving Yuan energy threefold once more. His triple revolving true core already rivaled the power of 3-9 revolving true core experts. Now, with this additional compression, in an instant, a terrifying Yuan energy sword aura erupted from his fingertips. Yi Qichen, you wretched bastard! Your life is forfeit. Seizing the moment when the Yi family's ancestor appeared, Su Yufan, channeling his lifetime's cultivation, launched 2 frost shatter palms at Yi Qingchen's back. Thud. Yet, before Su Yunfan's icy strikes could land, Yi Qingchen's triple revolving Yuan energy sword had already pierced through Yi Songqiong's brow. The debt of the Su family's exploitation shall be repaid now. As Yi Songqiong's life force was extinguished, the sword light conjured by his soul dissipated. Yi Qichen then swept his hand through the air toward Su Yunfan below. Whoosh, in the next moment, 108 sword beams coalesced into a river of blade energy, shredding Su Yunfan's frost shatter palms and enveloping his body before he could react. Boom, boom, boom. Aya. The sword beams carved another massive crater, dozens of zhang deep, into the street, reducing Su Yunfan within to mincemeat. Not even a corpse remained intact. Only then did Yi Songqiong's body, now devoid of the overwhelming pressure of a half-step divine transformation expert, plummet lifelessly to the ground. Thud. His corpse crashed into the ruins of the Yi family, buried beneath the very debris he had summoned moments earlier. It was then, watching from afar, that Su Changfeng, Lin Xiaodian, and the others realized Yi Songqiong had fallen. A powerhouse of the half-step divine transformation realm had perished silently, without fanfare. This Yi Qichen, his strength is not to be underestimated, Su Changfeng murmured, before suddenly turning to Luo Meng with a hushed command. Quick, seal the city gates. Do not let Yi Bufan and Su Yuhan escape. My lord, do you mean? Luo Meng cast a surprised glance at Su Changfeng, for to his knowledge, this man had never been one to meddle in the private affairs of martial arts families. Do you still remember the 100 Dynasties Grand Competition? Su Changfeng murmured, his voice carrying an air of mystery. At these words, Luo Ming's expression shifted abruptly. The 100 Dynasties Grand Competition. How could he ever forget such a monumental event? Yet ever since arriving in this remote town of Qingshi City, Luo Ming had never encountered any prodigy who could remind him of such a grand occasion. Even Su Yuyan and Yi Bufan, who had recently broken through to the true core realm, were merely mediocre talents in his eyes. Now that the city lord had suddenly brought up the 100 Dynasties Grand Competition. Could it be Yi Qingchen? Luo Ming's gaze settled on the distant figure of the young man, and gradually, a trace of excitement surfaced on his face. That Yi Qingchen is destined to soar to great heights in the future. If we can forge a favorable connection with him, it would benefit us both. Observing Luo Ming's reaction, Su Changfeng lowered his voice, gave him a pat on the shoulder, and then strode ahead toward the Su residence. My lord, surely you don't intend to personally stop the Su family from fleeing? Luo Ming was astonished. The Su family's patriarch was nearly as formidable as Yi Songqiong, and his own lord had only reached the peak of the true core realm. You overthink things. I merely wish to secure a vantage point for the spectacle. Su Changfeng shot Luo Ming a sidelong glance, prompting an awkward chuckle from the latter, who then hastily led a contingent of elite city guards toward the gates. Meanwhile, in the Su family's rear courtyard, Su Yuyan had already gathered her cultivation supplies and dispatched servants to rouse the family patriarch. She herself was prepared to make an early escape. Damnable Yi Qichen, weren't you supposed to be a good-for-nothing? How did you suddenly become so powerful? Had you revealed such talent earlier, how could I have been deceived by Yi Bufan? As the favored daughter of Qingshi City, Su Yuyan refused to acknowledge any fault in the matter of breaking off the engagement. The fault lay with Yi Qichen, 18 years of mediocrity. failing to display his monstrous potential sooner. The fault lay with Yi Bufan, coveting her beauty, beguiling her with honeyed words and deceitful charms. Chapter 22. Want to survive? It's simple, damn you, Yu Chichin. Just you wait. Once I enter the great Dao sect, I will surpass you, and then I will have my vengeance. Cursing both Yu Chichin and Yi Bufan in her heart, Su Yuyan didn't even spare a thought for her mother, who was only at the Qi Si realm. Clutching a bag of spirit stones, she dashed toward the back gate of the Su family. Boom. But before she could escape, a raging inferno erupted from the Su family's rear courtyard. Ah, fire. Help. The flames are too fierce. We can't put it out. Yuyan, where are you going? Are you abandoning your own kin? No. You can't leave, Su Yuyan. If you go, you take us with you. That's right. You hogged all the cultivation resources all these years. How dare you flee now that the Su family is in trouble? Stop her. Don't let her escape alone. You, all of you, get out of my way. If you come any closer, I'll strike. Su Yuyan never expected this. She had managed to shake off her betrothed, Yi Bufan, only to be cornered by a crowd of Su family elders, women, and children, many of whom were direct bloodline members who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Though the strongest among them were only at the peak of the Qi Si realm, without Su Yunfan's protection, Su Yuyan dared not recklessly attack her own kin. Huh? How strange. The place is on fire, yet instead of putting it out, they're arguing? As Su Yuyan was surrounded by her clamoring relatives, a tall, lean figure crouched by the rear courtyard wall, muttering to himself, "Did I not set the fire big enough?" Listening to the escalating quarrels inside and the unchecked flames growing fiercer, the man skeptically eyed the fire starter in his hand. TSK. The Su family, nobles really do think differently from common folk. If this fire isn't big enough, then I'll just have to set a few more. After this self-assuring remark, the figure stood and darted toward another section of the Su estate. Soon, 2 more blazes engulfed the rear mansion, spreading rapidly. This time, escape from the back gate was impossible. The flames had already sealed off every exit. Even as a true core realm martial artist capable of brief flight through movement techniques, the Su family's serpent steps wasn't designed for aerial maneuvering. At this moment, Su Yuyan's hatred for her relatives was matched only by her deepening loathing for Yi Bufan. Damn you, Yi Bufan. You were my fiancé. Yet you refused to teach me the layered wave steps. You deserve death, death, death. Meanwhile, in the Yi family's south rear estate, having fled to this place and hidden in a woman's house, Yi Bufan never expected Yu Qinchin to catch up so quickly. Where's the patriarch? Didn't father say grandfather was on the verge of reaching the divine transformation realm? Even half-step divine transformation should be far stronger than the peak of the true core realm. How could he fail to stop this damned Yu Qinchin? Yu Qinchin, you beast. So many of the Yi family have died by your hand. Those were your uncles and elders. How could you bear to do it? Shielding Yi Bufan and Yi Zime behind her, the woman gnashed her teeth as she cursed Yu Qinchin, as if she would rather die than let him take another step forward. And he speaks as if all the blame lies with me. Yi Qinchin, however, did not stop. Step by step, he advanced toward the woman, his voice low and eerie. When you had Yi Zime frame me, pretending I molested her, did you ever imagine this moment would come? At these words, a flicker of panic flashed in the eyes of Yu Shanha's wife, though she quickly masked it. Yu Qinchin had already seen it clearly. It seemed this woman had played a role in the scheme to falsely accuse him of assaulting the eldest branch's legitimate daughter. The last trace of hesitation in Yu Qinchin's heart vanished completely. Don't spout nonsense. I am Zime's mother. How could I bear to tarnish my own daughter's reputation? Yet the woman still attempted to defend herself, pointing an accusing finger at Yu Qinchin. Her face twisted in feigned grief and indignation. Yi Qinchin, you're a monster. You've gone completely mad. To harm your own kin. You won't even admit to your own crimes. You're nothing but a despicable, shameless villain. Enough noise. Yi Qinchin's brow darkened. With a sudden lift of his hand, a surge of sword energy yanked the woman forward, pulling her right before him. Mother, Yi Qinchin, let her go. Yi Zime and Yi Bufan were both stunned. One collapsed to the ground, weeping, while the other glared at Yi Qinchin with bloodshot eyes, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart. I came here to repay the humiliation your Yi family inflicted upon me, not to play the hero. So, meeting Yi Bufan's furious gaze, Yi Qinchin merely smirked before tightening his grip. GHK crack. The struggling woman's neck snapped instantly, her face frozen in hatred as it lolled to the side. Witnessing this, Yi Zime clutched her head and let out a piercing scream. Yi Qinchin, I'll kill you. Yi Bufan roared like a wild beast, finally unleashing his first revolution true core cultivation as he lunged at Yu Qinchin. Thud, thud. Thud. But before he could even get close, sword lights pierced through his body in rapid succession. Remember in your next life, never fight for what was never yours to begin with. As Yu Bufon's lifeless body crumpled towards the ground, Yu Qichen extended his hand with effortless grace and retrieved the spirit jade that rightfully belonged to him. Thud. The corpse collapsed before Yi Zime, who, having witnessed the deaths of both her mother and elder brother, stood paralyzed, utterly voiceless. Only the damp patch spreading beneath her trembling form betrayed her terror. Examining the luminous jade in his palm, Yu Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly before he flicked his fingers, sending a razor-sharp sword chi slicing toward Yi Zime. SSSHD. Don't kill me. Brother Qichen, please. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I'll do anything. The searing pain from the gash across her cheek jolted her back to awareness, and she scrambled to her knees, weeping and pleading before him. You wish to live? Yu Qichen gazed down at the cousin who had tormented him relentlessly, his lips curling into a cold smirk before he unleashed another streak of sword chi. Rip. The delicate fabric of her dress split apart, bearing the porcelain skin of her back, until the next slash carved a bloody furrow across it, flesh parting in its wake. Simple. He murmured. Did you not slander me, claiming I violated you? Then run. Run with every ounce of strength you possess. If you reach the Su Manor gates before I strip you of your so-called purity, I may yet let you live. Chapter 23. The Capture of Pang Fuguea. Help. Someone, please save me. Outside the ruins of the Yi family mansion, a disheveled figure stumbled into the street, her desperate cries piercing the air. This figure was none other than Yi Zime, the cherished jewel of the Yi family and the eldest daughter of the main branch. Yet, the once arrogant and domineering Yi Zime was now a far cry from her usual self. Her face was marred by a ghastly, gaping wound that obscured her once delicate features. Her tattered robes revealed a bloodied back, bearing another hideous scar. Following leisurely behind her, Yi Qingchen strode out of the mansion with measured steps. With each movement, he sent a blade of light slicing toward the fleeing girl. Don't kill me. I admit my wrongs. Please, I beg you. Someone, help me. Another piece of Yi Zime's robe tore away, adding yet another wound to her battered body. Her shrieks grew increasingly shrill and desperate, but the streets remained eerily empty. No one dared to step forward. After all, the tale of Yi Qingshun was known to all in Qingshi City, and Yi Zime played a pivotal role in it. Had it not been for the accusation that Yi Qingshun violated the family's honor by assaulting his own sister, he would never have been struck from the family registry, stripped of his cultivation, and exiled to the spirit mines. Now, Yu Qichen had returned. He offered no explanations, only a declaration. He had come to settle the score, to avenge the humiliation inflicted by the Yi family and the exploitation by the Su family. The details of his suffering no longer mattered, for after this day, the Yi family would cease to exist in Qingshi City. And now, Yu Qichen was making his way toward the Su residence. The only question was, how much blood would Yu Zime have left by the time they arrived? Driven by morbid curiosity, many martial artists of the city discreetly trailed behind Yu Qichen. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Yi Zime collapsed at the gates of the Su family estate. Help. Save me. Sister Yuyan, please come out and save me. Her consciousness was fading. Her body, barely concealed by the tattered remnants of her robe, was a grotesque tapestry of lacerations. Beauty? There was none to be found. Yi Zime no longer resembled a whole human being. Do you know why I've done this to you? As she lay sprawled before the Su family gates, pleading for Su Yuyan's mercy, Yu Qichen finally stood over her. Brother Qichen, I've made it to the Su family. I'm still pure. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. You were the one who just said it yourself. Yi Zime pleaded with tear-filled eyes, her gaze brimming with boundless remorse as she looked at Yu Qichen. She remembered now. As a daughter, she had never been cherished by her parents. Yi Shanha's heart was wholly devoted to Yi Bufan, while her mother paid her no mind, obsessed only with bearing another son for Yi Shanha. Yet, the path of martial cultivation defied the heavens. Yi Shanha never fathered another child. And so, her mother blamed her for it all, subjecting her to beatings, punishments, starvation, and even forbidding her from using a brazier in the dead of winter. Her own brother, Yu Bufan, emboldened by their parents' favor, would place scraps from the dog's bowls into her dish and force her to eat them. Back then, it was Yu Qichen, this very brother, who had stepped forward, shielding her from harm, again and again, until she began her martial training, while Yu Qingchen's talent proved abysmal, failing to break through a single realm for years. From that moment on, she forgot. She forgot how, in her childhood, her beloved Qingchen Gij had protected her from suffering. Worse still, she conspired with their parents, orchestrating a vile scheme to frame Yu Qingchen. Also, Yu Bufan could rightfully claim his spirit jade. Qingchen. I know I was wrong. Please, spare my life. Tears rolled down her blood-stained cheeks as she trembled, reaching out to clutch at Yu Qingchen's legs. But he stepped away before her fingers could close around him. Pity. The dignity you had, I was the one who left it to you. When his gaze met hers again, all emotion had drained from Yu Qingchen's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed one final swordlight. Thud, thud, thud. The blade shattered Yi Zime's body, ensuring she would not be defiled even in death. As for the tattered scrap of her skirt left behind, that was deliberate. Of all in the Yi family, this woman had received his kindness the most, yet she had wounded him the deepest. One could say that half the blame for the original Yi Qingchen's death lay squarely on her shoulders. After all, among the Yi family's 3 generations, Yi Zime was the sole legitimate daughter. Martial clans prized bloodline purity, and the Yi family was no exception. Had it been the daughters of Yi Qianquan or Yi Tianyuan, mere concubine-born, Yi Qichen, the legitimate heir of the 3rd branch, would never have suffered such brutal punishment. Thus, it was only fitting that Yu Qingchen ended her life in this manner. Why is the Su residence on fire? With Yi Zime slain? A weight lifted from Yu Qingchen's chest, as though the last stone pressing upon his heart had finally fallen away. Gazing at the roaring flames engulfing the Su family's rear quarters, he frowned slightly before striding forward into the estate. Boom. Yi family's traitorous whelp. Not one step further into the Su household. Not while this old man draws breath. However, at this very moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the Su family residence. Immediately after, a colossal icy palm imprint spanning over 10 zhang abruptly materialized above Yi Qingchen's head, descending upon him with crushing force. It was the Su family's ancestor. As everyone had anticipated, the Su family's ancestor possessed cultivation comparable to the Yi family's patriarch, now also half a step into the divine transformation realm. The old relic of the Yi family has already departed this world. Since you were as close as brothers, allow me to send you on your way as well. Yet, facing the Su ancestor's assault, Yi Qichen, who had already restored his cultivation during his leisurely approach, remained utterly unperturbed. With a flicker of movement, he effortlessly evaded the descending frost-laden palm. Boom. The icy hand struck the grand gates of the Su residence, reducing them to splinters in an instant. But by then, Yi Qingchen's figure had already materialized within the estate's inner grounds. Found you. Mid-air, Yi Qingchen locked onto the Su ancestor's aura and unleashed the Sky Eagle strike, hurtling deep into the heart of the Su family's domain. Crash. Yet, just as he closed in, the Su ancestor unleashed his own torrential surge of cultivation power, as though he cared not whether Yi Qingchen detected him. Frowning, Yi Qingchen's gaze sharpened upon the Su ancestor standing in a courtyard, then dropped to the figure pinned beneath his foot. Humph, brat. I knew you wouldn't be so easily dealt with. But since you sent this whelp to set fires and leave messages at my Su residence, surely you won't disregard his life? Crunch. With a brutal stomp, the prone figure beneath the Su ancestor's foot emitted the sickening sound of shattering bones. Pang Fugue? Yi Qichen stiffened, recognizing the identity of the captive in that instant. It was indeed Pang Fugue. Chapter 24. The betrothal gift of yesteryear, the forbidden spirit spider's silk. Yi Qingchen had never expected Pang Fugue not only to stay but to rush to the Su family and set a fire, helping him keep the Su members from fleeing. Moreover, even as the Su family patriarch clearly crushed Pang Fugue's ribs beneath his foot, the man stubbornly endured the pain without uttering a sound. This stirred a complex emotion within Yi Qichen. Followers, he had taken them before. In his past life, he had meticulously trained 18 of them, each raised to the half-step heavenly emperor realm, meant to safeguard the imperial dynasty he had forged with his own hands. Yet, in the end, those 18 had betrayed him. It was a wound Yi Qingchen could never forget. Thus, even after discovering Pang Fugue's immense potential as a devouring spirit calamity physique, Yi Qichen had refused his allegiance, simply to avoid repeating the mistakes of his past. But he had underestimated Pang Fugue's resolve. The man had clearly seized the moment when Yi Qichen was exacting vengeance upon the Yi family to infiltrate the Su estate and unleash flames that nearly engulfed the entire compound. Did he not know the Su family also harbored a half-step divine transformation expert? To Yi Qingchen, Pang Fugue was simple and honest, but not foolish enough to overlook such danger. Yet he had come anyway, solely to prevent the Su family from escaping during this critical time. True. Yi Qichen had already memorized Su Yuyan's aura outside the Yi residence. Even if she had fled, he had countless methods to hunt her down at his leisure. But now, Thanks to Pang Fugue, she remained trapped within the Su estate, sparing Yichichin future troubles. Huh. Who would have thought your little follower had such spine? Even after I shattered half his bones, he still refuses to scream. The Su patriarch's voice dripped with icy malice. Crack. As he spoke, his foot came down again, snapping another of Pang Fugue's bones. Yet the lanky figure sprawled on the ground, his fingernails clawing into the earth until they tore free, still did not cry out. Yichichin's gaze darkened as he turned to the Su patriarch, his tone frigid. What do you want? What do I want? Ha. That's a fine question. You wretched brat. The Su patriarch burst into laughter before his expression twisted into venomous hatred. You damn bastard, you slaughtered an entire generation of my Su family. My sons, my nephews, all dead by your hand. And now you ask what I want. I want your life. With a sweep of his arm. Over 100 Su clansmen, ranging from Meridian Opening to Chi Sea Realm, surged forth from the estate. The Su family warriors stood with bows drawn, their arrows aimed squarely at Yichichin. The Su family elder, his gaze icy and malevolent, spoke with chilling clarity. My demand is simple. Step down obediently and allow me to suppress you. In return, I shall spare this follower of yours. After all, he is nothing more than a brute with some strength and thick skin, hardly even a true warrior. Whether he lives or dies holds no consequence to me. But should you dare resist, I will shatter every bone in his body before your eyes, then crush his organs to pulp. With a flick of his hand, the elder signaled the 100 Su clansmen to release their arrows. Whoosh, 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 a storm of arrows enveloped Yichichin, each connected by fine threads that wove into a vast net, exuding an eerie, oppressive aura. Spirit-sealing spider silk? Yichin's eyes narrowed as he observed the faintly glimmering black threads under the sunlight. A flicker of surprise passing through his gaze. Huh, you recognize it, do you? The spirit-sealing spider silk. The Su elder smirked triumphantly, watching as the web descended upon Yichin. Ironically, this was part of the betrothal gift your late father bestowed upon the Su family when Yu Yin was promised to you. Now, it shall be used against his own bastard son. How fitting, the wheel of karma. At these words, Yichin's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a cold, dangerous light. The spirit-sealing spider silk, as its name implied, severed a warrior's connection to the world's spiritual energy, rendering them powerless, trapped prey at the mercy of others. A rare and precious material, extracted from the elusive spirit-sealing spider, it was nearly invincible against those below the cave heaven realm. Only the divine soul of a divine transformation expert could break its hold. That Yichin's father, had gifted such a treasure to the Su family spoke volumes of how highly he had regarded the marriage alliance. Yet, when the Su family annulled the engagement, they shamelessly kept it. And now, the Su elder sought to use this very gift, once meant to bind families, against the very son they had scorned. The world is vast, and wonders abound. But such shamelessness as yours, Su family, this is the first I have witnessed in my life. Yichin's voice was glacial. Before the net could ensnare him, sword light erupted from his meridians. Boy, think carefully. The Su elder's face twisted in displeasure. I seek only the opportunities you've obtained. Cooperate. And we may turn enmity into friendship. I might even permit Yu Yin to marry you, but Yichin had already unleashed his sword radiance, his resolve unshaken. If you insist on defying me, old man, then I shall have no choice but to first slay this follower of yours, and then use the spirit-sealing spider silk left behind by your deceased father to personally suppress you. Hearing the threats from the Su family patriarch, Yichin merely cast an indifferent glance at Pang Fugue before replying in an icy tone. Kill him if you wish. He is but a mere mining slave I happened to save on a whim. Do you truly believe that, having dared to set foot in your Su family, I would leave such an obvious weakness for you to exploit? Clang, clang, clang. As he spoke, Yichin's sword flashes had already deflected the incoming arrows, sending those entwined with spirit-sealing spider silk scattering across the Su family estate below. Yet, in that very moment, the 108 sword radiances he had unleashed dissipated into nothingness. Not a trace of spiritual energy remained within his sword meridians. Such was the terrifying power of the spirit-sealing spider silk. Even the slightest contact with it would dissolve Yichin's spiritual energy, reverting it to the purest essence of the world. Useless fools. Retrieve those arrows at once. Fire again. The Su family patriarch barked at his clansmen, his face twisting into a sneer as he turned back to Yichin. Humph. Did you truly believe this old man would be foolish enough to fall for your taunts? With this man here, you dare not strike at me again. He is no ordinary mining slave, is he? Now, let us see. Will you endure more strikes from the spirit-sealing spider silk? Or does this wretch possess a few extra bones in his body? Chapter 25, The Supreme Spirit Stone, the true treasure of Greenstone City. Crack. With another forceful stomp. The patriarch of the Su family shattered yet another of Pang Fugue's bones. The old man was convinced that Pang Fugue held great importance to Yichichen, which was why the latter remained unfazed by his provocations, with Pang Fugue as leverage. Yichichen could neither launch an attack nor free himself from the arrows entwined with spirit-sealing spider silk. This gave the Su patriarch an endless opportunity to drain Yichichen's cultivation, once the young man's spiritual energy was exhausted. The old man was certain he would become nothing more than prey in his grasp. Boss, just go. Don't worry about me. Even Pang Fugue, his voice hoarse, managed to lift his head and force a strained smile toward Yichichen. This fat man, am not afraid to die. His life had always been worthless. Had it not been for Yi Qingshun, he would have ended up as a pile of bones in the Yi family's spirit mine one day. Not only had Yi Qingshun saved him, but he had also helped him become a martial artist. Just moments ago, several Su clansmen had been unable to touch him. So what if he died now? Pang Fugue truly did not wish for his wretched life to drag Yichichen down in its final moments. Humph, you brat. I know you're not afraid of death. And I want to kill you. I just need you to help me keep your master in place. The Su patriarch's expression darkened as he glanced at Pang Fugue, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy to invade the young man's body and inflict torment. But when the wisp of energy he released vanished without a trace, he quickly abandoned the idea. This lowly wretch's body was bizarre indeed. It would be better to spare his life for now. Once he seized Yi Qingshun's opportunities and broke through to the divine transformation realm, he could study the secrets of this body at his leisure. Perhaps it would lead to another stroke of fortune. With this thought, the Su patriarch eased the pressure of his foot, fearing he might accidentally kill Pang Fugue. Loose the arrows. By now, the Su clansmen had retrieved the spirit-sealing spider silk arrows from the ground and fired them at Yichichen once more. Humph, brat. Let us see how you dodge this time. The Su patriarch sneered, already envisioning Yichichen ensnared in the silk. 100 methods of torture flashed through his mind. He was certain the boy would surrender his secrets under duress. Void evasion palm. Yet, just as the web of spirit-sealing silk was about to entangle Yichichen, the Su patriarch heard the young man's calm, unhurried voice. Boom, 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 boom. In the next instant, four golden palm prints, each 10 meters wide, materialized out of nowhere. They swatted the arrows aside effortlessly, reducing them to scattered motes of spiritual energy that dissipated into the sky above the Su family estate. Yet Yichichen once again evaded the entanglement of the spirit-sealing spider silk. How is this possible? What level of cultivation have you attained, brat? How do you still possess the spiritual energy to unleash martial techniques of such formidable power? The patriarch of the Su clan couldn't help but glare at Yichichen, his voice dripping with malice as he bellowed his interrogation. Though those 4 palm strikes hadn't landed on any Su clansmen, the mere fact that they had intercepted over 100 arrows unleashed by the Su clan was proof enough of the extraordinary might behind this martial technique. At the very least, it far surpassed the tiger's roar fist of the Yi clan. The Su patriarch had once calculated that even if the Yi patriarch were to execute the tiger's roar fist, it wouldn't be enough to block these arrows entwined with spirit-sealing spider silk. Had it not been for the meager amount of spirit-sealing spider silk gifted to the Su clan by Yi Qingshun all those years ago, barely enough to restrain a single person, and the fact that Yi Songzhong's cultivation slightly surpassed his own, allowing him to evade attacks preemptively, the Su patriarch would have annihilated the Yi clan long ago. Frog at the bottom of a well. Do you not realize that your actions have brought upon the entire Su clan the calamity of extermination? Facing the Su patriarch's furious questioning, Yi Qingshun spoke softly, his fingers tightening around a cerulean gemstone in his grasp, just as he had anticipated. This spirit-communing jade left behind by Yi Qingshun for his original body was indeed a top-grade spirit stone. Even across the 9 realms, top-grade spirit stones were exceedingly rare treasures, serving as the currency of choice among the most formidable experts. Not only did a single top-grade spirit stone contain spiritual energy equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, but it also possessed the ability to instantly replenish a martial artist's depleted cultivation. Moreover, as long as the spiritual energy within this top-grade spirit stone wasn't entirely exhausted in a single use, it could autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, maintaining its reserves in a perpetually abundant state. It seemed that not only the original body, but even Su Yuyan, Yi Bufan, and the entirety of Qingstone City had failed to recognize that this top-grade spirit stone was the most invaluable treasure of all. Now, gripping the top-grade spirit stone, Yichichen steadily replenished the spiritual energy within his sword aperture while locking onto the Su patriarch's aura. The reason he hadn't struck immediately was that this old fox was even more cunning than Yu Sangqiong. The 100 or so Su clansmen formed layers of protection around him, revealing only the slightest opening when their arrows were shaken loose by Yu Qingchen. Yet, beneath the Su patriarch's feet lay Pang Fugui, a single thought. And this fledgling cultivator would meet his end. Thus, Yu Qingchen had been biding his time, searching for the perfect opportunity. An opportunity to slay the Su patriarch in an instant without sacrificing that fool Pang Fugui. As if you would spare the Su clan even if I refrained from attacking you. The Su patriarch sneered upon hearing Yu Qingchen's words. The moment Yi Yin cast you aside, you had already resolved to exterminate my Su clan, hadn't you? Brat, I don't know what fortuitous encounters you've stumbled upon, but your cultivation is merely at the early true core realm. This, you cannot conceal. I refuse to believe you can withstand these arrows indefinitely. Loose the arrows. With those words, the patriarch of the Su clan once again waved his hand grandly, signaling his clansmen to unleash the spirit-sealing spider silk arrows at Yu Qingchen. Now, yet, Yu Qingchen mirrored their actions, executing the profound Shin rank martial technique, void evading palm, which not only deflected the arrows to the ground but also unleashed the replenished sword energy from his sword aperture. Whoosh, 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 like a torrential downpour. The sword energy rained upon the Su clansmen who were scrambling to retrieve their arrows. You insolent brat! Do you believe I want to crush this wretch's skull right now? Enraged by the sight, the Su patriarch bellowed, raising his foot threateningly over Pang Fugui's head. I've said it before, kill him if you wish. He is but a lowly mind slave. Do you truly believe his life holds more value than mine? Yu Qingchen remained utterly unfazed, his gaze icy and merciless, as he continued directing the sword raised to slaughter the Su clansmen. Ah, patriarch, save us. No. In the blink of an eye, over half of the 100 Su clansmen were cleaved apart by Yu Qingchen's sword light. Damn you, you wretched cur. I swear I'll tear you apart with my own hands. Witnessing his clansmen fall one after another, the Su patriarch, after a fleeting moment of contemplation, thrust his palm forward, hurling a frost-imbued strike toward Yu Qingchen's sword energy. Chapter 26. Annihilation of the Su family. Yu Qingchen had spoken the truth. The Su family's ancestor dared not gamble. Most crucially, even in his own estimation, Pang Fugui's life paled in significance compared to Yu Qingchen's. Thus, he could only intervene to prevent Yu Qingchen from slaughtering the Su clansmen, rather than venting his fury by executing Pang Fugui at this moment. Triple circulation Yuanli sword. Seizing the fleeting opportunity as the Su ancestor moved to intercept the sword rays, Yu Qingchen extended a single finger toward him from a distance. SSSSH. With that single strike, Yu Qingchen exhausted the accumulated Yuanli within his martial Dao true core, unleashing the pinnacle of this technique's might. Not only in power but also in speed, it surpassed even his previous execution of the Yi family's ancestor by a third. Before the Su ancestor could react, the triple circulation Yuanli sword pierced through his brow. Thud. A gaping hole, clean through his skull, emerged at his forehead, swiftly filling with a grotesque mixture of brain matter and blood. Ow. Thump. An expression of utter disbelief remained frozen on the Su ancestor's face. Clearly, he had never anticipated that Yu Qingchen, while simultaneously deflecting the spirit-sealing spider silk arrows and slaughtering swathes of Su clansmen, still retained the strength to deliver such a fatal blow. Yet the answer to his unspoken question would forever elude him. He would never fathom that the so-called spirit jade, deemed by him and the Yi ancestor as merely a cultivation aid, was in truth an invaluable, peerless spirit stone of immeasurable worth. Spare me. The ancestor is dead. Witnessing their patriarch collapse, the remaining Su clansmen, already marked by Yu Qingchen's sword radiance, descended into despair. They knelt, wailing, begging for mercy. I warned you, your ancestors' actions have doomed the entire Su family to extinction. Thus, you shall all perish. Why would Yu Qingchen spare them? Under different circumstances, he might have limited his vengeance to the ringleaders, abstaining from wholesale slaughter. In the Yi family, for instance, he had ignored the wives, children, and elders of the collateral branches entirely. But the Su ancestors' treachery had ignited Yu Qingchen's wrath beyond measure. Yu Qingchen had always been decisive in execution. For enemies who, even in their final moments, sought to coerce him, only one response existed: annihilation, utter eradication, until not a single blade of grass remained. Until no Su bloodline dared seek vengeance. No. Run. Flee. Yu Qingchen. You demon. I'll await you on the Yellow Springs path. As Yu Qingchen summoned another storm of sword light, sweeping toward the Su family's inner quarters, the surviving warriors hurled venomous curses at him. Alas, their curses were but futile whispers against Yu Qingchen. None could withstand the obliterating sweep of his sword's radiance. Did I not declare that I accept no followers? As Yuchinchin slaughtered the Su clan members, he descended before Pang Fugue, eyeing the battered figure with a cold snort. Hey, boss, don't be like that. Though I may be dull-witted. My hide is thick and coarse. I'd make a fine human shield for you. Cough. Gag. Struggling to lift his head, Pang Fugue offered Yuchinchin an ingratiating smile, only to be racked by violent coughs that expelled crimson gouts of blood. The Su patriarch had shattered too many of his bones. Even his nascent cultivation couldn't suppress such grievous wounds. Without Yuchinchin's intervention, death would soon claim him. Humph. Do you imagine he requires a human shield like you? Yuchinchin's gaze was frigid as he stared down at Pang Fugue, the very picture of a heartless monster awaiting his demise. Cough. I'm merely repaying my debt. You saved me, made me a martial artist. This fatty's life is yours, sputter, between bloody expulsions. Pang Fugue's eyes shone with crystalline clarity, devoid of resentment or entreaty, as if his gratitude rendered life itself inconsequential. Boss, hurry after that venomous shrew. Cough. I set the fires fearing her escape. My death matters not, but you mustn't let that wretch who humiliated you slip away. Gag, another arterial spray followed. His sun-blackened skin from the Yi family spirit mines now waxen, his breathing grew faint as gossamer. Listen well, I'll save you this once. The ever-frowning Yuchinchin finally extended a hand, hauling Pang Fugue upright. Should you court death again under pretense of following me, know this. I'll take great pleasure watching you perish. Though his words dripped ice and his eyes glinted frost, the supreme-grade spirit stone in his grip pulsed as Yuchinchin channeled its essence into Pang Fugue's broken form. The devouring spirit calamity body, not merely among the world's mightiest physiques, but possessed of singular regenerative properties. Provided, of course, sufficient spiritual energy sustained it. Fortunately, Yuchinchin held such a stone. More fortunately, Pang Fugue's nascent cultivation couldn't yet fully unleash the physique's devouring potential, as 80% of the stone's remaining energy transferred. Color flooded Pang Fugue's cheeks with visible swiftness. Crack, crack, crack. From within the man's body came the grotesque symphony of bones realigning. Those were Pang Fugue's bones shattered by the Su family ancestor, now miraculously reconnecting at an inconceivable speed after his devouring spirit body had absorbed sufficient spiritual energy. Such grievous injuries would have taken ordinary individuals at least 10 days to a fortnight to show signs of recovery, yet for Pang Fugue, mere dozen breaths had passed. Ah, it itches unbearably. Boss, what have you done to me? I'm dying from the itch. Spare me, boss. The previously moribund Pang Fugue suddenly wrenched free from Yuchinchin's grasp, leaping 3 meters away as he frantically scratched his body, howling like a slaughtered pig. The itch of healing wounds is inevitable, let alone Pang Fugue's numerous fractured bones simultaneously knitting back together. Yuchinchin couldn't be bothered to spare him another glance. Retrieving the now nearly depleted supreme-grade spirit stone, its spiritual energy reduced to a mere tenth after multiple absorptions and reviving Pang Fugue, he turned his gaze toward the Su family estate. 2/3 engulfed in flames. Originally, the fire had been extinguished by the Su family ancestor, yet it had reignited during Yuchinchin's confrontation with him. Now, all adult members of the Su family had perished, with only Su Yuyan's whereabouts unknown. The younger Su clansmen, trapped within the inferno, had been reduced to charred corpses amidst agonized screams. As Yuchinchin had foretold, after this battle, the Su family faced annihilation, effectively erased from the annals of Qishir City. Chapter 27. Do I need your interference to kill my target? Only Su Yuyan remained. Yuchinchin withdrew his thoughts and was about to search for Su Yuyan's aura when suddenly, his brows lifted. Ha ha ha. Nephew Yi, look what gift I brought you. Accompanied by the triumphant laughter of Lin Xiantian, the Lin family patriarch, Yuchinchin glanced over and saw Lin Xianxiao, following behind Lin Xiantian, dragging a woman by her hair into the ruins of the Su family estate. That woman was none other than Su Yuyan herself. However, she was no longer the radiant jewel of Qishir City. Her robes were torn, her body drenched in blood, and she bore grievous injuries, her former elegance utterly shattered. Thud. After Lin Xiantian arrived with Lin Xianxiao and their clansmen, they halted 10 zhang away from Yuchinchin. Su Yuyan was flung unceremoniously at Yuchinchin's feet by Lin Xianxiao. Cough. Su Yuyan, severely wounded, spat a mouthful of blood as she crashed heavily onto the ground. Lin family, I will haunt you even as a ghost. She raised her blood-streaked face, her eyes filled with venom as she glared at the Lin brothers. Ha ha ha, little Su girl. Whether you'll haunt me or not, that depends on whether Nephew Yi allows it. Lin Xiantian burst into laughter at her curse, his tone eerily amused as he stared at her. Though, in my opinion, you're more likely to become a wandering spirit. Su Yuyan's expression of hatred faltered, replaced by a flicker of fear. And what does Patriarch Lin mean by that? At that moment, Yu Qingshan spoke. His voice was icy, devoid of any warmth, freezing the smile on Lin Shuatian's face. Even Lin Xianxiao and the others behind him stiffened, their cheeks inexplicably burning. Ahem, nephew Yi, you may not know this, but while you were battling the Su family's ancestor, this wretch set fire to the Su family's rear quarters and fled in the chaos, fearing she might hide and waste her time. I captured her and brought her here for your judgment. Lin Xiantian, ever the seasoned patriarch, remained unshaken. Despite Yu Qingshan's cold demeanor, he forced a genial smile, signaling his desire to forge an alliance. Oh, Yu Qingshan did indeed show a trace of surprise. But what astonished him was that the fire in the Su family's estate had been Su Yuyan's doing. This woman was not merely deceitful, her heart was truly venomous. Whether she had set the fire to escape or to kill him along with the Su family, her ruthlessness was undeniable. After all, among Su Yuyan's peers in the younger generation of the Su family, there were no fewer than several dozen individuals. Chuckles, this is but a trivial matter, nephew Yi. No need for formalities with me. The Lin family has other affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave now and not disturb you further. Lin Xiaotian initially assumed Yu Qingshan was still seething with rage. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, he decided it best to withdraw for the time being. As for forging ties with Yu Qingshan, that could wait for another day. At the very least, he hadn't provoked this ruthless figure. There was no urgency. Yet before Lin Xiaotian could turn away, Yu Qingshan spoke again. Nephew Yi? Lin Xiaotian froze mid-step, his gaze locking onto Yu Qingshan's inscrutable expression. A wave of tension surged within him. Patriarch Lin, do you believe the people I wish to kill require outsiders to intervene? Under Lin Xiaotian's watchful eyes, Yu Qingshan smiled, though not a trace of warmth touched his voice. Plink. A bead of sweat formed on Lin Xiaotian's forehead before rolling down and splattering onto the ground. And no, of course not. I would never presume such a thing. Lin Xiaotian steadied himself with a deep breath, forcing an ingratiating smile. I merely wish to prevent this vile woman who wronged you from escaping. Any martial artist in Qishir City would have done the same. Nephew Yi, you must misunderstand. At this moment, not only was Lin Xiaotian fraught with tension, but even the hot-tempered Lin Xiaoan dared not speak recklessly. This executioner, having just annihilated the Yi and Su families, was he now setting his sights on the Lin family? This is all elder brother S fault. Insisting on currying favor with this fiend, now we've landed in trouble. Then, do the people I kill require your interference? Yu Qingshan, well aware of the Lin family's unease, merely offered a faint smile before repeating the question in a chillingly serene tone. Su Yuyan was his to kill. Since when did he need outsiders to meddle? The Lin family's so-called assistance was nothing but an attempt to exploit the situation to ensure the Su family's utter destruction while gaining his favor. Such underhanded motives were hardly lost on Yu Qingshan. But he was Yu Qingshan. He had no use for favors of this nature, nor would he permit the Lin family to manipulate him into eradicating the Su family. And no, Lin Xiaotian now realized his error. Yu Qingshan was blinded by rage. He had provoked Yu Qingshan's wrath. One wrong answer, and the Lin family could follow the Su family into oblivion. Thus, the man famed throughout Qishir City for his shrewdness found himself at a loss for words. But silence would not spare him. Yu Qingshan had already prepared an answer for him. Patriarch Lin, I offer you two choices. First, await my arrival to annihilate the Lin family. Secondly, hand over the Lin family's spirit mine and the spirit stones from the Lin family treasury. Yu Qingshan spoke softly, yet extended only a single finger. His meaning was crystal clear to Lin Xiaotian. Though presented as two choices, in truth, there was only one, whether Yu Qingshan would annihilate the Lin family or not. After all, if Yu Qingshan destroyed the Lin family, their spirit stones would naturally become his. The sole distinction lay in whether Lin Xiaotian could voluntarily surrender these treasures to spare his clan. I am willing to relinquish the Lin family's spirit mine and all the spirit stones in our treasury. At this critical juncture, Lin Xiaotian's mind remained sharp, and he swiftly made the correct decision. No matter how precious spirit stones were, they meant nothing if the Lin family perished. The fate of the Yi and Su families was now common knowledge in Qishir City. Many likely anticipated the Lin family's downfall at Yu Qingshan's hands. Even if Yu Qingshan had already obliterated two great houses and might no longer possess his earlier overwhelming strength, did Lin Xiaotian dare gamble? Clearly not. Patriarch Lin proves himself a wise leader indeed. Receiving Lin Xiaotian's answer, Yu Qingshan finally revealed a genuine smile before turning his cold gaze upon Su Yuyan. Qingshan, I was forced back then. It was Yi Bufan who coerced me. He coveted my beauty and sought to force me into marriage. I had no choice. Sensing the frost in Yi Qingchen's eyes, Su Yuyin immediately pleaded, her voice trembling with sorrow, her posture abject. Her delicate features lending her a pitiable air, enough to stir the protective instincts of most men. What happened in the past no longer matters. I can grant you a chance to atone. Yet beneath Su Yuyin's hopeful gaze, Yi Qingchen's expression remained impassive as he raised his hand and unleashed a swordlight. However, that opportunity must wait until your next life. Chapter 28, the one that got away with a soft thud. Su Yuhan's body collapsed to the ground as Yi Qingchen's sword light flashed through the air. Her face still bore traces of regret and resentment. Yet, Yi Qingchen spared no further glance for the lifeless woman, instead lifting his gaze to meet that of the Lin family patriarch. Lin Xiaotian shuddered involuntarily, hastily offering an ingratiating smile before gesturing respectfully. Young master Yi, please. Having spoken, Lin Xiaotian shot a glare at Lin Xiaoyan, his voice sharp with command. What are you standing around for? Go and tally all the spirit stones from the family treasury immediately. Though Lin Xiaoyan was known for his fiery temper and single-mindedness, even he grasped his elder brother's implication. The spirit stones from the spiritual mine were beyond saving, but those in the family treasury, some might yet be concealed. However, how could such scheming escape Yi Qingchen's notice? Patriarch Lin, need I remind you of a martial artist's sensitivity to spirit stones? Thus, just as Lin Xiaoyan prepared to comply, Yi Qingchen turned to Lin Xiaotian with a faint, knowing smile. Lin Xiaotian felt every hair on his body stand on end. This executioner had just annihilated the Yi and Su families, though his cultivation was merely at the early true core realm. His strength rivaled that of a half-step divine transformation ancestor. With the Lin family's modest holdings, how could they possibly hide any significant amount of spirit stones? If this slaughterer discovered their deceit, how many lives would the Lin family have to sacrifice? Haha, rest assured, young master Yi, the Lin family would never dare conceal a single spirit stone. Snapping back to reality, Lin Xiaotian offered another sycophantic smile before glaring once more at Lin Xiaoyan. What are you staring at? Didn't you hear, young master Yi? Not a single spirit stone is to be hidden. If I discover any fool attempting such idiocy, I'll personally execute them as family patriarch. No need for young master Yi to dirty his hands. This time, Lin Xiaoyan understood perfectly. Not a single spirit stone was to be concealed. The tragic fate of the Yi and Su families lay before them. For the Lin family, survival took precedence. Where has that fool run off to now? Meanwhile, as Yi Qingchen followed Lin Xiaotian and the others to claim the Lin family as spirit stones, Pang Fugue had already slipped stealthily into the ruins of the Yi family estate. TSK, the once mighty premier martial family of Qishir City, reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye. Surveying the shattered walls of the Yi compound, Pang Fugue couldn't help but sigh before shrugging and limping inside. His body bore too many broken bones, recently reset, leaving him with an unbearable itch radiating from within. Yet this discomfort did nothing to deter his determination to retrieve what he sought. Where is that blood-red pearl? The Yi clan stole it from me back then. Where would they have hidden it? Pang Fugue had not forgotten the reason he'd been framed by the Yi family and exiled to the spiritual mines. Thus, his sole purpose in coming here was to retrieve that blood-red pearl he had unearthed. However, the doors of the Yi family's treasury stood wide open, its spirit stones long since absorbed and exhausted by Yi Qingchen. Crash, thud. Pang Fugue fumbled around inside for what felt like an eternity, not only failing to locate his precious pearl but nearly being crushed to death by a collapsing beam. Oof, just my rotten luck. Since when do beams just drop out of nowhere? Fortunately, his injuries had already been healed by Yi Qingchen, though the impact left him howling in pain. No real harm was done. Yet, as he shoved the beam aside, a fleeting movement at the edge of his vision caught his attention, a shadowy figure slipping away. And in that instant, realization struck. That beam hadn't fallen by accident. Someone had tried to kill him. Damn it. I curse your ancestors 18 generations back. I've got no quarrel with you, yet you dare plot against me? Stay right there, you little rat. The figure appeared young. With a furious shout, Pang Fugue gave chase. Though his body bore no trace of elemental energy, he was now a warrior equivalent to the peak of the Qi realm, all thanks to the supreme spiritual energy he had absorbed earlier. Thus, despite the assailant's head start, Pang Fugue closed the distance in moments. Brat, halt right there, or I want to hold back. The boy showed no intention of stopping. Snatching up a nearby stone, Pang Fugue hurled it with effortless strength. Whoosh, the rock, weighing over 10 pounds, flew like a feather from his hand, crossing 20 to 30 meters in the blink of an eye, aimed straight for the boy's back. Ripple steps. Suddenly, the fleeing youth erupted with the aura of a late-stage Qi realm cultivator. Beneath his feet, phantom waves surged, propelling him just beyond the stone-ash trajectory. Clatter! You're a warrior of the Yi family. The stone struck the ground, ignored. Pang Fugue's glare burned into the boy. Didn't T-My boss wipe out the Yi clan? How does a late-stage Chi-Si warrior like you still exist? Ah, I see. You must have been away when it happened. Slipping through the net. Smacking his forehead in epiphany, Pang Fugue quickened his pace, narrowing the gap. Hey, didn't he find what I came for? But catching a stray fish like you isn't bad either. You family brat, don't even think of running. I'm dragging you back to face my boss's judgment. Pang Fugue had heard of the Yi family's past abuses toward Yuchinchin, though back then their worlds had never crossed. Now that he'd sworn loyalty, how could he pass up such a chance to prove his worth? While stirring up trouble in the Su family, he was caught by the Su family's ancestor and nearly implicated Yuchinchin. This time, he absolutely would not let his boss down again. Pang Fugue steeled himself and mustered his physical strength, kicking stones toward the fleeing young man from the Yi family. Thud. 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 Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Admittedly, though Pang Fugue's method was crude, it proved remarkably effective. The Yi youth, who had initially relied on his Yuanli cultivation to maintain distance, was forced to repeatedly activate his wave-stepping technique to dodge the incoming projectiles, rapidly depleting his energy reserves. Thus, just as the boy was about to escape the Yi family estate, Pang Fugue closed the gap to within 5 meters behind him. Brat, are you deaf? I told you to stop running. Whoosh! Amid Pang Fugue's furious roar, the Yi youth felt a gale force wind at his back. A glance from the corner of his eye sent a jolt of terror through him, and he swiftly turned, summoning a blade of Yuanli energy in his palm. Thud. The next moment, Pang Fugue's swinging pillar collided violently with the boy's energy blade. Though the pillar was nearly severed, the impact shattered the youth's technique. Stay put. You little wretch. With a wild cry, Pang Fugue thrust the remains of the pillar forward before the boy could reform his attack. Thud. Splat. The strike landed squarely on the youth's chest, the sheer force behind it sending him sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from his lips. Chapter 29. The Legacy of the Eternal Tower, the Great Tao of Immortality. Brother, there isn't a single spirit stone left in our mansion. Master. What kind of cultivation technique is that boy practicing? How could he refine tens of thousands of spirit stones in such a short time? Not just the tens of thousands from our mansion. If he drains the entire spirit stone mine of the Lin family, even if the Yi and Su families are gone, our Lin clan will still suffer devastating losses. The sun hung high at noon, casting its golden rays upon the earth. It should have been time for the midday meal, yet an air of melancholy and sighs pervaded the Lin family estate. The patriarch of the Lin family sat motionless on the steps outside the treasury, his gaze vacant and distant. No matter what Lin Shaoan and the others said beside him, he remained silent, as if he had aged a decade in a single night. Disperse, all of you. Xiaodian did well. That young man from the Yi family is not someone our Lin family can afford to provoke, though we have lost our spirit stones. Xiaodian has saved the entire Lin clan this time. I forbid any of you to question his judgment, just as the clansmen were whispering among themselves, wondering if Lin Xiaodian had lost his mind and was no longer fit to lead the family. A hoarse and aged voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the Lin residence, instantly silencing the murmurs. Ancestor. The ancestor has awakened. Ancestor, without spirit stones, we have no means to cultivate and strengthen ourselves. If the city Lord S. Manor turns against us, how will the Lin family survive? One by one, the Lin clansmen knelt in reverence toward the ancestral quarters. Some even voiced the dire question that threatened the very survival of their lineage. Humph. Do you truly believe the city Lord S. Manor will remain unscathed? The ancestor S. voice resonated once more, carrying an air of authority and certainty. Rest assured, Su Changfeng of the city Lord S. Manor is no fool. Even if only to curry favor with that Yi boy, he will surely offer a fortune in spirit stones. They will fare no better than we have. Moreover, as long as I remain, the city Lord S. Manor will not dare move against the Lin family for at least a few years. As for what happens after that, well, that remains uncertain. By then, either he will break through to the divine transformation realm and elevate the Lin family to the pinnacle of Qingstone City, or he will exhaust his lifespan and perish within the secluded abode our family has prepared for him. The fate of the Lin family mattered little to Yi Qingchen. After refining 10,000 spirit stones from the Lin treasury, he had already unlocked 150 sword apertures. Now, he stood alone before the Lin family's spirit stone mine. The clansmen stationed there had long since departed upon Lin Xiaodian's orders, and even the enslaved miners had been freed and sent away. Here, Yi Qingchen no longer needed to conceal his cultivation technique. He activated the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Emperor art, drawing upon the entire Spirit Stone mine with unrestrained fervor. This cultivation technique focuses on compressing and refining the heaven and earth spiritual energy devoured by Yi Qingchen. Thus, the absorption rate of Spirit Stones is slightly slower than the Sword Emperor's heaven-swallowing art. Among the 3 great families of Qixia City, the Lin family is the weakest and most isolated. Driven by a sense of crisis, they have exploited their Spirit Stone mines the most severely, leaving fewer remaining Spirit Stones compared to the Su family. As dust descended, Yi Qingchen completely refined the Lin family's Spirit Stone mine. Yet his cultivation only advanced to the 5th revolution of the True Core realm. However, this was within his expectations, so he was not particularly disappointed. Moreover, when he was at the 1st revolution of the True Core realm, the quality of his compressed True Core essence, refined 9 times, allowed him to contend with 9 cultivators of the same level. Now, having reached the 5th revolution, it was as if he had further compressed his essence 5 times on top of that 9-fold refinement. Additionally, in the early stages of martial cultivation, the gap between each minor realm is not particularly significant, generally following a 1-to-3 strength ratio. In other words, a mid-stage True Core cultivator can fight 3 early-stage True Core cultivators, while a late-stage True Core cultivator can battle 3 mid-stage ones. Thus, by calculation, the current Yi Qingchen could now face 15 late-stage True Core cultivators. As for whether they were at the 7th revolution or the peak of the True Core realm, the supreme quality of his essence, forged by the Heavenly Emperor's technique, rendered such minor differences negligible. Yet, as before, most of the spiritual energy had been devoured by this fragment. Having finished his cultivation, Yi Qingchen lowered his gaze to the fragment of the Eternal Life Tower resting in his left palm, his brow furrowing slightly. Excluding the 18 years his original body had nourished it with top-grade Spirit Stones, this fragment had already absorbed half the spiritual energy from 3 low-grade Spirit Stone mines. Could it still not be saturated? As if sensing his thoughts, the moment doubt arose in Yi Qingchen's mind, his consciousness was abruptly pulled into a chaotic void. Is this the interior of the Eternal Life Tower fragment? The familiar aura of the Eternal Life Tower enveloped him. As he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes locked onto 2 radiant orbs ahead, each shimmering with 9 hues: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. Could these be the eternal life inheritances hidden within the tower? At this moment, Yi Qingchen's breath slowed, yet his heartbeat quickened. Even though he had once dominated the 9 heavens and fought alone against the Emperor Realm powerhouses of the 9 realms for a decade, when faced with the mystery of eternal life, even he could not suppress his excitement. Eternal life is not my desire. What I seek is a realm beyond the Heavenly Emperor, a chance to return there. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingchen stepped forward and reached for one of the 9 colored orbs. Boom! In an instant, a torrent of profound and esoteric knowledge surged into his divine consciousness. The path of divine souls, a profound art of refining split spirits. Seizing creation's essence, mirroring the sun and moon, transcending nirvana, traversing the void, mastering yin and yang, grasping life and death, attaining the great Tao, achieving ultimate liberation. Fragmented knowledge surged into Yi Qingchen's consciousness like a tidal wave. Even with his former Heavenly Emperor-level soul, the influx was nearly unbearable. Unable to withstand the torment, Yi Qingchen clutched his head, collapsing onto his knees within the chaotic void, his anguished cries echoing endlessly. Then, whether in an instant or an eternity, the deluge of information ceased abruptly. As if severed by an unseen force, silence reclaimed the space, and Yi Qingchen slowly steadied himself. The great Tao eternal art, a cultivation method for the soul? Could this be the secret of immortality hidden within the eternal tower? Soul cultivation techniques were exceedingly rare across the 9 realms. Even Emperor-level experts had never possessed dedicated methods for refining the soul. The soul represented the most fragile essence of a being. Though Heavenly Emperors wielded immense soul power, capable of unleashing divine pressure to annihilate countless mortals, none dared to recklessly detach their souls from their physical forms, let alone risk cultivating them. Only when a warrior's body was destroyed would they resort to seizing another vessel, yet even that came with a strict time limit. Beyond it, the soul would inevitably dissipate. Moreover, only those at the Nirvana realm or above could even attempt such a feat yet within the great Tao eternal art now imprinted upon his consciousness. Yi Qingchen glimpsed a hidden truth of the soul's domain. The soul was not merely strengthened by rare treasures, it could be cultivated like a martial artist's body, refining the energies of heaven and earth to ascend through realms untold. Chapter 30. The emergence of young Master Yi in Qingstone City. This fragment of the great Tao of eternal life seems incomplete. Containing only the first realm's cultivation method regarding soul division, without the subsequent stage's essential techniques. Ah, I understand now. This is part of the legacy within the Tower of Eternal Life, touching upon the mystery of immortality, utterly invaluable. With only one shard of the tower in my possession, naturally, I cannot obtain the complete great Tao of Eternal Life. Yiqichen regained his composure, his emotions gradually settling, before reaching for another cluster of 9-colored radiance. In the next moment, another surge of information flooded into his spiritual consciousness. Yiqichen had braced himself for excruciating pain. Yet this transmission proved far simpler than anticipated. It contained nothing more than a map, with the image of another fragment materializing at its distant endpoint. Though not meticulously detailed, the map distinctly marked prominent landmarks, particularly the terrain surrounding the fragment's location. The depicted shard appeared strikingly vivid, nearly identical to the one nestled in Yiqichen's left palm. This is another fragment of the Tower of Eternal Life, a map leading to the second shard. Though it was the cultivation method for the second realm of the great Tao of Eternal Life, Yiqichen still felt a thrill of excitement. He was certain that within the second fragment lay the essential techniques for the next stage of cultivation. Now, all that remained was to follow the map's guidance and seek out this second piece. Yet, with only a map in hand, how was he to discern its location? At this realization, Yiqichen's fervor abruptly cooled. This world was not the 9 realms. Though reborn here, he remained unfamiliar with this realm's geography. How then could he locate the place marked on the map? Just as this dilemma arose, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, and an idea sparked in his mind. I am Luo Ming, captain of the City Lord's guard. Forgive my intrusion. Young Master Yi. The owner of the footsteps emerged from the woods, none other than the City Lord's captain. Has City Lord Su summoned me? Though not well acquainted with Luo Ming, having met only a few times, Yiqichen had already surmised Su Changfeng's intentions. Young Master's insight is truly remarkable. Luo Ming had intended to offer flattery, but upon meeting Yiqichen's impassive gaze, he swallowed his words. Indeed, the City Lord has prepared a banquet at the Stargazing Pavilion and humbly requests your presence. Lead the way. As it happened, Su Changfeng was the most suitable candidate for the solution Yiqichen had in mind, since the City Lord sought his friendship. Yiqichen saw no harm in granting him this courtesy. Young Master, this way. Luo Ming felt as if granted a pardon, secretly heaving a sigh of relief in his heart. With a gesture towards Yiqichen, he turned and propelled himself through the forest with his cultivation. This Su Changfeng is quite the schemer. A faint smile played on Yiqichen's lips as he, too, channeled his cultivation, gliding effortlessly through the trees. He maintained a steady distance of about 5 meters behind Luo Ming, remaining composed no matter how many times Luo Ming attempted to accelerate. Damn it. This kid's strength has grown again. It seems the spirit stones the Lord prepared won't be enough, Luo Ming inwardly lamented, afraid Yiqichen might notice something amiss, and gradually steadied his pace. Though only at the mid-stage of the true core realm, Luo Ming excelled in movement techniques. By employing the profound tier divine steps, he could even evade Su Changfeng's perception, rendering the latter unable to capture him. Thus, when Su Changfeng dispatched Luo Ming to invite Yiqichen, he deliberately arranged no carriage or horses, precisely to test whether Yiqichen's strength had broken through yet again in a single afternoon. After all, Su Changfeng had personally witnessed how the Lin family's spirit stones had been completely refined by Yiqichen. If Yiqichen's progress truly surpassed ordinary cultivators, then Su Changfeng would have to offer genuine sincerity to befriend such a prodigy. Though the outcome pained Luo Ming, who fretted over the City Lord's spirit stones, it left Su Changfeng thoroughly satisfied. Spirit stones are nothing. My own aptitude is limited. Breaking through to the divine transformation realm would take at least another decade. But a prodigy like Yiqichen, if I miss this chance, will I ever encounter another in this lifetime? Young Master Yi, please, take the seat of honor. Thus, upon receiving Luo Ming's signal, Su Changfeng immediately lowered his demeanor, ushering Yiqichen into the finest restaurant in Qingstone City, the Stargazing Pavilion, which he had personally arranged. They ascended to the highest 7th floor via a hanging basket, and Su Changfeng even yielded the host's seat to Yiqichen. I am but a junior, unworthy of such courtesy from the esteemed City Lord Su. Yiqichen shook his head and took a seat below the hostess position, a gesture that instantly pleased Su Changfeng. Who said this young man was a cold-blooded killer? Clearly, he understands propriety, since Yiqichen didn't put on airs before him. Su Changfeng was confident he could forge a connection with this prodigy. If Yiqichen were to participate in the 100 Dynasties War, forget the divine transformation realm, I might even have a chance at breaking through to the Cave Heaven realm. Young Master Yi, a toast. Tonight, I, Su Changfeng, am no city lord, just a simple man, overwhelmed with admiration upon meeting a young prodigy. Hence, I've arranged this banquet in your honor. Pour the wine. I shall first toast young Master Yi, filled with fervent anticipation. Su Changfeng's warmth towards Yu Qichen was genuine and heartfelt. Yu Qichen, in turn, had use for Su Changfeng, since he had accepted the invitation. He was willing to grant the man this opportunity. Though taciturn by nature, he was far from inarticulate, with but a few well-chosen words. He often illuminated Su Changfeng's martial quandaries, bestowing profound enlightenment. Even the guards like Luo Ming held their breath in reverence, straining not to miss a single syllable from Yi Qingyu's lips. To an uninformed observer, their rapport might suggest a friendship transcending generations. Luo Ming, bring forth the modest gifts I prepared. After several rounds of wine and courses of delicacies, the slightly inebriated Su Changfeng cast aside formalities. At a signal, soldiers carried chests into the chamber. Brother Su, what is the meaning of this? Yi Qingyu feigned ignorance, swirling his wine cup with narrowed eyes. Ha! Young Master Yi, you mock this humble Su. The commander laughed heartily before dismissing his men. A phoenix among men like yourself is destined to become a martial prodigy of great Wu, whose fame shall soon grace the southern spirit realm, though but a coarse soldier. I yearn to befriend rising talents and cannot bear to see one such as you scouring for cultivation resources. Within these chests lie 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, my life's accumulation. I offer them freely, that you may soar like a carp transforming into a dragon. Let all of Great Wu know, Qinshi City has birthed a legend. Young Master Yi. Chapter 31. The 100 Dynasty Supremacy. From the humble town of Greenstone emerged a young master, Yi Qichen. Su Changfeng's words were nothing short of masterful, elevating Yi Qichen to great heights while subtly reminding others that this prodigy hailed from Greenstone, a city under his jurisdiction. Brother Su is indeed forthright in character, Yi Qichen remarked with a faint smile. Though he recognized Su Changfeng's deliberate attempts to curry favor, the man's generosity was staggering. Consider this. Among the 3 great families of Greenstone, the Lin clan's treasury held merely 10,000 spirit stones, despite their numerous members and substantial daily expenditures. The Lin clan's spirit mines continuously replenished their reserves. As for the Su and Di families, Yi Qichen had already absorbed all their stored spirit stones during the conflict, refining them through his heavenly emperor's technique. The Su clan had amassed around 15,000, while the Yi clan, the wealthiest, possessed a mere 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Since that is the case, why not speak plainly, Brother Su? At this moment, Su Changfeng had produced 30,000 spirit stones, likely the bulk of his personal savings. Even with the great martial dynasty's stipend, until Yi Qichen discerned his true intentions, he would not accept such a lavish gift. Ah, young Master Yi's wisdom is truly unparalleled. Seeing through my petty schemes at a glance. Hearing Yi Qingchen's inquiry, Su Changfeng's eyes gleamed with sudden clarity, shedding his earlier drunken demeanor. After signaling Luo Ming to shut the door, he leaned in and asked, "Tell me, young Master Yi, have you heard of the 100 Dynasty Supremacy? The 100 Dynasty Supremacy? This matter must concern the great martial dynasty." Yi Qichen shook his head. "Given your years of quiet cultivation, it is no surprise you remain unaware," Su Changfeng chuckled, pouring Yi Qichen another cup of wine before continuing. The 100 Dynasty Supremacy is a grand event held once every decade in the Southern Spirit Domain, hosted by the Great Feather Imperial Dynasty, a legacy spanning millennia. When the competition begins, over 100 dynasties within the Southern Spirit Domain each select up to 5 prodigies to enter an ancient battlefield, where these chosen talents vie for supremacy. The top 10 prodigies not only bring immense rewards to their respective dynasties, expanding territories, augmenting imperial fortunes, and ensuring prolonged sovereignty, but they also gain entry into the Great Feather Martial Academy. At this, Su Changfeng's expression turned wistful, his voice tinged with reverence as he emphasized to the composed Yi Qichen, within the Great Feather Martial Academy lie not only precious resources, rare treasures, and boundless opportunities, but also martial inheritances, and, most coveted of all, the secrets of nirvana. As Su Changfeng unveiled these revelations, Yi Qingchen's mind stirred, his understanding of this reborn world crystallizing. Clearly, within the Southern Spirit Domain, the pinnacle of power resided at the Nirvana realm. Alternatively, the Nirvana realm is merely a legend. Within the entire Southern Spirit Domain, the Great Feather Imperial Dynasty might be the most supreme power. Although martial sects exist, they certainly cannot compare to the 1,000-year heritage of the Great Feather Imperial Dynasty. The 100 Dynasties Battle for Supremacy is a grand event hosted by the Great Feather Imperial Dynasty, aimed at selecting the most exceptionally talented geniuses from the various dynasties of the southern spirit domain. Therefore, those martial sects are not qualified to participate. As expected, Su Changfeng continued, his tone laced with a hint of pride. Clearly, in the eyes of this city lord of Greenstone City, martial sects were insignificant. So, Lord Su's intention is for me to represent the great martial dynasty in this 100 dynasties battle for supremacy? Yi Qingchen also grasped Su Changfeng's meaning. Smiling as he looked at him, his form of address reverting to a more formal tone. If this were merely a transactional relationship, then Su Changfeng would no longer deserve to be addressed as fellow Taoist. Su Changfeng evidently discerned Yi Qingchen's implication, and his expression immediately shifted, turning solemn as he declared. Young Master Yi has truly misunderstood Su. Although the 100 Dynasties battle for supremacy is of great importance, there are less than 2 years before it commences. Historical records indicate that every prodigy who has participated in the past had already opened their martial Dao heavenly cave before the age of 30. Young Master Yi, though a dragon among men, has not yet reached the age of 20. Before 30, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to attain the heavenly cave realm. But to open a martial Dao heavenly cave in just over a year, this would defy the laws of time itself. How could such a feat be easily achieved? When a man misspeaks once, he is prone to misspeaking again. Such is the nature of errors compounding. Su Changfeng was no exception. The moment he declared Yi Qingchen incapable of breaking through to the heavenly cave realm in just over a year, he wished he could slap himself twice. But once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Now, he could only hope that Yi Qingchen would overlook such details. Striving to justify his intentions in presenting these tens of thousands of spirit stones, the reason Su prepared this humble gift for young Master Yi is threefold. First, it pains me to see a genius like you troubled by the scarcity of cultivation resources. Second, I wish to remind you that the world beyond Greenstone City is far more magnificent. Third, regardless of your future, you are currently a citizen of the great martial dynasty. If you are unable to witness the vastness of the heavens due to a lack of resources, then that would be the failure of this city lord of Greenstone City. These words were spoken with righteous conviction, straight from the heart. Yet, Su Changfeng concealed his true motive, that now that Yi Qingchen knew the benefits of participating in the 100 Dynasties battle for supremacy. If he were to break through to the heavenly cave realm before 30, how could he resist entering that ancient battlefield? And since Yi Qingchen hailed from Greenstone City, unless he saved the life of another dynasty's ruler in the future, he could only represent the great martial dynasty. Otherwise, who would believe he wasn't a spy planted by the great martial dynasty? Therefore, when that time comes, if Yi Qingchen still remembers his generosity today, then the 30,000 spirit stones he reluctantly parted with would be worth it. I understand your meaning, fellow Taoist Su. Yi Qingchen raised his wine cup, his words instantly easing Su Changfeng's tension. Yet, his gaze lingered on the chest of spirit stones as he continued. However, I too have a matter I wish to seek your counsel on. Whether these spirit stones are to be gifted can be decided after you have enlightened me. Brother Yi, what kind of talk is this? Su Changfeng's expression stiffened at once, but Yi Qingchen gave him no chance to refuse. With a surge of his spiritual energy, he drew the wine from his cup, tracing before Su Changfeng the map imprinted upon him by the fragment of the Eternal Tower. Naturally, the markings pointing to the next fragment were deliberately omitted. The map, now shimmering before them, woven of wine, held meaning known only to Yi Qingchen himself. This is a map? Su Changfeng narrowed his eyes, studying the liquid contours with a quiet awe. He couldn't help but marvel at Yi Qingchen's exquisite control over spiritual energy. This alone was proof enough that the fall of the Yi and Su families was no injustice. Even he had to admit, Yi Qingchen must have stumbled upon some profound fortune. Yet, if his sudden surge in power were merely the result of a fleeting opportunity, such effortless mastery over his newfound strength would be impossible. But now, the precision with which Yi Qingchen wielded his spiritual energy rivaled that of a seasoned elder, sending an involuntary shiver down Su Changfeng's spine. Chapter 32. Young Master Yi is my leader. Just as Su Changfeng was lost in thought, Luo Ming suddenly spoke up beside him but quickly fell silent under Yi Qingchen's piercing gaze. Luo Ming, since you recognize this map, why not speak frankly to young Master Yi? Sensing Luo Ming's hesitant glance, Su Changfeng frowned and said sternly, if young Master Yi is inquiring about this map now, it must be for urgent matters. Should any delay occur, not only would you bear the responsibility, but I, Su Changfeng, would also have no face to meet young Master Yi again. Hearing Su Changfeng's words, Luo Ming sighed inwardly. Clearly, the city lord was truly drunk. How could he have forgotten the destination marked on this map? Yet, Yi Qingqian's sharp gaze hung before Luo Ming like twin blades, leaving him no room for hesitation. With a forced smile, he addressed Yi Qingqian. This map does seem familiar, but I wasn't entirely certain earlier. That's why I wanted to confirm with the city lord. Does this map lead to the Great Dao Peak, where the Great Dao sect resides? Having spoken, Luo Ming turned to Su Chanfeng, whose expression had frozen in shock, his rugged face feigning innocence. This was your order, city lord. Only then did Su Chanfeng snap back to reality. Luo Ming had been trying to remind him, but why did he have to blurt it out so abruptly? Now, with Yi Qingqian sketching this map at such a moment, it was clear he intended to journey to its marked location, the Great Dao sect, a martial arts sect. If Yi Qingqian joined the Great Dao sect, he would no longer be eligible to represent the Great Wu dynasty in the 100 Dynasties War. Brother Su, is this truly the Great Dao sect? Before Su Chanfeng could wrestle with his thoughts further, Yi Qingqian's voice rang out again, far more solemn than before. Su Chanfeng knew this was truly disastrous. With such a map, Yi Qingqian didn't necessarily need to ask him. Any wandering martial artist could likely recognize that the three peaks at the map's end were none other than the famed Great Dao peaks of the Great Dao sect. Indeed, taking a deep breath, Su Chanfeng steadied himself and forced a cordial smile. Luo Ming may lack many skills, but his memory is sharp. Young Master Yi. Observe, these three peaks are the Ancestor Peak, the Sect Master Peak, and the Grand Elder Peak within the Great Dao sect. They house the sect's three Void Tribulation Realm experts, renowned throughout the Great Wu dynasty. So the other fragment of the Eternal Tower lies within the Great Dao sect. This was the very martial sect that Yi Bufan and Su Yuxian had dreamed of joining. Now, those two had perished by his hand. Yet he was compelled to enter the Great Dao sect. Truly, the wheel of fate turns. Yi Qingqian sighed inwardly, waving away the wine and maps on the table before raising his cup in a toast to Su Chanfeng and Luo Ming. This matter holds great significance for me. Today, I must express my gratitude to both of you for enlightening me. As for the matter of the 100 Dynasties' struggle for supremacy, Yi Qingqian made no mention. Having confirmed that another fragment of the Eternal Tower lay within the Great Dao sect, he was determined to join this sect at all costs. After all, with his current cultivation level, he was no match for a Cave Heaven Realm expert. To suppress the three Cave Heaven Realm masters of the Great Dao sect, he would need to open at least 1,000 sword apertures within his body, relying solely on his physical strength to contend with such formidable opponents. The resources required for this process far exceeded a mere 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Joining the Great Dao sect was undoubtedly the best choice for Yi Qingqian. You flatter me, young Master Yi. Luo Ming's face flushed with awkwardness upon hearing Yi Qingqian's gratitude. He drained his cup in one gulp. It was but a trivial effort. There's no need for such formality. Hearing Luo Ming's deliberately raised voice, Su Chanfeng snapped out of his thoughts and lifted his cup as well. Though I do not know why young Master Yi wishes to join the Great Dao sect, both Luo Ming and I shall keep this matter confidential. Moreover, he paused, glancing at the chest beside him before steeling his resolve. The Great Dao sect will not arrive in Qishir City for another month to conduct their selection trials. These spirit stones, I still wish to offer them to young Master Yi, hoping they may aid in furthering your cultivation during this time. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones gambled on an uncertain future. Su Chanfeng was staking everything. Not only was Luo Ming taken aback by the usually frugal city lord's sudden generosity, even Yi Qingqian was mildly surprised by Su Chanfeng's boldness. Since you insist with such sincerity, I shall not decline, Yi Qingqian replied. A warrior's path was one of defying the heavens and contending with fate. Stagnation meant regression. Yi Qingqian admired Su Chanfeng's character and thus was willing to grant him the opportunity to forge a connection. As for the 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, Yi Qingqian was no demonic cultivator who relied on plunder and murder. Su Chanfeng bore him no enmity, and this debt of gratitude would be repaid tenfold in time. Ha. Then let me raise this cup and toast. May young Master Yi soar like a dragon, his name resounding through the Great Dao sect and his might shaking the Great Wu dynasty. The three shared a laugh, clinking their cups and drinking deep into the night. It was not until midnight that Su Chanfeng prepared to depart with Luo Ming. Young Master Yi, the stargazing tower is not merely for drinking and stargazing. There are also courtyards for lodging. I have prepared one for you. You may reside here for the next month while awaiting the Great Dao sect's arrival. The Great Dao sect and the Great Wu dynasty stood in competition, while minor clans from places like Qishir City sent their descendants to the Great Dao sect. The martial families of larger cities preferred to enroll their youths in the Great Wu dynasty's martial academies. Especially in these 2 years leading up to the 100 Dynasties battle for supremacy, the competition between both sides for prodigies has grown increasingly fierce. Therefore, To recruit more disciples of decent aptitude, the Great Tao sect dispatches senior disciples to various regions to conduct selection trials. Then I must thank fellow Taoist Yi. Originally, Yi Qichen intended to follow the map and personally journey to the Great Tao sect. However, Su Changfeng had prepared everything so thoroughly that it would have been a waste of effort to refuse. Yet, just as the three of them descended the stairs in cheerful conversation, they were met with the clamor of a commotion. Upon hearing that unmistakable voice, Yi Qinchen's expression darkened instantly. Why won't you let me in? I've told you 800 times already. Young Master Yi is my boss. Isn't the city lord renting out your Starview Tower today just to curry favor with him? Now you dare block me from seeing my boss? Just wait. If you delay his important business, he'll wipe you all out in an instant and tear down your precious Starview Tower while he's at it. In the grand hall of the Starview Tower, a lanky, soot-covered youth stood defiantly. One hand on his hip, and the other pointing accusingly at the dozen or so attendants encircling him. His words flew like spittle, his arrogance unrestrained. The Starview Tower was the property of a martial arts family, and thus each floor was equipped with simple soundproofing formations. Hence, Yi Qichen, who had been upstairs earlier, had paid no heed to the ruckus below. This damn fatty, vanishing all afternoon only to reappear and stir up trouble under his name again. Chapter 33. Guess who I caught? Manager Wu. What should we do? What do you mean? What should we do? Someone this filthy can't possibly be allowed inside. But he keeps insisting that young Master Yi is his boss. What if young Master Yi? What if he's lying? Young Master Yi is a dragon among men. Radiant and noble. No. How could someone as exalted as young Master Yi possibly associate with a beggar like this? Better safe than sorry. The look in his eyes doesn't seem like he is bluffing. Nonsense. If anything, his eyes don't look normal at all. What kind of sane person barges into the stargazing pavilion dragging a corpse? So what do we do? If we let him in, none of us will have a job here anymore. True. Let us just keep blocking him. It's not like any of us have laid hands on him. Even if he really is young Master Yu's subordinate, surely young Master Yu wouldn't annihilate us over something so trivial? A dozen stargazing pavilion attendants, led by the manager, formed a tight circle, arms linked, as the tall, shadowy figure in the middle darted left and right, unable to break through. You're finished. All of you. Absolutely finished. After struggling for a while, the lanky figure finally stopped, panting, but his mouth remained active as he pointed at the group. Ready to spew more threats. Pang Fugue, what nonsense are you stirring up now? Yi Qichen had no desire to hear Pang Fugue's smug voice, especially when the man was invoking his name as if he were some bloodthirsty tyrant. Did he really think Yi Qichen would slaughter people over the slightest inconvenience? These attendants were merely ordinary individuals at the meridian opening stage, their martial potential too limited to pursue cultivation, hence their employment at the tavern. Even the manager of the stargazing pavilion was only at the late stage Qi Si realm. If Yi Qichen went around killing ordinary people like this, he wouldn't be the heavenly emperor Yi. Whoosh, regardless of Yi Qichen's thoughts, as he approached Pang Fugue, the attendants and the manager instinctively scattered. Young Master Yu really knows that guy. The black beggar was lying. We're doomed. We've offended young Master Yi. Manager Wu, see? I told you. Shut up. You and your nonsense. Start drafting your last words. Huh? Already? But I haven't even gotten married yet. Thud. Amidst the hushed whispers, one attendant after another, along with the manager, dropped to their knees in a circle before Yi Qichen even reached Pang Fugue. Yi Qichen. Perfect. All thanks to Pang Fugue's big mouth. Young Master Yi, Manager Wu. What is the meaning of this? Before the steward Wu could even beg for mercy, Su Changfeng frowned and cut off his pitiful wailing. Young Master Yi is a noble soul, pure as the wind and clear as the moon. He only strikes down the wicked and punishes the unscrupulous. This, I, Su Changfeng, can vouch for with my position as city lord. You all have merely done your duties, without committing any heinous acts. Why feign such terror? After first praising Yi Qichen and then soothing these common folk who regarded him as a god of slaughter. Su Changfeng's tone turned sharp as he barked. All of you, stand up. If you dare tarnish young Master Ye's reputation in such a manner again, do not blame me for showing no mercy. The group of servants stiffened in fear, exchanging glances before finally settling their uncertain gazes on Steward Wu. For they truly did not know, had they offended the ragged beggar, or young Master Yi, or perhaps the city lord himself? Stand up, all of you. Steward Wu shot them a glare, rising first and wiping the sweat from his brow before bowing deeply to Su Changfeng. This lowly one acted rashly earlier. I beg for the city lord's forgiveness, and I implore young Master Yi not to take offense. After bowing once more to Yi Qichen, he quickly ushered the servants to the back hall. Who cares whom we offended? None of them are people we can afford to cross. Best to retreat for now and wait until they leave. Young Master Yi, those servants are merely ignorant, and Steward Wu is simply overzealous in his concern. Please continue your conversation with Brother Peng. I shall take my leave with Commander Luo. Farewell, fellow Taoist Su. After offering an explanation for the servants and Steward Wu, Su Chanfeng clasped his hands and saluted Yi Qingchen. His gaze lingered on the unconscious youth sprawled on the floor before nodding at Pang Fuguwei as he passed. No wonder Steward Wu and the others hadn't recognized Pang Fuguwei. This fellow had clearly been rolling in the dirt somewhere. His clothes were in tatters, his face smeared with grime, making his features indistinguishable. Had Su Changfeng not witnessed the scene of the Su family elder using Pang Fuguwei to threaten Yi Qingchen earlier, even he might have mistaken him for a deranged beggar. Take care, City Lord. And you too, Commander Luo. Pang Fuguwei shifted uncomfortably under Su Changfeng's gaze. Fortunately, his filthy face concealed his expression. Only when Su Changfeng and Luo Ming had departed did he finally relax. Seems I ought to watch my tongue in the future. Speaking ill of others behind their backs and getting caught. I can silence your voice for good. Would you like my assistance? Pang Fuguwei shuddered at Yi Qingchen's icy murmur. Raising his head, he met those fathomless eyes and sensed this was no jest. His young master Yi was deadly serious. Chuckles nervously, oh no. Such trivial matters are hardly worth troubling you over, boss. Once my cultivation advances further, I shall fashion myself a mask to properly seal this mouth of mine. Pang Fuguwei hastily waved his hands, observing Yi Qingchen's impassive expression before suddenly recalling his original purpose. Ah, boss. Guess who I've managed to catch? With that, he roughly hauled up a pale-faced youth from the ground. Yiwuk? Fragments of memories concerning the Yi family surfaced in Yi Qingchen's mind as his brows furrowed slightly, his gaze scrutinizing Pang Fuguwei. Yiwuk was the son of second aunt Yi Mingwei. As for his father, he had been a wandering martial artist who once passed through Qingshi City, only to perish from illness years ago within the Yi household. Since Yi Qingchen had already crippled Yi Mingwei, and the original host bore no grudges against Yiwuk, he had paid no attention to the boy during the Yi family's downfall. Yet now, here was Yiwuk, brought before him by Pang Fuguwei, half beaten to death, no less. Boss, you wouldn't believe how treacherous this brat is. I nearly didn't make it back to see you again. Seizing the opportunity to divert Yi Qingchen's attention, and likely saving his own throat in the process, Pang Fuguwei pointed accusingly at the youth he held. Remember that blood-red pearl? The one that got me captured and imprisoned in the Spirit Mine Mountain by the Yi family? Well, I went looking for it. And this little snake ambushed me from the shadows. Even after I caught him, he pulled some underhanded trick and nearly poisoned me to death. To emphasize his point, Pang Fuguwei yanked open his robe, revealing a vicious gash across his chest. Chapter 34. The bloody demon core. Your constitution is not yet capable of withstanding such potent toxins. Yi Qingchen glanced at the wound on Pang Fuguwei's chest, detecting traces of lingering venom. His brow furrowed slightly. The devouring spirit calamity body, once cultivated to a certain degree, could indeed render one immune to 90% of the world's deadliest poisons. However, such resistance would only manifest after Pang Fuguwei had unlocked at least 1,000 acupoints within his physical form. Ah, boss, don't worry, the poison is already gone. I still have to serve you faithfully. How could I let some brat take me down so easily? Hearing Yi Qingchen's words, Pang Fuguwei's face lit up with touched devotion, his voice brimming with loyalty. Yi Qingchen arched an eyebrow, his expression indifferent. I wasn't concerned about whether you still had poison in your system. I was merely curious, how did you neutralize it? Yiwuk, after all, was a warrior of the Qi-Si realm. If he had employed poison, it would have been potent enough to slay even a peak Qi-Si cultivator. Anything less would have been meaningless. TCH. This time, it was Pang Fuguwei's turn to fall silent. He knew Yi Qingchen had no interest in accepting him as a subordinate, but he hadn't expected such blatant disregard. Was a little concern too much to ask? It was. That orb. At that moment, Yiwuk, who had seemed on the brink of death, suddenly spoke. Oh? Yi Qingchen's gaze flickered toward the now conscious Yiwuk, recalling the crimson orb Pang Fuguwei had mentioned earlier. Right. That's it, the blood-red orb. Pang Fuguwei snapped back to attention, hastily patting his chest before retrieving a pigeon egg-sized blood-crimson sphere and presenting it to Yi Qingchen. Boss, look. This is the orb I dug up in the Sunset Forest. If it hadn't absorbed all the poison from my wound, I'd be dead by now, never getting the chance to meet you. As Pang Fuguwei rambled on, Yi Qingchen had already discerned the orb's true nature. A flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. For this crimson sphere was none other than a demon core, a martial essence condensed within a demonic beast's body. Typically, when a third-tier demon beast comparable to a human true core cultivator perished, its core would dissolve alongside its corpse, leaving no trace behind. Unless it belonged to a beast of extraordinary lineage. Even in death, such creatures could preserve their cores intact. And this very orb, unearthed by Pang Fugui in the Sunset Forest, had endured for who knew how long. Its original form long decayed, its remains vanished, yet its core remained. Undoubtedly, it had once belonged to a demon beast of rare and potent bloodline, likely the core of an ape-type demon beast. In his past life, Yiqi had ascended to the heavenly emperor realm, encountering countless demonic creatures, even serpents that neared dragonhood. With merely a cursory perception, Yiqi discerned the general origins of this demon core. However, the specific type of ape-like demon beast remained unclear to him. At present, the demon core appeared rather unremarkable, its only distinguishing features being its vivid hue and its peculiar ability to devour potent toxins. As Yiqi's spiritual sense had yet to reach the divine transformation realm, he could not penetrate the core to perceive the true bloodline essence concealed within. What poison did you use? Contemplating this, Yiqi turned his indifferent gaze toward Yuwok and inquired with detached coolness. What? Do you intend to kill me to avenge your follower? Yuwok sneered, his tone laced with mockery, provoking Pang Fugui to strike his head with a clenched fist. Hold your tongue if you lack sense. You wretched survivor, how dare you act insolently before my leader? After berating Yuwok, Pang Fugui addressed Yiqi. Leader. It wasn't the ordinary poison he used, but a swarm of venomous insects, parasites coating his dagger. The poison didn't kill me, but the sheer repulsion nearly did. Venomous insects? Comprehension dawned upon Yiqi. He cast a glance at Yuwok before asking Pang Fugui, so, how do you intend to deal with him now? Pang Fugui faltered, momentarily at a loss. Shouldn't that be my question to you, leader? He is a remnant of the Yi family. I have no interest in him. If he couldn't even kill you, how could he possibly be a threat to me? Without another glance at Yuwok, Yiqi clasped his hands behind his back and strode toward the rear courtyard of the stargazing pavilion. TSK, leader's words feel somewhat peculiar. Scratching his head, Pang Fugui observed Yuwok, who had moments ago displayed fearless defiance but now betrayed a flicker of agitation, and scoffed. Since the leader deigns not to bother with you, your wretched life is spared. However, what do you intend to do? A surge of dread gripped Yuwok as Pang Fugui's voice darkened with ominous intent. My meridians. You crippled my martial channels. I'll fight you to the death. Begone, were it not for the leader's indifference. I'd have ended you for attempting to kill me. Count yourself fortunate I've spared your life, show gratitude, lest I reconsider. Moments later, Pang Fugui dusted off his hands and made his way toward Yiqi's courtyard. Yuwok, his martial meridians shattered, was cast beyond the stargazing pavilion. Martial meridians, forged from a warrior's energy pathways, served as conduits linking the body's channels to the dantian, the very foundation of cultivation. With his meridians destroyed, Yuwok's path beyond the true core realm was irrevocably severed. Unless, by some miracle, he could forge new martial meridians anew. Yet Yuwok was not Yiqi. And the humble town of Qingshi was but a minor locale where the mightiest barely reached the pinnacle of true Dan realm. The Yi family had long since dissipated into oblivion. In the days to come, Yuwok would first face the relentless pursuit of warriors once humiliated by the Yi clan. Mere survival would be a feat, let alone the opportunity to reforge his martial meridians. And I suppose this is my way of repaying you. As for the fate of you and your child, let heaven decide, just as you once stood by when Yushanha exiled me to the Spirit Mine Mountain. Within the secluded courtyard, Yiqi had already channeled his cultivation to expel the lingering effects of wine. Clutching the spirit stones gifted by Su Chanfeng, he immersed himself in silent meditation. The anguished cries of Yuwok and Pang Fugui's subsequent judgment upon the boy had not escaped Yiqi's notice. Indeed, it was all by his design. To slay Yuwok would have merely eliminated an adversary, but to spare him, given the vast disparity between them, ensured that Yuwok would forever languish beneath the shadow of Yiqi's dominance. Moreover, Yiqi understood Pang Fugui's temperament well, a man of fierce righteousness, yet tempered by mercy. Reluctant to take lives lightly, entrusting Yuwok to him meant that while Pang would not deliver the killing blow, neither would he forgive the near-fatal treachery. Thus, Pang Fugui's judgment proved the most fitting resolution. Whoa, so many spirit stones. Boss, you've struck it rich. Pang Fugui's boisterous voice suddenly echoed through the courtyard, scattering the faint trace of approval that had just flickered in Yiqi's heart. Chapter 35. 1 month, 500 sword apertures. Boss. It seems the city lord is determined to curry favor with you. He sent such an enormous amount of spirit stones. These chests must contain half his lifetime savings. Peng Fuguei, shameless as ever, crouched before the chest with exaggerated admiration, clearly desperate to make his presence known before Yi Qichen. I will soon enter the great Tao sect to cultivate. Yi Qichen had no choice but to address Peng Fuguei. His first words stunned the man into silence before he continued in a measured tone. That crimson orb is a demon core. While it holds little value for ordinary martial artists, for you, it can aid in refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accelerating your cultivation speed and tempering your physical body. Should you ever find yourself lacking spirit stones, seek out demon beasts at the True Dan realm and harvest their cores as substitutes. Having said this, Yi Qichen closed his eyes and resumed absorbing the spirit stones in his grasp. The fragment of the eternal tower in his left palm seemed to have reached its saturation point and no longer competed with him for the spiritual energy. As a result, his current cultivation speed had increased even further. Boss, are you saying goodbye to me? Peng Fuguei stared blankly at Yi Qichen, his grimy face crumpling before he could finish speaking, as if on the verge of tears. Yi Qichen was speechless. A grown man, yet so melodramatic? The great Tao sect is unlikely to permit outsiders within its gates. With that indifferent remark, Yi Qichen sealed his ears to spare himself further chatter. The great Tao sect. The great Tao sect. I understand. Unaware that Yi Qichen had blocked his hearing, Peng Fuguei did not disturb his cultivation further. After muttering to himself for a while, he suddenly turned and dashed out of the courtyard, sprinting straight for the city lord's residence. In the days that followed, Peng Fuguei did not reappear in the courtyard, much to Yi Qingchen's relief. The thought of followers brought to mind the 18 divine generals who had once betrayed him, a memory that made him reluctant to entertain such notions again. Peng Fuguei had already embarked on the path of martial cultivation, specializing in physical refinement. As long as he lived, he could continue tempering his body, ensuring his survival. The karmic debt between them had been settled, and Yi Qichen deemed this outcome ideal, even if Peng Fuguei possessed the exceedingly rare devouring spirit calamity physique. Yet, little did Yi Qichen know, Peng Fuguei was brewing another grand surprise for him. A month passed in the blink of an eye. For martial artists immersed in cultivation, time flowed swiftly. To someone like Yi Qichen, wholly devoted to secluded training, a month was but a fleeting moment. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 500 sword apertures opened, not bad at all. In the secluded courtyard, Yi Qichen opened his eyes, gazing at his hands as he felt the immense power surging within them. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. With the fragment of the Eternal Life Tower in his left palm now fully saturated, he could finally carve sword apertures into his left hand. 200 apertures adorned each arm, while the remaining 100 were concealed within his feet, a hidden trump card, though his true core remained at the fifth revolution. This suited his intentions perfectly. He had no desire to truly become a mere disciple of the great Tao sect. This time, he wondered how many disciples the great Tao sect would select. Yi Qichen had no wish to stand out as a so-called genius. While such prodigies might receive preferential treatment upon entering the sect, they would inevitably draw unwanted attention, making it difficult to approach the other fragment of the Eternal Life Tower. For now, he remained uncertain where within the great Tao sect that fragment lay. If it were hidden within a heavily guarded location, such as the 3 great Tao peaks, retrieving it would prove far more troublesome. Fortunately, over the course of this entire month, Yi Qichen had not merely expanded his sword apertures to 500. He had also delved into the cultivation of the great Tao Eternal Life technique. Though he had yet to fully master its first layer, he had gained a preliminary understanding, deepening his comprehension of his own soul. Young Master Yi, Commander Luo has arrived. The voice of a servant from the stargazing pavilion echoed through the courtyard. Rising, Yi Qichen stepped outside to meet Luo Ming, clad in his armor. Commander Luo. It has been a while. Young Master Yi, you flatter me. I've come specifically to inform you, the envoys of the great Tao sect have arrived. They will reach Blackstone City by noon today. Luo Ming spoke with deep respect. A month had passed. Just what realm had Yi Qichen's cultivation reached now? A month prior. When Yi Qichen had annihilated the Yi and Su families, he had only been at the early stage of the true core realm. Yet, in a single afternoon, he had advanced to the mid-stage. Now, with an entire month and the 30,000 spirit stones gifted by the city lord, given Yi Qichen's talent, surely he had reached the peak of the true core realm? The thought of such a prodigy joining a martial sect rather than the Imperial Academy, where he could represent the Great Wu dynasty and the 100 dynasty struggle, pained Luo Ming's heart. Thank you for the warning, Commander Luo. Yi Qichen discerned Luo Ming's thoughts but offered no further comment, simply following him to the Lin family's estate in Blackstone City. Now, of the three great families of the city, only the Lin family remained. With the Great Dao Sect's recruitment underway, the Lin estate had naturally been chosen as the examination site. Young Master Yi has arrived, a month apart, and his aura has grown even more profound. Of course, young Master Yi is a dragon among men. By now, he must have reached the peak of the true core realm. This young master of the Great Dao Sect is truly fortunate to have recruited a prodigious talent like young Master Yi. It won't be long before the Great Dao Sect's reputation soars to new heights. Quickly prepare a seat for young Master Yi and bring out the finest spiritual tea from our clan's reserves. When Yi Qichen arrived at the Lin family's estate, even before his presence was fully acknowledged, the entire household had already adopted an air of solemn reverence. To be precise, they were cautious and fully alert, taking great care not to display the slightest hint of disrespect toward him. Yi Qichen, naturally, accepted this deference with ease. Seated at the forefront of the Lin family's gathering, he sipped the spiritual tea they had prepared and quietly awaited the arrival of the Great Dao Sect's disciples. Time passed swiftly, and soon the sun hung high in the sky. As noon arrived, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the direction of the eastern city gates of Qingstone City. The sound grew louder, approaching rapidly. Within mere moments, those gathered within the Lin family's estate caught sight of a massive spiritual vessel, 10 zhang in length, hovering in the sky. It was the Great Dao Sect's spiritual skyship, a flying vessel capable of sustained aerial travel. Such was the enduring legacy of the Great Dao Sect. The skyship already carried numerous individuals, likely disciples recruited from various regions. How many from Qingstone City would pass the Great Dao Sect's trials? Amidst the hushed murmurs of the crowd, Yi Qingchen's gaze also settled upon the skyship. A glint of profound insight flickered deep within his eyes. Those inscriptions on the vessel, could they truly be the runes from the Tower of Eternal Life? Chapter 36, Are You Yi Qichen? The selection examination for the outer disciples of the Great Dao Sect remained largely unchanged from previous years, consisting of 3 stages. However, this time, the sect had relaxed its usual criteria. Any cultivator under the age of 25 who had reached the peak of the Qi realm was now eligible to participate. Above the Lin family estate hovered a spirit vessel, 10 zhang in length, suspended at a height of over 10 zhang. 5 figures clad in black martial robes descended from it, marking the commencement of the Great Dao Sect's selection. Upon hearing the words of the leading young man, the gathered youths inside and outside the Lin estate could scarcely contain their excitement. What? The Great Dao Sect is accepting disciples at the peak of the Qi realm this time? My cultivation is precisely at the peak of the Qi realm. Can I still join the examination? I, too, have reached that stage. Were it not for the lack of resources in my clan, I might have already condensed a martial true core. As the fervent voices of the young aspirants rose, the expressions of the Lin family members darkened, though they dared not show the slightest displeasure. After all, though these 5 were merely outer disciples of the Great Dao Sect, their cultivation had already reached the late-stage true core realm. This alone was proof that the Great Dao Sect's foundation far surpassed that of minor families like theirs. The Lin family had expended vast resources to nurture a single true core cultivator, hoping that this individual, alongside Yi Qichen, would join the Great Dao Sect. Though Yi Qichen's brilliance might overshadow their own, with the Yi and Su families now gone, their influence would remain unchallenged. Yet who could have foreseen that the Great Dao Sect would relax its most stringent requirement, attaining the true core realm before the age of 20, and even extend the age limit by 5 years? All who meet the cultivation criteria may now begin the examination. The first stage, Bone Age Assessment. None may exceed 25 years of age. All who wish to participate, step forward now. At the calm command of the leading disciple, Yi Qichen took the first step forward, followed by the Lin family's youths and a few outstanding disciples from minor families within Qingstone City. Before them hovered a white pearl, casting beams of light that enveloped the candidates. 8 participants in total. Bone Age verified, all pass. Once the pearl's radiance had swept over them without incident, the leading disciple spoke again. Second stage, Cultivation Assessment. As the words left his lips, the 7 other participants turned their gazes toward Yi Qichen, their expressions filled with reverence. None dared to step forward first to display their own cultivation. Surely young Master Yi should be examined first. I wonder, what realm has he reached now? I wager 10 spirit stones, young Master Yi must be at the peak of the true core realm, at least the 9th revolution. Is this even a question? That's young Master Yi of our Qingstone City. Only a fool would bet against you. So you're Yi Qichen? The same Yi Qichen who annihilated the Yi and Su families? The 5 disciples of the Grand Tao sect naturally noticed the crowd's reaction. The leading youth fixed his gaze upon Yi Qingqian's face, observing his unreadable expression, and an inexplicable displeasure stirred within him. A mere martial artist from this backwater place, shouldn't he be trembling with reverence before disciples of the Grand Tao sect? What is this brat pretending to be? Hurry up and unleash your cultivation. Don't think that just because you wiped out the Yi and Su families, you're some kind of prodigy. The Grand Tao sect has never lacked geniuses, much less those capable of erasing 1 or 2 insignificant clans. In just a few words, the Yi and Su families were reduced to mere minor clans in the youth's estimation. Then what of the Lin family, which was even weaker than the Yi and Su clans? Many Lin clansmen burned with indignation. Yet facing these 5 Grand Tao sect outer disciples, each already at the late-stage true core realm, they dared not show even a hint of their emotions. You seem rather displeased with me? But just as the crowd was cowed by the leading youth, Yi Qingqian spoke. He observed the 5 Grand Tao sect disciples before him and inwardly acknowledged that the sect indeed had some foundation. Yet, to expect him to cower before mere late-stage true core cultivators was impossible. Hiss. As expected of young Master Yi. Doesn't he even spare a glance for Grand Tao sect disciples? Don't speak nonsense. Young Master Yi simply has a clear conscience and no need to grovel before these Grand Tao sect disciples. True, with young Master Yi's current strength, he is likely invincible within the true core realm. The surrounding onlookers were astonished by Yi Qingqian's boldness. But their matter-of-fact expressions only deepened the 5 disciples' resentment, their gazes turning increasingly frigid. Silence. The leading youth barked coldly, his stern eyes fixed on Yi Qingqian. A flicker of disdain flashing within. After sweeping a glance across the crowd, he spoke with solemn authority. I bear no personal grievance against you. I merely wish to remind you, there are always greater masters beyond the mountains and vaster skies above the heavens. Qingstone City is but a barren wasteland. If you wish to join the Grand Tao sect, you must prepare yourself mentally. Within our sect, prodigies who could effortlessly crush you are as numerous as fish in a river. Hearing the veiled threat in the youth's words, Yi Qingqian curled his lips slightly before unleashing his cultivation. Boom! The surge of quintessence from his 5th cycle true core realm erupted. Its magnitude surpassing even that of peak true core martial artists, yet the fluctuations unmistakably indicated only 5 transformations. The surroundings fell into stunned silence. Even Luo Ming and Su Chanfeng, standing at the crowd's periphery and watching Yi Qingqian intently, were expressions of utter disbelief. This is utterly inconceivable. Young Master Yi's cultivation has merely reached the 5th revolution of the true core realm, but an entire month has passed. Impossible. This simply cannot be true. I distinctly heard that the city lord himself gifted young Master Yi tens of thousands of spirit stones. How could his cultivation? As the murmurs of an elder from the Lin family spread, the other martial artists gaped at Yi Qingqian in stunned disbelief. As though the cultivation realm he now displayed defied all logic and expectation. Yet the 5 disciples of the great Tao sect exchanged knowing smirks, their gazes upon Yi Qingqian brimming with increasing disdain. Within the martial world, there existed forbidden techniques capable of explosively enhancing one's strength in a short span, or perilous elixirs with devastating side effects, methods that allowed even an early-stage true core cultivator to effortlessly contend with a peak true core expert. The leading youth smirked faintly, observing Yi Qingqian, who had already withdrawn his aura, as if he had unraveled all of Yi Qingqian's secrets. With biting mockery, he remarked, nevertheless, this Yi Qingqian's cultivation has indeed surpassed the Sea of Qi realm, thereby passing the 2nd trial. Just wait. Once this brat enters the great Tao sect, there will be countless ways to make him grovel, daring to annihilate the Yi and Su families, reducing the number of disciples they could recruit by more than half. How could such insolence go unpunished? Though the crowd remained shaken by Yi Qingqian's revealed cultivation. As soon as the youth spoke, the 7 other young candidates could no longer contain their excitement, eagerly unleashing their own auras. Chapter 37. Backdoor entry. A true core realm 1st level cultivator has passed the 2nd trial. A peak Qi Si realm cultivator has passed the 2nd trial. 7 individuals successfully cleared the assessment and stood beside Yi Qingqian. When they glanced at him again, whether due to psychological influence or not, the reverence in some of their eyes had noticeably diminished. Yet, Yi Qingqian remained utterly indifferent, as if isolating himself from his surroundings, maintaining the same serene and detached demeanor as before. This left many who had doubted him puzzled. Could it be that young Master Yi was concealing his true cultivation level? The 3rd trial shall now commence. Wait. Hold on. The leading youth cast a mocking glance at Yi Qingqian, preparing to initiate the 3rd trial, when suddenly, a voice from outside the Lin family estate interrupted him. The The 5 disciples frowned in unison, their cold gazes shifting toward the source of the disturbance. The crowd of onlookers hastily parted, clearing a path. Make way. Please, make way. Ouch. You stepped on my foot. TCH. Don't you know basic courtesy? If you want to watch, stay in the back. Apologies, what was that you just said? I didn't quite catch it. Ahem. Please, after you. Just as the crowd grew curious about who was causing such a commotion, Yichichen's eyelid twitched. That voice, he recognized it all too well. It was none other than Pang Fuguei, who had been missing for an entire month. Yichichen had assumed Pang Fuguei had heeded his advice and left Qingstone City to become a wandering cultivator. Yet, to his surprise, Pang Fuguei had been biding his time, only to make a grand entrance today, seeking attention. My apologies for keeping you esteemed senior brothers waiting. This humble one is Pang Fuguei, here specifically to participate in the Great Dao Sect's trials. Soon, Pang Fuguei's unmistakably plump and towering figure forcefully squeezed through the packed crowd. After flashing Yichichen a grin, he greeted the 5 Great Dao Sect disciples staring at him. Who is your senior brother? Such shamelessness. The trials have been underway for so long. And you arrive only now? Do you truly believe the Great Dao Sect lacks discipline? Among the 5, the more hot-tempered ones couldn't help but scoff at Pang Fuguei. This fellow was indeed tall and burly, almost as large as 2 men combined. Yet, he had chosen to appear only when the trials were nearly over, addressing them as senior brothers as if his success was guaranteed. However, what drew even more attention than Pang Fuguei's massive frame was the white-faced, black-bodied monkey perched on his shoulder. Wasn't he this guy young Master Yi's follower? Oh, I had seen him venture alone into the Sunset Forest earlier and assumed young Master Yi had cast him aside. Yet this fellow possesses remarkable strength. Despite the crowd blocking the entrance, he somehow managed to force his way through. That peculiar-looking monkey. Wait, is that a demon beast? It emits faint traces of demonic energy. Roar. At this moment, the crowd couldn't help but murmur upon Pang Fuguei's sudden appearance. The pale-faced monkey, noticing the stares, let out an angry screech, baring its teeth as if ready to leap down and bite someone. This creature. Even Yichichen felt a flicker of surprise as he observed the white-faced ape. He couldn't quite decipher Pang Fuguei's intentions. Because, he sensed it clearly, this white-faced ape shared the same origin as the demon core Pang Fuguei had obtained. This meant the white-faced ape was likely the offspring of that blood-red demon core. Pang Fuguei had taken its parent's core, and now he carried the child by his side. Was he planning to wipe out the entire lineage? Yet Yichichen could tell that Pang Fuguei harbored no ill will toward the ape. Have you come to participate in the Great Dao Sect's disciple examination? At that moment, the leading Great Dao Sect disciple fixed his gaze on Pang Fuguei and spoke. Yes, when I saw your spirit vessel arrive, I rushed straight to Qingstone City. I hurried as fast as I could, but it seems I'm still a bit late. Pang Fuguei scratched his head, his expression earnest as he addressed the young man. Elder brother, do I still have a chance? You do. The young man smiled faintly, his tone resolute. The Great Dao Sect welcomes all outstanding martial artists, naturally, that includes you. Senior brother Sean. But this guy arrived so late. The selection process is already at its final stage. Senior brother. The other Great Dao Sect disciples immediately voiced their displeasure, unable to comprehend why Shan Feiyan would bend the rules for this sudden, portly intruder. Yes, this was bending the rules. In other cities, once their examination began, latecomers were barred from participating. After all, they represented the Great Dao Sect and had to uphold its dignity. Enough. Shan Feiyan's sharp glare silenced his fellow disciples, his tone brooking no argument. Qingstone City is our final stop. With the downfall of the Yi and Su families, we've recruited far fewer disciples here than expected. Now that this promising junior brother wishes to join, even the sect elders would grant him an opportunity if they were present. Of course, this was pure fabrication. The real reason? He had heard it clearly. This fat youth was a follower of that so-called Yichichen, and Shan Feiyan already despised Yichichen, intending to humiliate him thoroughly once he entered the Great Dao Sect. Now that Yichichen's follower wishes to join the Great Dao Sect, isn't this essentially delivering leverage right into their hands, allowing them to easily manipulate Yichichen through this Pang Fuguei? Of course, the peculiar aura emanating from Pang Fuguei also took Shan Feiyan by surprise. If his instincts were correct, this was the distinctive presence of a body cultivator. The Great Dao Sect was currently assembling a specialized unit, precisely in need of such fearless vanguards willing to charge ahead as cannon fodder. If Pang Fuguei indeed met the sect's requirements, bringing him back might even earn Shan Feiyan a substantial reward. As expected. Senior brother truly has a generous heart. No wonder you're their leader. unaware that he was already being schemed against. Pang Fuguwei, relieved by Shan Feiyan's permission to participate in the selection trials, couldn't help but shower the man with flattery. The other great Dao sect disciples, though inwardly displeased, dared not voice dissent now that Shan Feiyan had already addressed Pang Fuguwei as junior brother, signaling his inevitable acceptance. They merely committed Pang Fuguwei's face to memory, silently plotting to teach him a proper lesson once he entered the sect. Come here. Shan Feiyan paid no heed to his junior's thoughts, amused by Pang Fuguwei's sycophancy. He beckoned him forward while retrieving a towering black steel. Thud. The steel, over 10 feet tall and more than a meter thick, seemed forged from dark iron. As it struck the ground, it carved a half-meter-deep crater into the Lin family's stone courtyard. Ah, senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Pang Fuguwei stumbled back in alarm, the white-faced monkey on his shoulder screeching wildly. Shan Feiyan, however, merely smiled faintly and explained, if my assumptions are correct, you are no ordinary martial artist, but a body cultivator, yes? This is a testing steel specially prepared by the great Dao sect for those of your kind. Leave a fist imprint upon it, and you shall pass the sect's selection trial.